Conan, by his own hand, a novel of Conan, the Cimmerian, on the YouTube channel, Musings of a Cigarette-Smoking Man, Act 1. The Slave, Chapter 1. The Chase. The sun was a hammer, and the land was an anvil, and between them Conan was being beaten into something new. He had been running for 3 days. 3 days across the Zingern scrublands, where the earth was baked white, and the thorn bushes grew in twisted clumps like the fingers of buried giants. 3 days beneath a sky of molten brass, cloudless and merciless, that seemed to press down upon the world with physical weight. 3 days with nothing in his belly but dust, and nothing on his tongue but the copper taste of exhaustion. Behind him, patient as death, came the slavers. There were 7 of them, mounted on desert horses, lean, hardy beasts bred in the wastes east of Shem, where water was worth more than gold and only the strong survived. The riders themselves were Shemites, pock-nosed and dark-skinned, their heads wrapped in white cloth against the sun. They carried the tools of their trade with the casual familiarity of long practice. Weighted nets coiled at their saddle horns, barbed lassos looped over their pommels, iron shackles that clinked softly with each step of their horses. They did not hurry. They did not need to. Conan knew their strategy. He had seen it used before, in the deserts beyond Turan, where the nomadic tribes hunted wild horses in exactly this fashion. They would follow a stallion for days, never letting it rest, never letting it drink, never closing for the kill until exhaustion and thirst had done their work. Then they would walk up to the broken beast and slip a halter over its head, and the horse that had once run free would spend the rest of its days pulling a cart through crowded streets. They meant to do the same to him. He would die first. The Cimmerian crested a low ridge and paused, his chest heaving, his legs trembling with fatigue. His black mane of hair hung lank with sweat, plastered to his skull and his bull neck. His eyes, volcanic blue, startling against his sun-darkened skin, swept the terrain ahead with the automatic assessment of a born predator. More scrubland, more thornbush, more cracked earth stretching to the horizon, shimmering in the heat haze like the surface of a fevered dream. Far to the south, barely visible through the rippling air, a line of purple mountains promised water and shade. But those mountains were 3 days distant at least, and Conan had perhaps 3 hours left in him at this pace. The arithmetic was simple. The arithmetic was fatal. Behind him, the slavers topped the ridge and reined in their horses, watching. One of them, their leader, by the quality of his robes raised a water skin to his lips and drank deeply, deliberately, letting the water spill down his chin and darken the front of his garment. The message was clear. We have what you need. Surrender and we will share it. Conan's cracked lips twisted into something that might have been a smile on a less savage face. He turned and ran on. The day wore toward its end, and the shadows lengthened, but the heat did not relent. If anything, it grew worse trapped between the baked earth and the cloudless sky, with no wind to carry it away. The air itself seemed to thicken, to congeal, until every breath was a labor and every step a small victory over the weight of the world. Conan's thoughts drifted as he ran, sliding in and out of focus like images in a fever dream. He thought of the tavern and court bout, the sour wine, the smoky air, the woman with the knowing eyes who had warned him that the Duke's men were looking for trouble. He had ignored her, as he ignored most warnings. He had been in Zingara for less than a fortnight, passing through on his way north from the Black Coast, and he had wanted nothing more than a quiet drink and a soft bed. But trouble had found him, as trouble always did. The Duke's men had been drunk, and one of them had taken offense at something Conan could no longer remember what. A word, a look, the simple fact of his existence. It did not matter. What mattered was that the man had drawn steel, and his companions had followed suit. And when the red mist cleared, 4 of them were dead on the sawdust floor, and Conan was climbing out a back window with the alarm bells ringing behind him. He had expected pursuit. He had expected soldiers on horseback, a chase through the streets, perhaps a running fight in the countryside beyond the city walls. What he had not expected was this: the patient, professional predation of men who hunted humans for profit. The slavers had picked up his trail on the second day, appearing on the horizon like vultures drawn to a dying animal. They had not attempted to close the distance. They had simply followed, matching his pace, conserving their strength while he spent his. They knew, as he knew, that the outcome was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. No, Conan thought, forcing his legs to keep moving, forcing his lungs to keep working. I have escaped worse. I have survived worse. I will not be taken. But even as he thought it, he felt his body betraying him. His right foot caught on a buried root, and he stumbled, catching himself on his wounded arm. Pain exploded through his shoulder, bright and hot, radiating from the gash that one of the Duke's men had opened before dying. The wound had festered in heat, the flesh around it swelling and going dark with poison. Another day, perhaps two, and it would kill him, but the slavers would have him long before that. The sun touched the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of blood and gold, and Conan stopped running. He had found a place to make his stand, a narrow defile between two outcroppings of weathered stone, where the terrain would negate the slavers' advantage in numbers. His back was to a cliff face, his front to a killing ground, perhaps 10 feet wide. A single man with a blade could hold such a position for a time, perhaps long enough to take some of them with him. It was not much, but it was something. He turned to face his pursuers, drawing the notched tulwar that was his only weapon. The blade was crusted with dried blood, some of it from the fight in the tavern, some of it from the running battles he had fought over the past 3 days, picking off the slavers' scouts when he could, buying himself hours with each small victory. But there would be no more small victories. There would only be this, a final stand in a nameless defile, with the sun dying in the west, and the darkness gathering in the east. The slavers approached in a loose crescent, spreading out to block any escape. Their leader walked his horse forward at a leisurely pace, a coiled lasso hanging from his saddle horn. His face was calm, almost gentle, the face of a man who had done this many times before. "There is no need for this, Northerner," he called out in accented Shemitish. "You have run well, better than most. I respect that. But the chase is over. Surrender now, and you will be treated fairly. Food, water, medicine for that arm. You are valuable merchandise, and I do not damage my merchandise if I can avoid it. Come and take me then." Conan rasped, his voice a dry croak. "Come and see what a dying wolf can do to the dogs that harry him." The slaver's expression did not change. "I have lost men to dying wolves before. I do not intend to lose any more." He gestured, and one of his riders moved forward, unlimbering a weighted net. "This is not personal, Northerner. This is business. You are cargo, nothing more. Valuable cargo, but cargo nonetheless." The net sang through the air. Conan slashed at it, but his movements were slow, so slow, the heat and the exhaustion, and the poison in his blood stealing the lightning from his limbs. The weighted edges wrapped around his sword arm, tangled in the basket held to his tulwar, and before he could tear free, a second net descended from his blind side, fouling his legs. He went down hard. They were on him in an instant, 4 of them, their weight bearing him into the dust. He thrashed and roared, his rage a living thing that burned through the fog of exhaustion. One of them reeled back with blood streaming from a shattered nose. Another yelped as Conan's teeth found his forearm. But there were too many hands, too many ropes, and his strength was guttering like a candle in a storm. Iron closed around his wrists. Iron closed around his ankles. A leather collar, stiff and unyielding, circled his throat and drew tight. The leader of the slavers dismounted and walked over to where Conan lay in the dust, his chest heaving, his eyes blazing with impotent fury. The Shemite looked down at him for a long moment, his expression thoughtful. "You led us a fine chase, Northerner," he said at last. 3 days across this hellscape, and you never once begged for water, never once showed fear. My eyes and tarantula will pay well for a spirit like yours." He smiled, showing teeth stained brown with God, though I suspect they will spend considerable effort breaking it. He turned to his men. "Give him water. Not too much. I do not want him strong enough to cause trouble. and bind that arm before the rock takes it. Damaged goods fetch lower prices. Rough hands hauled Conan upright. A water skin was pressed to his lips, and he drank despite himself, his body's desperately overwhelming his pride. The water was warm and tasted of leather, but in that moment it was sweeter than the finest wine he had ever stolen. When they threw him across a horse's back and lashed him in place like a sack of grain, he did not struggle. When they turned north, toward the passes that led into Aquillonia, he did not speak, but his eyes, half hidden beneath his tangled mane, never stopped watching, and his mind, despite the fog of exhaustion, never stopped calculating. Chapter 2. The Capture. They made camp that night in a shallow wadi, where a trickle of water still seeped from between the rocks, enough to water the horses and refill the waterskins, though barely enough for a man to wet his throat. The slavers built no fire. They needed none, for the day's heat lingered in the stones like a memory of pain, and the night would not grow truly cold for hours yet. Conan lay where they had thrown him, his chains staked to an iron spike driven deep into the sandy earth. They had given him more water and a strip of dried meat that he chewed mechanically, forcing himself to swallow despite the lack of saliva in his mouth. His arm throbbed where they had cleaned and bound the wound, a rough job, but competent enough to keep the rot at bay for now. They were protecting their investment. The stars emerged slowly, spreading across the sky like scattered diamonds on black velvet. Conan watched them without really seeing them, his mind elsewhere probing the boundaries of his captivity, searching for weakness, calculating odds. The chains were strong, the stake was deep, and the guards were alert. Escape tonight was impossible, but tomorrow was another day, and the day after that, and the day after that. He was still alive. As long as he was alive, there was a chance. A shadow fell across him, blocking the starlight, and he looked up to find one of the slayers standing over him, a young one, barely more than a boy, with the first wisp of a beard darkening his chin, and eyes that held more curiosity and cruelty. "You are Cimmerian, yes?" the boy asked in halting Aquillonia. "From the north, the Black Mountains?" Conan said nothing. "I have heard stories," the boy continued, seemingly unbothered by the silence. He settled onto his haunches, his arms wrapped around his knees, studying Conan with the frank interest of youth. "They say your people are born with swords in their hands. They say you worship a god who sits on a great mountain and gives you nothing but the strength to fight and the will to survive. They say too much," Conan growled, "and you talk too much. Go to sleep, boy, and let me do the same." The boy flushed, but he did not retreat. "My name is Farouk. I am not a boy. I have 15 summers. 15 summers." Conan's laugh was a harsh rasp, like stones grinding together. "When I had 15 summers, I had already killed my first man, a Vanir raider, yellow-bearded and howling, who came down from the snow wastes to steal cattle and women. I took his axe from his hands and split his skull with it while he was still trying to understand what had happened." He turned his head, fixing the young Shemite with his smoldering gaze. "How many men have you killed, Farouk, who has 15 summers?" The boy's flush deepened, and he looked away. "I am not a warrior. I am a merchant's son. We do not kill. No, you merely sell men into living death. A cleaner trade, I am sure." Farouk was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was smaller, less certain. "My father says it is just business. He says the slaves we take would die anyway in wars, in famines, in the gutters of cities. We give them a chance to live, to serve, to have food and shelter. Is that not mercy?" Conan closed his eyes. The stars wheeled overhead, indifferent to the affairs of men. The night wind whispered through the rocks, carrying the smell of dust and distance, and the faint sweetness of some desert flower blooming in the darkness. "Ask me again when you are the one in chains, boy," he said at last. "Then tell me about mercy." He did not speak again that night, but long after Farouk had retreated to his bedroll, long after the camp had settled into the rhythms of sleep, Conan lay awake beneath the uncaring stars, thinking about mercy and its absence in a world where the strong took what they wanted and the weak endure what they must. Dawn came like a wound opening in the eastern sky, red and raw, hemorrhaging the light across the scrubland. The slavers broke camp with practiced efficiency, watering the horses, checking the chains, preparing for another day's journey. Conan was allowed to walk this time, rather than being thrown across a horse's back. His legs were hobbled, the chains short enough to prevent him from running, but long enough to let him maintain a steady pace. It was more comfortable than riding and more economical for the slavers, who could preserve their horses' strength for the long haul ahead. They moved north through the morning, following ancient trade roads that wound through the scrubland like dried up rivers. The terrain changed slowly as they traveled the flat, baked earth giving way to rolling hills, the thorn bushes yielding to scrubby pines and wind-twisted oaks. The air grew cooler, and the sky took on a deeper blue, and Conan knew without being told that they were approaching the borders of Aquillonia. He had been to Aquillonia before, years ago, a brief, violent stay in Terentia, during which he had stolen a merchant's strongbox and bedded a nobleman's daughter. Departing, one step ahead of the city watch with the girl's silk scarf still warm against his skin. He remembered the city as a place of towering walls and golden spires, of wealth beyond imagining and cruelty beyond comprehension. A civilized place, the Aquilonians called it, the heart of the Hyborian world. Conan had a different word for it, prison. They were not the only travelers on the road. As the days passed and they drew closer to the border, the traffic increased. Merchants with their laden wagons, pilgrims in their dusty robes, soldiers in the pillars of a dozen different lords. Conan studied them all with hooded eyes, cataloging faces and weapons and patterns of movement, searching for any advantage he might exploit. There were other slaves, too. He saw them in the caravans. They passed coffles of chained men and women being driven toward the markets of the north, their eyes empty, their spirits broken. Some of them were dark-skinned Kushites from the south, their tribal scarifications half hidden beneath the grime of travel. Others were pale Nordhammers, their yellow hair shorn close to their skulls, their proud bearing reduced to a shuffling trudge. Still others came from lands Conan had never visited, all skinned folk from the eastern kingdoms, slender folk from the mysterious lands beyond Kit-ai, folk whose origins he could not begin to guess. All of them shared the same look, the look of people who had been stripped of everything that made them human and reduced to the status of livestock. Conan vowed silently that he would never wear that look. Whatever happened, however long this captivity lasted, he would remain himself. He would remain Conan of Cimmeria, son of a blacksmith, born in the midst of a battle between his people and the raiding Vanir. He would die before he became one of them, the shuffling, empty-eyed herd animals being driven to slaughter. On the 5th day, they crossed the border into Aquillonia. There was no fanfare to mark the crossing, no dramatic change in the landscape. One moment they were in Zingara, walking along a road lined with olive trees. The next they had passed a crumbling stone marker inscribed with words in a language Conan did not read, and they were in Aquillonia. The road surface improved almost immediately, fitted stones replacing packed earth, the work of engineers rather than the random tramplings of countless feet. Milestones appeared at regular intervals, marking the distance to Terentia in precise Aquilonian numerals. The slaver Jave rode up beside Conan, walking his horse at a leisurely pace. "You see the difference, Northerner?" he asked, gesturing at the road beneath their feet. "This is civilization. This is what your people have never understood, that there is more to strength than the sword. Roads, bridges, aqueducts, laws. These are what make a kingdom great. These roads were built by slaves," Conan said. "Of course, that is what slaves are for." Jade smiled his brow. "Toots, smile. You will learn, Northerner. In time, you will come to appreciate the blessings of civilization, or you will die. Those are the only options for your kind." He spurred his horse forward, leaving Conan to walk in the dust of his passage. They reached Terentia on the 7th day. Conan smelled the city before he saw it, the complex mixture of smoke and sewage, of cooking food and rotting garbage, of perfume and sweat, and the indefinable essence of too many people living too close together. It was the smell of every city he had ever visited, multiplied 100-fold, the smell of civilization. Then they topped to rise, and the city itself came into view, and despite himself, Conan felt his breath catch in his throat. Tarentia sprawled across the landscape like a sleeping giant, its walls of grey granite stretching for miles in every direction, its towers and spires reaching toward the sky like the fingers of a grasping hand. The city was built in rings. Conan saw concentric circles of walls and buildings, each ring higher and grander than the last, rising toward a central hill, where the palace of the kings of Aquillonia blazed white against the blue sky. The outer ring was a chaos of markets and slums, of warehouses and tenements, of streets so narrow that the buildings on either side nearly touched. The middle rings were more orderly merchant houses with their tiled roofs, guild halls with their carved facades, temples with their golden domes. The inner rings were pure grandeur, the estates of the nobility, the government buildings with their columned porticos, the gardens and fountains that proclaimed the wealth and power of the Aquilonian ruling class. And above it all, dominating everything, the palace itself, a sprawling complex of towers and walls and courtyards that seemed less like a building than like a small city in its own right. White marble gleamed in the afternoon sun. Blue banners flew from every turret, emblazoned with the golden lion of Aquillonia, and at the very center, rising above the rest like a finger pointing toward heaven, the great tower where the king held court and the fate of nations was decided. "Beautiful, is it not?" Jeeved asked, riding up beside him again. "The greatest city in the world. They call it the heart of civilization. Everything flows through Tarentia, gold and silk, spices and slaves, information and intrigue. There is nothing you cannot buy here nor there, nothing you cannot sell, including men, especially men." Jade's smile widened. "That is where we are going now, the slave markets of Tarentia, the largest in the Hyborian world. You should be honored, northerner. Only the finest merchandise is sold there, only the most valuable specimens." He laughed and rode ahead, leaving Conan to stare at the city that would soon swallow him whole. Chapter 3. The road north. The gates of Tarentia stood open, flanked by guards in the livery of Aquillonia, blue cloaks over steel mail, the golden lion rampant on their shields. They were professional soldiers, these guards, their eyes sharp and their weapons well maintained, but they barely glanced at the slavers' caravan as it passed through. The traffic in human flesh was too common, too unremarkable, to warrant more than a cursory inspection. Jave produced a sheaf of documents from his saddlebag, licenses and permits. Conan assumed the paperwork of legal enslavement and exchanged a few words with the gate captain. Money changed hands quickly and quietly. Then the gate captain waved them through, and they were inside the city. The noise hit Conan like a physical blow. After 7 days in the relative silence of the wilderness, the cacophony at Tarentia was almost overwhelming. Shouts of vendors hawking their wares, the rumble of cart wheels on cobblestones, the clang of hammers from nearby smithies, the barking of dogs, and the crying of children, and the endless, ceaseless buzz of human voices, thousands of them, blending together into a wall of sound that seemed to press against his skull. The smell was worse. The open sewers that ran down the center of every street, the offal from the butcher shops, the unwashed bodies of the crowd had all combined into a miasma that made Conan's eyes water and his stomach clench. He had thought he knew cities. He had lived in Shadizar and Akrapur, in Messenja and Korshemish, but nothing had prepared him for Tarentia. This was civilization in all its glory. This was what the Aquilonians had built with their roads and their laws and their endless supply of human chattel. They moved through the outer ring of the city, following streets that grew progressively wider and clearer as they progressed. Tenements gave way to warehouses, the warehouses to merchant houses, the merchant houses to the great guild halls that dominated the commercial districts. The people changed. too, from their ragged core of the slums to the prosperous tradesmen of the middle city, their clothes finer, their faces fuller, their eyes meeting the slavers' caravan with indifference rather than desperation. Conan watched it all, memorizing the layout of the streets, the placement of the guard posts, the flow of traffic through the various gates and checkpoints. If he was going to escape the city, he needed to know every alley, every sewer, every possible route to freedom. The knowledge might take weeks or months to acquire, but he would acquire it. He had nothing but time. They passed through another gate, this one manned by private guards in the colors of some merchant guild, and entered a district that Conan recognized immediately for what it was. The architecture was different here, lower, more utilitarian, built for function rather than display. The streets were wider, the traffic more purposeful, and everywhere he looked he saw chains, the slave markets of Taranja. The holding pens were underground, carved from the living rock beneath the marketplace. The air was thick and stale, heavy with the smell of unwashed bodies and human despair. Torches guttered in iron sconces along the walls, their flickering light casting grotesque shadows across the faces of the captives. There were hundreds of them, men and women, young and old, drawn from every nation of the Hyborian world and beyond. Conan saw Nordheimers with their yellow braids shorn, Kushites with their tribal scars half hidden by brands, Singbarens who stared at the walls with the empty eyes of the already dead. He saw children huddled in corners, their faces blank with a terror too profound for tears. He saw the old and the sick, separated out from the healthy stock, waiting to be sold and bolt to the mines or the galleys, where their remaining days would be measured in weeks rather than years. And he saw himself reflected in their eyes, another piece of merchandise, another body to be bought and sold. The slavers processed their captives with a Sembler-line efficiency. Conan was stripped of his rags and examined by a physician, a grey-bearded man with dead eyes who poked and prodded at his muscles, checked his teeth, inspected the healing wound on his arm, and grunted his approval. He was washed, roughly, in a trough of cold water, and his black mane was hacked short with iron shears. They gave him a loincloth of undyed wool and a pair of sandals that had seen better days, and they affixed a numbered tag to his collar, the mark of merchandise awaiting sale. Then they threw him into a cell with a dozen other men, and left him there to wait. The other captives gave him space. Even chained, even shorn, even reduced to the status of livestock, something in Conan's bearing warned them that this was not a man to crowd. They pressed themselves against the far wall of the cell and watched him with wary eyes, like wolves sizing up a strange predator that had wandered into their territory. Conan ignored them. He sat with his back against the cold stone, his eyes half closed, his mind working through the angles of his situation. The chains were too strong to break. The cell was too deep underground to tunnel out of. The guards were too numerous and too professional to overpower, even if he could somehow slip his bonds. Every path to freedom that he could imagine ended in failure or death. And yet there had to be a way. There was always a way. He had escaped from prisons before, from the dungeons of Yerlet, from the galleys of Turan, from the sacrificial pits of Zuffel, where the priests of the dark god had prepared to offer him to their slumbering deity. Each time he had found an opportunity and seized it with both hands. Each time he had walked away free, while his captors wondered how it had happened. He would do it again. He had to. Night fell above, though there was no way to know it in the eternal twilight of the holding pens. The torches burned low and were replaced by guards who moved through the corridors with the bored efficiency of men performing a task they had performed 1,000 times before. Food came a bowl of thin gruel and a cup of water, and Conan ate mechanically, fueling his body for whatever lay ahead. The other prisoners slept fitfully, their chains clinking as they shifted and moaned in the grip of their nightmares. But Conan did not sleep. He sat in the darkness, his eyes gleaming faintly in the torchlight, and he waited. Hours passed. The guards changed shifts. The prisoners stirred and settled and stirred again, and still Conan waited, patient as a hunting cat, watching for his moment. It never came. Morning brought the auctions. The prisoners were herded up from the cells in groups of 20, driven through tortured tunnels that sloped steadily upward. They emerged, blinking, into the harsh sunlight of the marketplace, an open square surrounded by wooden platforms, with the buyers gathered in knots around each one. Conan was in the third group. He stood on the platform with the other men from his cell, his wrists chained to a wooden post, his face expressionless as the auctioneer rattled off his specifications. Lot 47. The man called out, his voice carrying easily across the square. Male Cimmerian, approximately 30 summers. Height, 6 feet and a half. Weight, 14 stone. Sound in wind and limb. Scarring on left arm healing well. Teeth good. Eyes good. No signs of disease. Temperament. He paused, consulting his notes aggressive. Previous occupation unknown. Suspected mercenary or reaver. Recommended for heavy labor, mining, or gladiatorial training. Opening bid 200 silver marks. The bidding began. Conan watched through hooded eyes as men in fine clothes examined him, like a horse at a fair, commenting on his build, speculating about his potential uses, haggling over his price. A fat merchant in silk robes prodded his ribs with a silver-headed cane, and announced that he would make an excellent draft animal. A thin-faced noble with cold eyes suggested that he might provide entertainment in the fighting pits. The bidding climbed. 250, 300, 350, 400, and then a new voice cut through the noise of the crowd. 500 marks. The marketplace went quiet. Heads turned. The auctioneer blinked. His practice patter momentarily derailed. 500 marks. A fortune, more than most skilled craftsmen would earn in a year. The crowd parted, and the speaker stepped forward. He was tall, this newcomer, though not as tall as Conan. His skin was dark, not the brown of the Shemites, or the black of the Cushites, but a deep, rich umber that spoke of origins far to the east, in lands that most Hyborians knew only as legends. His head was shaved smooth, and his features were sharp and aristocratic, high cheekbones, an aquiline nose, a firm jaw that suggested both intelligence and determination. But it was his eyes that caught Conan's attention. They were black, those eyes black as pits, black as the spaces between the stars, and they burned with an intensity that seemed almost inhuman. This was not a man who had come to the slave market on a whim. This was a man who had come looking for something specific, and he had found it. 500 marks. The stranger repeated, his voice calm and measured. Do I hear any other bids? Silence. The fat merchant had gone pale. The thin-faced noble had suddenly discovered something fascinating in the pattern of the cobblestones beneath his feet. No one wanted to bid against this man. No one wanted to attract his attention. Sold, the auctioneer said, his voice carefully neutral, to Lord Akatsuku for 500 silver marks. The name meant nothing to Conan, but he filed it away in his memory alongside every other scrap of information he had gathered the layout of the streets, the pattern of the guard patrols, the faces of the men who had examined him like cattle. Lord Akatsuku, the man who had paid a fortune for a Cimmerian slave, the man whose black eyes had looked at Conan and seen something that no one else had noticed. The guards unchained Conan from the post and led him down from the platform. As he passed the dark-skinned lord, their eyes met blue and black. Fire and void, and something passed between them. Recognition, perhaps, or challenge, or the first move in a game whose rules Conan did not yet understand. Come, Akatsuku said, turning toward a covered litter that waited at the edge of the square. We have much to discuss. Chapter 4. The litter. The litter was a small room on poles, carried by 8 bearers whose muscles gleamed with oil and sweat. Its curtains were of heavy silk, deep blue embroidered with silver thread, and they fell close behind Conan as he climbed inside, sealing him in a dim, perfumed world that could not have been more different from the slave pens he had just left. Akatsuku was already seated on cushions of the same deep blue, a small table at his elbow, bearing a crystal decanter and 2 cups. He gestured for Conan to sit across from him, and after a moment's hesitation, Conan did so. his chains clinking as he settled onto the silk. The litter lurched into motion, and they were moving through the streets of Taranja. Conan could hear the sounds of the city filtering through the curtains, muffled but ever present, the shouts of vendors, the rumble of wheels, the endless hum of human activity. But inside the litter there was only silence and the faint scent of sandalwood, and the black eyes of Lord Akachukwu studying him with an intensity that would have made lesser men squirm. Conan did not squirm. He returned the gaze without flinching, his own eyes hard and flat, giving nothing away. For a long moment neither man spoke. The litter swayed gently with the rhythm of the bear's stride. The sounds of the city rose and fell like the tide of some vast, incomprehensible sea. Then Akachukwu smiled a thin, cold expression that did not reach his eyes. "You do not fear me," he said. His Aquilonian was flawless, with only the faintest trace of an accent that Conan could not quite place. "The merchants in that square, the nobles, even the guards, they all fear me. They smile and low and scrape, and I can see their eyes calculating how quickly they can escape my presence. But you do not fear me. Why is that?" "Fear's for men who have something to lose," Conan replied. His voice was still rough from the days of thirst and exhaustion, but it was steady. "I have nothing. You bought me for 500 marks. That makes me your property, your merchandise, your thing. A thing has no reason to fear. And yet you are not a thing. That is precisely why I bought you." Akachukwu poured wine from the crystal decanter, a deep red vintage that caught the light like liquid rubies, and offered one of the cups to Conan. "Drink. It is not poisoned. If I wanted you dead, there are easier ways." Conan took the cup but did not drink. He held it, feeling the weight of the crystal, the coolness of the wine within, a test perhaps, or simply a gesture of hospitality. With this man it was impossible to tell. "I have seen many slaves in my time," Akachukwu continued, sipping from his own cup, "thousands of them, passing through the markets of a dozen cities. Most of them are broken before they ever reach the auction block. The journey alone destroys them, the chains, the degradation, the systematic erasure of everything that made them human. By the time they are sold, they are empty vessels, waiting to be filled with whatever purpose their masters choose." He leaned forward, his black eyes glittering in the dim light. "But you are not broken. I saw it the moment you stepped onto that platform. The way you stood, the way you moved, the way your eyes never stopped watching, calculating, planning. You are a slave in body only. Your mind is still free. Your will is still your own. What of it? That is why I pay 500 marks for you, Cimmerian. Not for your muscles, though they are impressive. Not for your skill with a blade, though I suspect it is considerable. I paid for your mind. I paid for your will. I paid for the thing inside you that refuses to be broken." Conan raised the cup to his lips and drank. The wine was extraordinarily rich and complex, with notes of blackberry and oak and something darker beneath, something that spoke of ancient vineyards and careful craft. It was the finest wine he had ever tasted, and he had tasted wine stolen from the cellars of kings. "You speak in riddles," he said, setting the cup aside. "You say you bought my mind, my will, but you have not told me what you want to do with them." "No, I have not." Akachukwu's smile widened fractionally. "That will come in time, when I know I can trust you. For now, all you need to know is this. I did not buy you to break you. I did not buy you to work you to death in a mine or a galley. I bought you because I need something that only a man like you can provide." "What kind of man am I?" "A dangerous one, a cunning one, a man who has walked through the fire and emerged unburned." Akachukwu's voice dropped, becoming almost hypnotic. "I have spent many years building my position in this city, Cimmerian. I have accumulated wealth, cultivated allies, positioned myself at the heart of Aquilonian society. Here are things I cannot do myself, things that require a different kind of tool. A weapon, yes, a weapon that can think, a weapon that can adapt, a weapon that can face the unexpected and triumph." He raised his cup in a mock toast. "That is what you are, Cimmerian. That is what I have bought. The question is whether you will allow yourself to be wielded." Conan was silent for a long moment, turning the words over in his mind. This man was not what he had expected. The lords and merchants who bought slaves in the markets of the Hyborian world were, as a rule, soft men, cruel, perhaps, but soft, grown fat on the labor of others, incapable of doing their own dirty work. Akachuku was something else. There was steel beneath that silk, and ice beneath that smile, and something dark and patient lurking in the depths of those black eyes. A dangerous man, perhaps the most dangerous Conan had ever met, and yet, paradoxically, that made him easier to deal with. Conan understood dangerous men. He had been one all his life. "I will hear more," he said at last, "but I make no promises. I am no man's tool until I choose to be. I would expect nothing less." Akachuku settled back against his cushions, his expression satisfied. "We will speak again soon, Cimmerian. For now, rest, eat, recover your strength. You will need it for what lies ahead." The litter swayed on through the streets of Terentia, carrying them toward whatever fate awaited. They emerged from the commercial districts into a quieter part of the city, a district of broad avenues and walled estates, where the houses of the nobility rose behind screens of ancient oak trees and manicured gardens. The noise of the markets faded, replaced by the softer sounds of bird song and splashing fountains and the distant clip clop of horses' hooves on cobblestones. Akachuku's estate was not the largest on the avenue, but it was substantial, a walled compound of white stone, 3 stories tall, with a tower at each corner and a brass-bound gate that swung open at their approach. Servants in blue livery lined the path from the gate to the main house, bowing low as the litter passed. Guards stood at every entrance, not the slovenly hired swords that most merchants employed, but hard-dyed professionals whose hands never strayed far from their weapons. This was not the household of a mere merchant or a minor noble. This was the household of a man of power. The litter stopped in a central courtyard, and Conan climbed out, blinking in the afternoon sunlight. The courtyard was paved with fitted stones arranged in geometric patterns, and at its center stood a fountain, a bronze sculpture of a rearing horse, water cascading from its mouth into a basin of polished marble. Gardens flanked the courtyard on 3 sides, and the main house rose on the 4th, its white facade broken by windows of leaded glass and balconies of wrought iron. "Welcome to my home," Akachuku said, stepping down from the litter behind him. "You will live here in the servants' quarters until I have need of you. You will eat at my table, wear my colors, move through my household as if you belonged here. The chains," he nodded at the shackles around Conan's wrists, "will remain for now, not because I fear you will run, but because a slave without chains attracts attention. Once you have proven yourself, they will come off." "Proven myself how?" "By demonstrating that your will and your mind are as formidable as I believe them to be." Akachuku gestured toward the house. "Come, I will show you to your quarters." The room they gave him was in the east wing of the house, on the 2nd floor, a small but comfortable space with a bed, a washstand, and a window overlooking the courtyard garden. The window was barred, Conan noted, but the bars were decorative rather than functional, wrought iron twisted into patterns of leaves and vines that would yield easily to a determined effort. They were not trying to keep him in. They were testing him, seeing what he would do when given the illusion of opportunity. Conan did nothing. He washed the dust of the slave market from his skin, using the basin of water that a silent servant had left for him. He ate the meal that appeared on a tray outside his door, roasted lamb and fresh bread and vegetables, and a sauce of garlic and oil, better food than he had eaten in months. And then he lay down on the bed and stared at the ceiling, his mind turning over everything he had seen and heard. Akachuku wanted something. That much was obvious. The man had not paid 500 marks for a simple labor, or a gladiator, or a bodyguard. He had paid for a specific type of person, a person with a free mind and an unbroken will, a person capable of thinking and adapting and acting independently. A weapon that can think, he had said. A weapon that can face the unexpected and triumph. What kind of enemy required such a weapon? What kind of plan demanded a tool that was more than just a tool? Conan did not know, but he intended to find out. He closed his eyes and let himself drift toward sleep, his body demanding rest even as his mind continued to work. Tomorrow would bring more questions, more observations, more pieces of the puzzle, and eventually, when he had gathered enough pieces, the picture would become clear. Then he would decide what to do about it. Chapter 5. The House of Akatsuku. The days that followed were unlike anything Conan had experienced in his violent, wandering life. He had been many things. A thief, a mercenary, a pirate, a chieftain. He had lived by his wits and his sword, moving from one adventure to the next with no master but his own will. Even in his youth, when he had served briefly as a soldier in the armies of Turan, he had never truly submitted to authority. He had worn the uniform and followed the orders, but a part of him had always remained apart, watching, waiting for the moment when he would strike out on his own again. Now, for the first time, he was truly a slave. His chains might be light, his quarters comfortable, his treatment almost respectful, but the collar around his neck was a constant reminder of his status. He belonged to another man, body and soul, until that man chose to release him, or until he found a way to release himself. But Conan was patient. He had learned patience in the hard school of survival, where the rash and the impulsive died young and only the cunning endured. He would wait and watch and learn, and when the moment came, as it always did, he would be ready. The household of Akatsuku was a world unto itself, a small kingdom within the larger kingdom of Aquillonia. Conan spent his first days simply observing, memorizing the layout of the estate, the routines of the servants, the patterns of the guards. The main house was larger than it appeared from the outside, a maze of corridors and chambers, of public halls and private rooms, of spaces meant for display and spaces meant for secrets. The ground floor held the formal areas, a great hall for receiving guests, a dining room that could seat 50, a library whose shelves groaned under the weight of scrolls and books in a dozen languages. The upper floors were more private bedchambers and studies, servants' quarters and storerooms, and at the very top of the eastern tower, Akatsuku's personal sanctum, where no one entered without an explicit invitation. The servants were a mixed lot, Aquilonians and Shemites, Zingorans and Kothians, even a few dark-skinned folk from the southern kingdoms whose origins Conan could not guess. They moved through the house with quiet efficiency, performing their duties with the automatic precision of long practice. Most of them wore the same look that Conan had seen in the slave pens, the blank, empty expression of people who had surrendered their identities in exchange for survival. But not all of them. A few a cook's assistant with clever eyes, a gardener who hummed old songs under his breath, a chambermaid who looked at Conan with frank curiosity, rather than fear, still retained some spark of their former selves. These were the ones Conan watched most closely. These were the ones who might prove useful when the time came. The guards were a different matter. They were professionals, these men veterans of wars and feuds, hard-dyed killers who had learned their trade in the blood and chaos of real combat. Conan recognized their type immediately. He had fought beside such men, and against them, in half a dozen different conflicts across the Hyborian world. They watched him too. He could feel their eyes on him whenever he moved through the house, assessing him, measuring him, calculating whether he was a threat. They did not speak to him, and he did not speak to them. There was a mutual recognition between them, the recognition of predators who had strayed into each other's territory. In time, perhaps, he would have to deal with them. For now, he simply noted their positions, their patterns, their weapons. Information was ammunition, and Conan was stockpiling as much as he could carry. On the third day, the chains came off his wrists. He was in the courtyard, stretching muscles that had grown stiff from days of relative inactivity, when Akatsuku appeared. The lord was dressed simply today, plain robes of dark cotton, no jewelry save for a single gold ring on his right hand, and he moved with the easy grace of a man who was comfortable in his own domain. "You have been watching," Akatsuku said. It was not a question. "I have. And what have you seen?" Conan considered his answer carefully. The truth could be dangerous, but lies were more so. This man would see through them in an instant. "I have seen a household that runs like a military camp," he said at last. "Guards who are soldiers, not decorations. servants who fear something more than they fear you, and a master who is preparing for something large, something dangerous, something that requires more than wealth and guards and a fine house and the noble's quarter. Akachuku's expression did not change, but something flickered in his black eyes, surprise, perhaps, or satisfaction. You see clearly, Cimmerian, more clearly than most. He reached into his robe and produced a small key, which he used to unlock the shackles around Conan's wrists. The iron fell away, and Conan felt a weight lift from him that was more than merely physical. The chains are gone, Akachuku said, pocketing the key. But the collar remains for now. You are still my property in the eyes of the law, and that must continue until certain arrangements have been made. But within this house, you will have freedom of movement. You may go where you wish, speak to whom you wish, learn what you wish. I ask only that you do not attempt to leave the estate without my permission. And if I do, then I will be disappointed, and you will be dead. Akachuku smiled his thin, cold smile. My guards have orders to kill any slave who attempts to flee. It is nothing personal, simply a matter of protecting my investments. But I do not think you will run, Cimmerian. I think you are too curious to run. I think you want to know what I am planning, and why I have brought you here, and what role I intend for you to play. He was right, damn him. Conan's curiosity had always been one of his weaknesses, the drive to know, to understand, to see what lay around the next corner or over the next hill. It had led him into more trouble than all his other vices combined, but it had also led him to treasures and adventures that other men could only dream of, and it would lead him through this, too, one way or another. I will stay, he said, for now. I thought you might. Akachuku turned and walked toward the house, pausing at the door to look back over his shoulder. Come to my study this evening, after the household has dined. There is much I wish to show you. And then he was gone, leaving Conan alone in the courtyard with the bronze horse and the splashing fountain, and the endless questions that circled through his mind like vultures over a battlefield. Chapter 6. The Observation. That evening, as the sun sank below the rooftops of Tarantia and the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, Conan made his way to Akachuku's study. The room was on the third floor of the main house, at the end of a corridor, lined with tapestries depicting scenes that Conan did not recognize, battles fought in distant lands, rituals performed before gods whose names he did not know. The door was of heavy oak, banded with iron, and it swung open at his knock to reveal a space that was part library, part museum, and part wardrobe. Books and scrolls filled every available surface, shelves that rose from floor to ceiling, tables that groaned under the weight, stacked manuscripts. Even the floor itself, where documents lay in carefully organized piles. Maps covered the walls between the bookshelves, maps of Aquillonia and its neighbors, maps of trade routes and military campaigns, maps of the palace of Tarantia itself, rendered in such detail that Conan could make out individual rooms and corridors. Akachuku stood at a great desk beneath the window, a lamp burning at his elbow, a scroll unrolled before him. He looked up as Conan entered and gestured toward a chair opposite the desk. Sit. We have much to discuss. Conan sat. The chair was comfortable, leather stretched over a frame of carved wood, but he did not allow himself to relax into it. He remained alert, watchful, ready to move if necessary. You asked what I was planning, Akachuku said, rolling up the scroll and setting it aside. What I am preparing for. What role I intend for you to play. He steepled his fingers beneath his chin, his black eyes gleaming in the lamplight. I am going to tell you, not because I trust you. I do not trust anyone, but because I need you to understand what is at stake. And because, once you understand, I believe you will choose to help me. I am listening. Akachuku rose from his desk and moved to one of the maps on the wall, a detailed rendering of the palace of Tarantia, its corridors and chambers marked in precise ink lines. He traced a finger along the outer wall, then inward, toward the heart of the complex. Do you know how long the dynasty of Numidides has held the throne of Aquillonia? No. 17 years. Numidides came to power when I was a young man, newly arrived in this city, still building the foundations of my current position. I watched him take the throne. I watched him consolidate his power, and I watched him transform from a merely ambitious man into something far worse. He turned from the map, his face grim. Numidides is a tyrant, Cimmerian, not the petty kind, the kind who taxes too heavily and beats his servants, but the true kind, the kind who understands that fear is the only reliable foundation for power. He has built a system of control that extends into every corner of this kingdom: spies and informants, secret police, and public executioners. A web of terror so comprehensive that most of his subjects do not even realize they are caught in it. I have seen such men before, Conan said. They rise, they rule, and eventually they fall. It is the way of things. Yes, eventually they fall, but how many people suffer while they rule? How many lives are ground to dust beneath their heels? How many generations pass before someone finds the courage and the capability to bring them down? Agachuka's voice was soft, but there was iron beneath it. I do not intend to wait for eventually, Cimmerian. I intend to bring Numidides down myself, and I intend to do it soon. Conan raised an eyebrow. You plan to overthrow the King of Aquillonia? I plan to kill him. I plan to take his throne, and I plan to rule in his place not as a tyrant, but as something better, something this kingdom has not seen in generations. Akachuku returned to his desk and sat down, his movements precise and controlled. That is the plan. That is what I have been building toward for 20 years, and that is why I need you. Why me? You have guards, allies, resources. What can one barbarian slave offer that you do not already possess? Fresh eyes, an outsider's perspective, and most importantly, a sword arm that owes no loyalty to any faction in this city. Akachuku leaned forward, his intensity almost palpable. The nobility of Aquillonia is a nest of vipers, Cimmerian. Every lord, every house, every faction has its own agenda, its own ambitions, its own web of alliances and enmities. If I move against Numidides with Aquilonian allies, half of them will betray me to gain favor with the crown, and the other half will try to seize the throne for themselves once the king is dead. But a barbarian slave owes nothing to anyone. Exactly. You have no ties to the noble houses, no stake in their endless games of status and precedence. You cannot be bought by promises of titles or lands, because you do not value such things. You cannot be swayed by appeals to loyalty or honor, because your loyalty is only to yourself. Akachuka smiled his thin smile. In short, you are exactly the kind of weapon I need: unpredictable, uncontrollable, and utterly without allegiance to anything but your own survival. You paint a flattering portrait. I paint an honest one. I have not survived this long by deceiving myself about the nature of the tools I use. He reached into a drawer of his desk and withdrew a rolled parchment, which he spread out between them. It was a diagram of some kind, circles and lines, names and dates, a complex web of relationships that Conan could not immediately decipher. This is the conspiracy, Akachuka said. Every name, every connection, every piece of the puzzle that I have spent 20 years assembling. Lords and merchants, priests and soldiers, idealists and opportunists, all of them bound together by their hatred of Numidides and their hope for something better. He tapped a finger on a name near the center of the diagram. And this is me, the spider at the heart of the web, the one who pulls the strings and sets the wheels in motion. His eyes met Conan's. I am offering you a place in this web, Cimmerian, not as a tool, not as a slave, but as a partner. Help me bring down Numidides, and I will give you your freedom. Help me take the throne, and I will give you wealth beyond imagining. Refuse, and you will remain what you are: a slave, a piece of property, a thing to be used and discarded as I see fit. He sat back, waiting. Conan studied the diagram, his mind racing. This was far larger than he had expected: a conspiracy that reached into every level of Aquilonian society, a plan that must have taken decades to construct. Akachuku was not some petty schemer dreaming of power he could never attain. He was a genuine threat to the throne, a man with the resources and the will to topple a dynasty. and he was offering Conan a chance to be part of it. It was tempting. The freedom, the wealth, the sheer scope of the adventure, all of it called to something deep in Conan's barbarian soul. He had never been content with small ambitions, with the petty goals that satisfied lesser men. He had always reached for the impossible, the legendary, the things that others said could not be done. Overthrowing a king, now that was a goal worthy of a Cimmerian. But there were dangers too. Akachuka was not telling him everything, that much was obvious. The man had his own reasons for wanting Numidites dead, his own agenda that went beyond mere political ambition. And a man who kept secrets was a man who could not be fully trusted. Still, Conan had worked with untrustworthy men before. He had survived their betrayals and turned their schemes to his own advantage. He could do it again. "I will need to know more," he said at last. "The details of the plan, the identities of your allies, the timeline for the assault. I will not commit blindly to a cause I do not understand. Of course, I would expect nothing less." Akachuka rolled up the diagram and returned it to its drawer. "We will speak again tomorrow, and the day after that. And the day after that, I will teach you everything you need to know about the conspiracy, about the politics of this kingdom, about the man we are going to destroy. And when you are ready, when you understand what is at stake, and what must be done, I will ask you again. Until then, consider yourself a student. Learn well, Cimmerian. Your life may depend on it." He rose and moved toward the door, pausing with his hand on the latch. "One more thing. You asked why I chose you, why I paid 500 marks for a single slave when I could have bought a dozen for the same price." He turned, and in the lamplight his face was shadowed, unreadable. "I chose you because I see something in you that reminds me of myself. A hunger, a will, a refusal to accept the world as it is. We could be so much more." His voice dropped, becoming almost a whisper. "We are like you and I, both of us strangers in this land of soft, civilized men, both of us survivors of catastrophes that would have destroyed lesser souls, both of us driven by forces that we do not fully understand toward goals that we cannot quite name." He smiled, and for a moment there was something almost human in his expression. "I think we will do great things together, Cimmerian. Terrible things, perhaps, but great." And then he was gone, leaving Conan alone with the maps and the scrolls and the flickering lamplight, contemplating the shape of the future that was slowly taking form around him. The days that followed settled into a rhythm. Each morning, Conan trained with the household guards, learning their techniques, teaching them his own, testing himself against the best fighters that Akachuku had assembled. He was stronger than any of them, faster than most, and more experienced than all. But they had skills he lacked, tricks and tactics drawn from fighting traditions across the Hyborian world, and he absorbed them eagerly, adding them to his already formidable arsenal. Each afternoon he explored the estate, mapping its corridors and chambers, learning its secrets and shortcuts, identifying the weaknesses of its defenses. The guards watched him, as they always did, but they had grown accustomed to his presence by now. He was no longer a curiosity, a potential threat to be monitored. He was simply part of the household, another piece of Akachuku's collection. And each evening he went to Akachuku's study, where the lord of a house continued his education. The education was thorough, relentless, and utterly unlike anything Conan had experienced before. Akachuku taught him the history of Aquillonia, not the heroic legend sung by bards, but the real history, the chronicle of blood and betrayal that had brought the kingdom to its current state. He learned how the Hyborian tribes had swept down from the north thousands of years ago to conquer the decadent remnants of the Acronian Empire. He learned how those tribes had fought among themselves for generations, until one warlord rose above the rest and forged them into a single kingdom. He learned how that kingdom had grown and changed and fractured and reformed, dynasty following dynasty, each one rising to power through violence and falling through the same. Every king of Aquillonia has taken his throne by force, Akachuku told him one evening. Every single one, some through conquest, some through assassination, some through civil war, but none through legitimate succession, none through peaceful transfer. The throne of Aquillonia is not inherited. It is seized. And you intend to seize it. I intend to seize it, as Numidides seized it before me, and his predecessor before him, and every king back to the founding of this kingdom. Akachuku's eyes were distant, focused on something Conan could not see. That is the way of power in this world, Cimmerian. The strong take, and the weak endure. Your people understand this. Mine do as well. It is only the Aquilonians, with their laws and their traditions and their pretense of civilization, who have forgotten it. He learned the structure of Aquilonian society, the intricate hierarchy of noble houses and merchant guilds, of religious orders and military commands, that formed the skeleton on which the kingdom was built. At the top sat the king, theoretically absolute, but in practice dependent on the support of powerful factions that could make or break his rule. Below the king came the great lords, the dukes and counts, who controlled the provinces, commanding armies, collecting taxes, dispensing justice in the name of the crown. Below them came the lesser nobility, the barons, and knights who held smaller fiefs, bound to their lords by oaths of fealty and ties of blood. And below them, supporting the entire structure with their labor and their lives, came the common people, the farmers and craftsmen, the merchants and soldiers, the slaves and servants who had no voice in the councils of power, but whose sweat built the roads, and whose blood watered the fields. Them nobles squabble among themselves constantly, Akachuku explained. They fight over land and titles, over precedence and honor, over slights real and imagined. But they are united in one thing, their fear of the throne. Numidides has played them against each other for 17 years, rewarding those who serve him and destroying those who do not. They hate him, most of them, but they fear him more than they hate him, and so they obey, until someone gives them a reason not to. Exactly, until someone shows them that the king can be challenged, can be defeated, can be killed. Once that happens, the wolves will turn on the wounded lion. All I need to do is draw first blood. He has learned the geography of power, the provinces and cities, the roads and rivers, the fortresses and passes that determine who control what in the endless game of Aquilonian politics. The kingdom was vast, stretching from the western ocean to the borders of Nemedia, from the ice-capped peaks of the Cimmerian north to the sun-baked plains of the Zingaran south. But the true seat of power was Taranja, the capital, where the king held court and the great lords gathered to pay their respects and plot their intrigue. Control Taranja, Akachuku told him, and you control Aquillonia. The provinces might resist, the lords might rebel, but without the capital, they had no legitimacy, no focus for their opposition. Take the throne, hold the city, and the rest of the kingdom will fall into line. We're trying. That is the plan, Akachuku said, tracing the walls of Taranja on one of his maps. We will strike at the heart, not the provinces, not the armies, not the lords and their distant castles. The heart, the palace, the king himself. Cut off the head, and the body will die. And through it all, beneath the facts and the figures, the names and the dates, Conan began to sense something else, something that Akachuku was not saying, not directly, but which colored everything he taught. A personal hatred, a burning, consuming rage that went beyond politics or ambition. Akachuku did not merely want to overthrow Numidides. He wanted to destroy him. He wanted to watch him suffer, watch him beg, watch him die in agony and despair. This was not the cold calculation of a political schemer. This was vengeance. And Conan, who had taken his own share of vengeance over the years, recognized it for what it was. There was a story here, a wound that had never healed, a wrong that demanded to be righted. He did not ask about it. Not yet. Akachuku would tell him when he was ready, or he would not tell him at all. Either way, Conan would learn the truth eventually. He always did. Chapter 7. The training yard. The training yard lay behind the main house, a rectangular space of packed earth surrounded by high walls that blocked it from view of the neighboring estates. Wooden racks lined the walls, holding practice weapons of every description. blunted swords and padded staves, weighted clubs and leather-wrapped chains, even a few exotic implements, whose purpose Conan could only guess at. At one end stood a row of straw dummies, their bodies pockmarked with the evidence of countless strikes. At the other, a small covered pavilion provided shade for observers and a place to rest between bouts. Conan had discovered the yard on his second day in the household, and he had returned to it every morning since, drawn by the familiar rhythms of combat training as surely as a salmon is drawn upstream to spawn. Fighting was the one constant in his life, the one skill he had honed since childhood, and even in captivity, perhaps especially in captivity, he needed to keep that edge sharp. This morning, however, he was not alone. 3 men waited for him when he arrived, standing in a loose semicircle near the weapon racks. They were stripped to the waist despite the morning chill, their bodies bearing the scars and calluses of professional fighters. Conan recognized their type immediately. Sellswords, pit fighters, men who had made their living through violence and had grown comfortable with its weight. The largest of them stepped forward as Conan entered the yard. He was a Shemite, broad and thick through the chest, with arms like tree trunks and a face that had been broken and reset so many times it looked like a clay mass that had been dropped and hastily reassembled. "You are the Cimmerian," he said. His voice was a low rumble like distant thunder. "The one the master bought for 500 marks. "I am Hakam." The Shemite gestured toward his companions. "This is Drago, a lean, scarred man with the awless skin of a Zingbaran, and this is Taurus, a pale Nordhammer, yellow-bearded and blue-eyed, whose expression suggested he would rather be anywhere else. We are Lord Akachuka's personal guard, and we have been told to evaluate you. Evaluate me, to see what you can do, to see if you are worth the price the master paid." Hakam cracked his knuckles, a sound like snapping twigs. "So, show us." They came at him one at a time at first. Drago was quick, a blade dancer who favored speed over power, his movements fluid and unpredictable. He wielded a pair of wooden practice swords with lethal precision, weaving patterns in the air that would have opened a dozen wounds on a slower opponent. But Conan was not slow. He read the Zingbaran's rhythm within the first exchange, anticipated his feints, and when Drago overextended on a lunge, Conan stepped inside his guard and laid him flat with an elbow to the temple. Taurus was the opposite, a berserker of all rage and power, swinging a weighted practice axe with enough force to crack bone even through the padding. He relied on intimidation, on overwhelming his opponents before they could mount a defense. Against most men it would have worked. Against Conan it was merely loud. The Cimmerian sidestepped the first wild swing, ducked under the second, and drove a knee into the Nordhammer's midsection that folded him like a closing book. Hakam was more careful. He had watched the other two fall, had seen how Conan moved and reacted, and he adjusted his approach accordingly. He fought defensively, probing with jabs and feints, testing Conan's defenses without committing to any single attack. It was a sound strategy, the strategy of a veteran who knew that patience often won where aggression failed. But Conan had patience too. He matched Hakam's measured pace, giving ground when pressed, counter-attacking when openings appeared, letting the Shemite think he was being cautious rather than calculating. And when Hakam finally committed, finally threw his full weight behind a crushing overhand blow, Conan was not there. He had slipped to the side, his practiced sword coming up in a vicious arc that would have opened Hakam's throat if the blade had been steel. Instead, it merely thudded against the side of the Shemite's neck, hard enough to leave a bruise, hard enough to make the point. Hakam staggered back, rubbing his neck, his eyes wide with something that might have been surprise or might have been respect. "Enough," he said, raising a hand. "Enough. You are everything the master said you were. And what did he say I was?" Hakam smiled, showing broken teeth, a demon in human skin. "I did not believe him. I do now." They trained together after that, the 4 of them, and what had begun as evaluation became education. The gods were good better than good, in truth. Hakam was a former pit champion from the arenas of Shushan, where he had killed 17 men in single combat before buying his freedom with the gold they threw at his feet. Drago had been an assassin in the employ of a Zingarduke, specializing in a kind of silent, surgical killing that left no witnesses and no evidence. Taurus, despite his berserker facade, was a trained warrior of the Aesir, one of the elite raiders who struck terror into the hearts of their enemies across the northern reaches. Each of them had techniques that Conan had never seen before, tricks and tactics drawn from traditions he had never encountered. He learned the Shemite hold that could choke a man unconscious in seconds. He learned the Zingarn footwork that allowed a fighter to seem to be in two places at once. He learned the Nordhammer battle rage, the controlled madness that turned pain into fuel and fear into fury, and in return he taught them what he knew: the brutal efficiency of Cimmerian combat, the savage pragmatism of a people who had never known the luxury of rules or honor or mercy. He showed them how to fight in darkness, by touch and sound alone. He showed them how to use terrain as a weapon, turning walls and obstacles into allies. He showed them how to kill with anything: a rock, a stick, a piece of broken pottery, the enemy's own weapon turned against him. They were not friends. Conan did not make friends easily, and these men were too professional, too guarded to offer friendship lightly. There was a mutual respect between them, the respect of predators who recognized each other's capabilities. And in the brutal calculus of survival, respect was often more valuable than friendship. It was during one of these training sessions, a fortnight after Conan's arrival, that he first heard the name spoken aloud. They were resting in the shade of the pavilion, passing around a waterskin, when the door to the main house opened and a young man emerged. He was tall and lean, with dark skin and sharp features that marked him immediately as Akachuku's blood. But where Akachuku's eyes were black and cold, this man's eyes were warm brown, almost golden in the morning light, alive with a curiosity that seemed at odds with the grim household he inhabited. He moved across the yard with an easy grace, nodding to the guards as he passed, and stopped before Conan with a directness that was almost startling. "You are the Cimmerian," he said, "my father's new acquisition." I am Candavra, Akachuku's son." He extended a hand in the Aquilonian manner, palm up, an offer of greeting rather than a challenge. After a moment's hesitation, Conan took it. The young man's grip was firm, his skin calloused from sword work, but there was no aggression in it, only openness. "My father speaks highly of you," Candavra continued. "He says you are the finest warrior he has ever seen. He says you are going to help him change the world. Your father says many things. Not all of them are true." Candavra laughed a genuine laugh, bright and unforced, that seemed to belong to a different world than the one they inhabited. "No, they are not. My father is a man of many masks, Cimmerian. He shows people what he wants them to see, tells them what he wants them to believe. It is how he has survived this long in a city that eats the honest alive." "And you? Are you honest?" The laughter faded, replaced by something more serious. "I try to be. It is not always easy in this house, but I try." He glanced back at the guards, who were watching the exchange with carefully neutral expressions, then lowered his voice. "I know what my father is planning. I know what he intends to do, and why, and what it will cost. And I know that you are a part of it now, whether you chose to be or not." His golden eyes met Conan's blue ones. "I wanted to meet you. I wanted to see for myself what manner of man my father has bound his hopes to." "And what do you see?" Candavra studied him for a long moment, his expression thoughtful. "I see a man who does not belong here, a wolf in a house of dogs, waiting for his chance to run. But I also see something else, something my father may not have noticed." "What is that?" "Integrity." Candavra smiled, but there was sadness in it. "You are a killer, Cimmerian, a savage by all the standards of this civilized world. But you are not cruel. You do not enjoy the suffering of others. You fight because you must, not because you want to." He shook his head slowly. "That makes you different from most of the men my father has gathered, and it makes you dangerous in ways he may not understand." He turned and walked back toward the house, pausing at the door to look over his shoulder. "Be careful, Cimmerian. My father is not a bad man, but he has been consumed by his purpose for so long that he has forgotten how to be anything else. He will use you, as he uses everyone. The question is what you will do when you are no longer useful." And then he was gone, leaving Conan standing in the training yard with more questions than he had answers. Chapter 8. Kandahra. Over the days that followed, Conan found himself watching Kandahra as carefully as he watched everyone else in the household. The young man was an anomaly in his father's world, where Akatsuku was cold and calculating. Kandahra was warm and open, where Akatsuku treated his servants as tools. Kandahra treated them as people, where Akatsuku moved through life with the focused intensity of a hunting cat. Kandahra seemed to drift, sampling experiences and ideas with the curiosity of a scholar and the enthusiasm of a child. He was not weak. Conan saw him in the training yard often enough to know that. He handled a sword with competence, moved with the balanced grace of a trained fighter, and had the stamina to spar for hours without flagging. But there was something missing in his technique, some essential quality that separated those who could kill from those who merely knew how. It was not skill, it was intent. Kandahra could fight, but he did not want to kill, and in a world where killing was often the only way to survive, that reluctance was a weakness that could prove fatal. Their second real conversation came 3 days after the first, in the estate's small library, a room, adjacent to Akatsuku's study, filled with books and scrolls that the lord had not yet found time to catalogue. Conan had come looking for maps of the palace, hoping to supplement the information Akatsuku had given him. He found Kandahra instead, curled in a window seat with a leather-bound volume open in his lap. "Cimmerian." Kandahra looked up with a smile. "I did not expect to see you here. I thought warriors had no use for books. This warrior has use for knowledge." Conan moved to one of the shelves, scanning the titles inscribed on the spines. Most were in languages he did not read, but a few were in Aquilonian, and he pulled one down at random, a history of the kingdom. By the look of it, your father is teaching me about this kingdom. I would learn faster if I could read for myself. You can read? I can. A priest of Mitra taught me, many years ago, in exchange for services I would rather not describe. Conan opened the book and leafed through its pages. It is a useful skill, almost as useful as knowing how to kill. Kandahra was silent for a moment, studying him with those golden eyes. Then he set aside his own book, and rose from the window seat. "You are not what I expected, Cimmerian. Not what any of us expected. What did you expect? A brute, a savage, a weapon in human form, to be pointed at my father's enemies and let loose." Kandahra moved to stand beside him, looking at the shelves with an expression that was almost wistful. "That is what my father collects, you know. Weapons. Hakim and Drago and Taurus, the guardsmen and the spies, and the assassins, they are all weapons to him. Tools to be used and discarded when they have served their purpose. And you think I am different? I think you might be, or you might be exactly what my father believes. You are a smarter weapon, a more dangerous tool, but a tool nonetheless." He turned to face Conan directly. "I suppose it depends on what you choose to do when the moment comes." "What moment?" "The moment when my father asks you to do something you do not want to do, something that violates whatever code you live by, something that forces you to decide whether you are a man or a weapon." Kandahra's voice was soft, almost gentle. "That moment comes for everyone in this house, eventually. Some pass the test, most do not. And you? Have you faced your moment?" Something flickered in Kandahra's eyes. Pain, perhaps, or shame. "I have, several times, and I have not always passed." He turned away, walking back to the window seat, his shoulders tight with tension. For a long moment he said nothing, staring out at the garden below. When he spoke again, his voice was barely audible. "My father is not an evil man, Cimmerian. I want you to understand that. He was good once, kind. The stories my mother told me. Before she died, he was a different person then. A person who laughed, who loved, who believed that the world could be made better through patience and wisdom. What changed him? Laws. the same thing that changes everyone. Candifer's hands tightened on the window-sill. He lost someone precious to him, someone he loved more than life itself, and when he lost her, something inside him broke, something that has never healed. Her, a woman then, a wife perhaps, or a lover, someone whose loss had turned a good man into the cold, driven creature that Akachukwu had become. Who was she? Conan asked. Gandover shook his head. That is not my story to tell. If my father wishes you to know, he will tell you himself. But I will say this, everything he has done, everything he is planning to do, it all stems from that loss. The conspiracy, the scheming, the 20 years of preparation, it is all for her memory, for the vengeance he believes he owes her. Vengeance against whom? Gandover turned, and there was something fierce in his golden eyes. Against the man who took her from him, against the man who destroyed everything my father loved, and left him with nothing but hatred and the will to survive. He drew a breath, steadying himself. Against the King of Aquillonia. The conversation stayed with Conan long after he left the library. He had suspected, of course, the intensity of Akachukwu's hatred, the personal nature of his vendetta against Numidides. It all pointed to something deeper than mere political ambition. But to hear it confirmed, to know that 20 years of conspiracy were rooted in a single act of personal cruelty, it changed things. Not the plan itself. Akachukwu's motives did not affect the strategic reality of what they were attempting, but it changed Conan's understanding of the man he was working with. A man driven by grief and rage, rather than ambition or ideology, was a different kind of animal, more dangerous in some ways, more predictable in others. And Gandover, the young man, had revealed more than he probably intended. His loyalty to his father was obvious, but so was his unease, the sense that he was caught in something larger than himself, something he could not control, and was not sure he wanted to be part of. A potential ally, perhaps, or perhaps a weakness that could be exploited if the need arose. Conan filed the information away, adding it to the growing mental map of the household and its inhabitants. In a game of this magnitude, every piece of knowledge was a potential weapon, and Conan intended to be very well armed indeed. Chapter 9. The Sects of Aquillonia. The education continued. Each evening, Conan made his way to Akachukwu's study, where the lord of the house waited with new lessons, new information, new pieces of the puzzle that was Aquilonian society. They covered history and geography, politics and economics, the endless dance of power that determined who ruled and who served. But tonight, as the lamps flickered and the shadows gathered in the corners of the room, Akachukwu turned to a different subject. Religion. You cannot understand Aquillonia, he said, unrolling a chart that depicted the major temples and their spheres of influence, without understanding the gods that rule it. Not the gods themselves, they are as distant and uncaring as any other gods, but the priests who speak in their names, the temples and the cults, the orthodoxies and the heresies. These are the invisible scaffolding that holds the kingdom together. Conan studied the chart. It was complex, a web of names and symbols and arrows indicating relationships between different religious orders. At the center, largest and most prominent, was a golden sun, symbol of Mitra, the god of the Hyborians. Mitra, Akachukwu said, tapping the symbol. The Lord of Light, the patron deity of Aquillonia and most of the western Hyborian kingdoms. His worship is the official religion of the realm, and his priests are the most powerful religious figures in the land. I know of Mitra. Coleman's voice was neutral. His followers tried to convert me once in the media. They spoke of light and righteousness, of the importance of law and the wickedness of chaos. I found their sermons tedious, as do most people with any sense. But the tedium is the point of Cimmerian. The priests of Mitra do not seek to inspire, they seek to control. Their sermons teach obedience to authority, acceptance of one's place in the social order, resignation to suffering as a test of faith. They tell the common people that the king is Mitra's chosen representative on earth, that to disobey the king is to disobey the god. that those who endure their hardships with patience will be rewarded in the afterlife. Convenient doctrine for a tyrant. Extremely convenient. Numidites has cultivated the temple of Mitra assiduously since he took the throne. He attends services publicly, makes generous donations, consults the high priest on matters of state. In return, the temple supports his rule, condemns his enemies as heretics, and keeps the masses docile with promises of heavenly reward. Akachuka's lip curled. It is a symbiotic relationship. The king gains legitimacy, the temple gains power, and the people gain nothing but empty words and false hope. Conan thought of the golden-domed temples he had seen in Tarantia, the crowds of worshippers filing through their doors, the priests in their white robes blessing the faithful. He had always found such displays faintly ridiculous in Cimmeria. The gods did not ask for worship, and men did not expect divine aid. You fought your battles with your own strength, and if you died, you went to the grey realm of the dead, to sit forever in Crom's hall. No hymns, no prayers, no promises, only the cold truth of existence. But Mitra is not the only god in Aquillonia, Akachuku continued. There are others, smaller cults, less influential, but significant in their own ways. He pointed to another symbol, on the chart a crescent moon cradling a star. Ishtar, the goddess of love and fertility, worshipped primarily in Shem and Koth, but with followers throughout the Hyborian world. Her temples practice sacred prostitution. The priestesses offer their bodies to worshippers as a form of religious communion. It is considered scandalous by the followers of Mitra, but the cult has powerful patrons among the nobility. Many a lord has found the priestesses of Ishtar useful for gathering information, or for influencing rivals through seduction. Whores who spy for their masters. Crudely put, but accurate, the temples of Ishtar are nests of intrigue, and their high priestesses wield considerable influence despite their officially marginal status. He moved to another symbol, a coiled serpent with 3 heads. Asura, the god of enlightenment, patron of seekers and mystics. His worship originated in the Far East, beyond Turan, and spread westward along the trade routes. The cult is officially forbidden in Aquillonia. Numidites outlawed it shortly after taking the throne, but it survives in secret, its followers meeting in hidden temples and private homes. Why was it outlawed? Because Asura teaches that truth can be found through meditation and introspection, without the need for priests or temples or established doctrines. His followers believe that each person can achieve enlightenment through their own efforts, without the intercession of religious authorities. Akachuku smiled thinly. You can see why the temple of Mitra found this threatening, and why Numidite, who depends on the temple's support, was happy to suppress it. Are there followers of Asura in your conspiracy? Several, including one of my most trusted advisors, the priest named Hadrathis, who escaped the purges by fleeing to Koth, and has since returned in secret. He is a wise man, a skilled healer, and utterly devoted to the destruction of Numidites. Akachuku's eyes gleamed. You will meet him soon. He has expressed great interest in you. The lesson continued, moving through the lesser cults and sects that populated the religious landscape of Aquillonia. They were the followers of Bori, the ancient god of the northern Hyborians, whose worship had largely been absorbed into the cult of Mitra, but who still commanded devotion among traditionalists. There were the devotees of Ibis, the god of wisdom, whose temples housed the greatest libraries in the Hyborian world. There were whispered rumors of darker cults, worshippers of Set, the serpent god of Stygia, who practiced human sacrifice and sorcery in hidden chambers beneath the city. The priests of Set are few in Aquillonia, Akachuku said, his voice dropping, but they are dangerous out of all proportion to their numbers. They command magics that the followers of Mitra can only dream of, and they have no loyalty to any king or nation. Their only allegiance is to Set himself, and to the ancient empire of Stygia, which dreams of rising again to dominate the world. I have dealt with the servants of Set before, Conan said. In Stygia itself and elsewhere, they are not as powerful as they believe themselves to be. No, then, you have been fortunate. or skilled, or both. Akatsuka studied him with renewed interest. I will hear those stories sometime, Cimmerian, but for now the point is this. Religion in Aquillonia is not merely a matter of faith. It is a matter of power. The temples are political institutions, their priests political actors, their doctrines political tools. Whoever controls the religious landscape controls a significant portion of the kingdom's hearts and minds. And Numidites controls it? Largely, yes, through the temple of Mitra, primarily, but also through the suppression of rival cults and the co-optation of those he cannot suppress. It is one of the pillars of his power. Akatsuka rolled up the chart and set it aside. But pillars can be toppled, and when they fall, the structure they support comes crashing down. That night, alone in his quarters, Conan sat by the window and watched the stars wheel overhead. He thought about gods and their servants, about the priests of Mitra preaching obedience, and the priestesses of Ishtar trading flesh for secrets, and the hidden followers of Asura seeking enlightenment in the face of persecution. He thought about the serpent worshippers of Set, with their dark magics and their ancient hatreds, and he thought about Crom, the grim god of his own people, who asked nothing of his worshippers and gave nothing in return. In Cimmeria, religion was simple. The gods existed of that. No Cimmerian doubted, but they did not intervene in the affairs of men. They did not answer prayers, did not grant miracles, did not reward the faithful or punish the wicked. They simply watched, indifferent, as mortals struggled and fought and died in the shadow of their uncaring gaze. It was a bleak philosophy, but it was honest, and Conan had always preferred honesty, even when it was painful, to the comfortable lies that civilized men told themselves. The gods would not save Aquillonia from Numidites. Priests would not lead the people to freedom. If the tyrant was to be overthrown, it would be done by human hands, with human steel, at human cost. Akatsuka understood this. Whatever else he might be, schemer, manipulator, would be king, he was not waiting for divine intervention to solve his problems. He was taking matters into his own hands, building the conspiracy piece by piece, preparing to strike at the heart of a kingdom. It was audacious, it was dangerous, and it was, Conan had to admit, deeply impressive. He closed his eyes and let sleep take him, dreaming of temples burning and thrones toppling and the screams of tyrants meeting their ends. Chapter 10. The Great Houses. The next evening brought another lesson, this one focused on the secular powers of Aquillonia, the great noble houses whose rivalries and alliances shaped the political landscape of the kingdom. Akatsuka had spread a large map across his desk, the parchment yellowed with age, but the ink still sharp and clear. It showed Aquillonia in its entirety, from the western ocean to the Numidian border, from the Pictish wilderness in the north to the Zingfern marches in the south. Colored symbols marked the territories of the major houses, and lines of different hues indicated alliances, trade routes, and military roads. The kingdom is divided into provinces. Akatsuka began, tracing the boundaries with a slender finger. Each province is ruled by a great lord, a duke, or a count, who owes fealty to the king, but commands considerable autonomous power. These lords raise their own armies, collect their own taxes, administer their own justice. In theory, they are servants of the crown. In practice, they are petty kings in their own right, constantly maneuvering for advantage against each other and against the throne itself. He tapped a region in the northwest, marked with a symbol of a black sword on a silver field. House Gunderland, the lords of the northern marches, guardians of the border with the Pictish wilderness. They are the oldest of the great houses, tracing their lineage back to the first Hyborian warlords who swept down from the north to conquer this land. Their warriors are the finest heavy infantry in the kingdom of Axemen, primarily, who fight in the old style, on foot, with shield walls and disciplined formations. I have heard of the Gundermen, Conan said. Even in Cimmeria, their reputation is known. They are said to be almost civilized for Hyborians. A backhanded compliment, I'm sure. Akatsuka smiled thinly, but accurate. The Gundermen have never fully embraced the ways of the southern kingdoms. They still worship Bori alongside Mitra, still maintain many of the old traditions, still value honor and martial prowess above wealth and political cunning. They are proud, stubborn, and intensely loyal to their own, which makes them valuable allies and implacable enemies. Are they with you? Not yet. The current lord, Duke Dion of Gunderland, is a cautious man who has survived 3 kings by keeping his head down and his borders secure. He will not commit to the conspiracy until he is certain of victory. But he despises Numidides. The king executed his younger brother 5 years ago on trumped-up charges of treason, and when the moment comes, I believe he will join us. Akatsupa moved to another region, this one in the southwest, marked with a golden eagle. House Poite, the lords of the southern marches, bordering Zingara and the wilderness beyond. They are the wealthiest of the great houses, their lands rich with vineyards and olive groves, their cities centers of trade and culture. Their military strength lies in their cavalry, the finest horsemen in Aquillonia, perhaps in all the Hyborian kingdoms. I have seen Gritanian knights, Conan said, in Zingara during the border wars. They fight like demons on horseback. They do, and their current lord, Count Trocero of Hoitain, is one of my closest allies. He has been part of the conspiracy from the beginning. His father was executed by Numidide's predecessor, and he has nursed his hatred through 2 reigns. When we move against the king, Trocero will bring 5,000 cavalry to our cause. 5,000 cavalry. It was a formidable force, enough to turn the tide of any battle. Conan filed the information away, adding it to his growing understanding of the conspiracy's military strength. Akatsuka continued the tour, moving from province to province, house to house. There was House Albiona in the east, controlling the trade routes to Numidia, their wealth built on commerce rather than agriculture. There was House Torin in the central provinces, closest to the throne, their lords skilled in the arts of intrigue and manipulation. There was House Shamer in the north, hardened by generations of warfare against the Cimmerian raiders who occasionally swept down from the mountains. Each house has its own character, Akatsuka explained, its own traditions, its own strengths, its own grievances. Understanding these is essential to understanding the political landscape of the kingdom. The nobles are not a monolithic block. They are a collection of competing interests, held together only by their shared stake in the existing order. If that order is disrupted, if the king falls, they will turn on each other like wolves fighting over a carcass. And you intend to be the one who ends up on top of the pile. I intend to be the one who shapes the outcome, to channel the chaos, direct the violence, ensure that when the dust settles, the right people are in power. Akatsuka's black eyes gleamed. The nobles will fight among themselves, it is inevitable. But if I control the capital, if I hold the throne, I can determine who wins and who loses. I can reward my allies and punish my enemies. I can build a new order on the ruins of the old. Conan studied the map, his mind working through the implications. It was a complex game, this struggle for power among the great houses, a game of alliances and betrayals, of promises made and broken, of armies raised and destroyed. It was the kind of game that civilized men excelled at, the kind of game that Conan had always despised. And yet here he was, in the middle of it, a piece on the board moving toward an outcome he could not yet predict. You speak of building a new order, he said slowly. But what kind of order? If Numidides falls, what rises in his place? Another tyrant? Another cycle of oppression and rebellion? Akatsuka was silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable. When he spoke, his voice was soft, almost contemplative. That is the question, is it not? The question that haunts every revolutionary, every reformer, every man who dares to challenge the existing order. We know what we are fighting against, but do we truly know what we are fighting for? He rolled up the map and set it aside, then moved to the window, staring out at the darkened city beyond. I have thought about this for 20 years, Cimmerian. 20 years of planning and scheming, of building alliances and gathering resources, of preparing for the moment when everything would change. And in all that time, I have never been able to answer the question to my own satisfaction. He turned, and there was something almost vulnerable in his expression, a crack in the armor of cold calculation that he normally wore. I know what I want to destroy, but I do not know what I want to build. Perhaps nothing. Perhaps destruction is all I am capable of, all I have left to offer. His voice dropped to a whisper. Perhaps, when Numidides is dead, and his throne is empty, I will simply stand in the ruins and wonder what comes next. It was the most honest thing Akatsuku had ever said to him, and it told Conan more about the man than all the lessons, and lectures, and carefully crafted revelations of the past weeks. Akatsuku was not a reformer. He was not a builder. He was a destroyer, driven by grief and rage, capable of tearing down empires, but not of constructing anything in their place. And that, Conan realized, was the true danger of his conspiracy. Not that it would fail, but that it would succeed, and leave nothing but chaos in its wake. Chapter 11. The King's Cruelty. The lessons continued, but they took a darker turn. Akatsuku had taught Conan about the structure of Aquilonian society, the noble houses, and the religious orders, the guilds and the military, the intricate web of relationships that held the kingdom together. Now he began to teach him about the man who sat at the center of that web, spinning threads of fear and cruelty that touched every corner of the realm. Numidides, you cannot understand the conspiracy, Akatsuku said, without understanding what we are fighting against. Not merely a king, not merely a tyrant, but a specific kind of evil, calculated, systematic, designed to break the spirit of an entire nation. He did not lecture this time. Instead, he brought witnesses. The first was a woman named Delia, a seamstress who had once worked in the palace itself, stitching the fine garments worn by the nobility at court functions. She was middle-aged now, her hair streaked with gray, her hands still nimble but her eyes carrying the weight that spoke of things seen and never forgotten. She sat in Akatsuku's study, a cup of wine untouched before her, and told her story in a voice that rarely rose above a whisper. My brother was a clerk in the treasury, she said. A good man, honest. He had worked there for 15 years. Never a mark against his record, never a complaint from his superiors. He was proud of his work, proud to serve the kingdom, he used to say. She paused, her fingers twisting in her lap. Then the auditors came. They found discrepancies, small amounts missing from the accounts, nothing that could not be explained by clerical error. But a king's men did not want explanations. They wanted a confession. They took him? Conan asked. They took him. Delia's voice cracked. To the cells beneath the palace. The ones that no one speaks of. The ones that do not appear on any map. I tried to find him, begged the guards, bribed the servants, did everything I could think of. No one would help me. No one would even admit that he existed. She drew a shuddering breath. 3 weeks later, they returned him to me. What was left of him? Her eyes met Conan's, and there was something dead in them. They had broken every bone in his hands. They had burned out his eyes. They had done other things I cannot speak of. And when I asked him what he had confessed to, he could not answer. They had cut out his tongue. Silence filled the study. The lamp flickered, casting shadows across the walls. He lived for 2 more days, Delia said. Then he died, and the official record says he was executed for embezzlement, his guilt proven by his own confession. She laughed, a sound without humor, a confession extracted through torture from a man who could not speak. The second witness was a soldier named Marcus, a grizzled veteran who had served in the king's army for 20 years before deserting to join the conspiracy. He had the look of a man who had seen too much and remembered all of it, the 1,000-yard stare of someone whose nightmares were made of real events. I was there when we burned Cornwall, he said, his voice flat and emotionless. A village in the eastern provinces, near the Nemedian border. They had not paid their taxes, could not pay. More like, after 2 years of bad harvests, the local lords sent word to the capital, asking for relief. The king sent us instead. He stared at the wall, seeing something that was not there. We arrived at dawn. The villagers did not resist. They had no weapons, no training, nothing but farm tools and desperate courage. We rounded them up in the village square, all of them, from the oldest grandfather to the youngest babe, and then we were given our orders. What orders? Conan asked, though he already knew the answer. To make an example, to show the other villages what happened to those who failed to meet their obligations to the crown. Marx's jaw tightened. We killed them all, every man, woman, and child. We piled the bodies in the center of the square and set them ablaze. And when it was done, when the smoke was rising into the sky like a signal to the gods, we were told to carve the king's seal into the village well, so that anyone who came after would know whose will had been done. He turned to look at Conan, and there was something terrible in his eyes. I have killed men in battle. I have killed enemies of the realm, brigands and raiders, and foreign soldiers. I have done things that would make a priest weep, but I had never killed children before, and I have never slept soundly since. The third witness was a priest, not of Mitra, but of Asura, the forbidden faith. His name was Callistus, and he had spent the last decade moving from hiding place to hiding place, one step ahead of the king's inquisitors. They call us heretics, he said, his voice soft but steady. They say we deny the true faith, that we corrupt the people with foreign doctrines, that we are agents of chaos in a kingdom of order. But our only crime is teaching people to think for themselves. He spread his hands, showing the scars that marked his palms, the wounds of the torturer's art. I was captured 3 years ago in a raid on one of our hidden temples. They took 20 of us priests and worshippers, men and women, young and old. They wanted us to renounce our faith, to name others who shared our beliefs, to become informers for the crown. Did you? Some did. Under torture, under the threat of worse to come, some broke and gave the inquisitors what they wanted. I do not blame them. I came close to breaking myself. He touched his scarred palms, but most of us held firm, and for that we were made to suffer. He fell silent for a moment, gathering himself. They executed the others, one by one, in the public square, as a warning to all who might harbor forbidden thoughts. They made me watch, made me see every death, every scream, every last desperate prayer to a god who seemed very far away. And then, when it was done, they let me go. Let you go? So that I could spread the word, so that I could tell others what awaited them if they strayed from the path of the approved faith. Callistus smiled, a thin, bitter expression. They thought it would break me. They thought I would slink away into the shadows and never speak of Asura again. Instead, I have spent every day since working to bring them down. Suffering does not always break the spirit, Cimmerian. Sometimes it forges it into something harder. There were others. A merchant whose caravans have been seized on trumped-up charges. A nobleman whose daughter had been taken for the king's pleasure and returned broken in mind and body. A servant who had witnessed things in the palace that still woke her screaming in the night. Story after story, witness after witness. A litany of cruelty that painted a picture of a kingdom ruled not by law, but by terror. Numidides was not merely a bad king, he was a monster in human form, a creature who had learned that fear was the most effective tool of governance, and had wielded it with systematic precision. And through it all, Conan listened. He did not speak, did not question, did not react in any visible way. But something was building inside him, a cold, hard thing that was not quite anger and not quite hatred, but something deeper, something that would not be satisfied until they had found an outlet. When the last witness had departed, when the study was empty save for Conan and Akachuku, the lord of the house turned to face him. "Now you understand," Akachuku said. "Now you see what we are fighting against." "I have seen tyrants before," Conan replied, "in Turan and Stygia, in Koth and Zamora, men who ruled through fear, who crushed all opposition beneath their heels. They rise, they reign, and eventually they fall. It is the way of things. But this is different." Akachuku's voice was soft and tense. "This is not merely tyranny. This is something more, a systematic corruption that has poisoned every level of this kingdom. The nobles are complicit, the priests are complicit, even the common people are complicit because they have learned that survival requires silence and obedience. Numenides has not merely seized power, he has reshaped the very soul of Aquillonia in his own image. He moved closer, his black eyes burning, and that is why he must not merely be overthrown. He must be destroyed, utterly, completely, so that nothing remains, not his legacy, not his memory, not even the fear that his name evokes. Only then can his kingdom be cleansed. Only then can something better be built. Conan met his gaze without flinching. You speak of cleansing and building, but you told me yourself that you do not know what to build, that destruction may be all you are capable of. Akatsuku was silent for a long moment. Then he smiled a thin, cold expression that did not reach his eyes. Perhaps, but even if all I can do is tear down, at least I will have removed the cancer that is killing this land. What comes after, that is for others to decide. For men like you, perhaps, men who can build as well as destroy. He turned and walked to the window, staring out at the darkened city. But first the destruction, first the cleansing, and for that, Cimmerian, I will need every weapon at my disposal. Chapter 12. The Conversation. A fortnight passed. Conan continued his education, continued his training, continued his slow, patient mapping of the household and its inhabitants. He met more of the conspirators, merchants, and nobles, soldiers and priests, all bound together by their hatred of Numenides and their hope for something better. He learned the details of the plan that Akatsuku had been building for 20 years, the intricate web of alliances and arrangements that would come together on the night of the assault. And all the while, he waited for Akatsuku to tell him the rest of the story. He knew there was more. The witnesses had spoken of the king's cruelty in general terms, painting a picture of systematic oppression. But Akatsuku's hatred was personal, specific, rooted in something that had happened to him directly. Ken never had hinted at the loss of a woman, the destruction of everything Akatsuku had loved. But the details remained hidden, locked away behind the lord's cold facade, until one night, when Akatsuku finally chose to speak. It was late past midnight. The household long since retired. The streets of Taranch silent save for the distant calls of the night watch. Conan had been summoned to Akatsuku's private chambers, a suite of rooms at the top of the eastern tower that he had never entered before. The chambers were sparse, almost ascetic, a sleeping alcove, a small study, a balcony that overlooked the city. The walls were bare save for a single item, a portrait, rendered in oils, of a young woman with dark hair and darker eyes, her face turned slightly away from the viewer as if she were looking at something just beyond the frame. Akatsuku stood before the portrait, a glass of wine in his hand, his back to the door. He did not turn when Conan entered. Her name was Esmera, he said. His voice was soft, stripped of its usual cold precision. She was my wife. Conan said nothing. He moved to stand beside Akatsuku, looking at the portrait. The woman was beautiful not in the polished, artificial way of court ladies, but with a natural grace that spoke of vitality and spirit. Her eyes seemed alive, even rendered in paint, full of intelligence and warmth. We grew up together, Akatsuku continued, in the eastern mountains, beyond Turan, in a kingdom so ancient that its founding is lost to legend. Our families were neighbors, our father's friends. I cannot remember a time when I did not know her, did not love her. He fell silent for a moment, lost in memory. We were betrothed when we were 12 years old, a formal arrangement made by our families. But it was also a true thing. We had loved each other since before we understood what love meant. We waited 7 years for the wedding, because the customs of our people required it. 7 years of dreaming, of planning, of imagining the life we would build together. What happened? The Turanians happened. Akatsuku's voice hardened. They swept out of the steppes like a plague, burning and killing, destroying everything in their path. Our kingdom was one of the first to fall. My father and brothers died defending the walls. My mother followed them soon after, her heart broken by grief. But you survived. I was away when the attack came, hunting in the mountains with a band of young men, as we did every summer. By the time we returned, the city was in ruins, and everyone I had known was dead or enslaved. He turned from the portrait, his black eyes meeting Conan's. Ismera was taken. I learned later that she had been sold to a slaver, shipped westward along the trade routes. I tracked her across 3 kingdoms, spent everything I had, did things I am not proud of. It took me 2 years, but I found her. Where? Here, in Taranja. Akaichuku's voice dropped to a whisper. She had been purchased by the King of Aquillonia. Numidites had a taste for exotic beauties, and she was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. He added her to his harem, along with a dozen other women from the eastern lands. Conan felt something cold settle in his chest. He knew what was coming. He had seen enough of the world to know how such stories ended. I tried to reach her, Akatsuku continued. I tried everything, bribery, stuff, force. Nothing worked. The palace was too well guarded, the king's security too tight. And then, after 6 months of trying, he paused, his jaw tightening. I received word that she was dead. How? The king's right of Prima knocked. You know it? Conan nodded grimly. He had heard of the practice, the ancient tradition, that gave a king or a lord the right to bed any bride on her wedding night. It was barbaric even by the standards of civilized kingdoms, but it persisted in some lands, enforced by those with the power to take whatever they wanted. Numidites did not merely exercise the right, Akatsuku said. He made a spectacle of it. He took Ismera before his court, used her in front of his laughing nobles, and when he was finished, he gave her to his guards. A gift, he called it, a reward for their loyal service. His voice was flat now, drained of all emotion, reciting facts as if they were entries in a ledger. They used her through the night, all of them, and when morning came, one of them killed her, perhaps by accident, perhaps deliberately. I never learned which. They threw her body in the river like offal, and that was the end of Ezra, the end of everything I have lived for. Silence filled the chamber. The portrait stared down at them, the painted eyes seeming to hold a grief that transcended the canvas. I made a vow that night, Akatsuku said at last, standing on the banks of the river, watching them drag the water for bodies that might never be found. I vowed that I would destroy Numidites, that I would tear down everything he had built, ruin everything he valued, make him suffer as Esmer had suffered. And then, when he had lost everything, I would kill him with my own hands. He turned to face Conan fully, and there was something terrible in his eyes, a cold fire that had been burning for 20 years, and showed no signs of dying. That is what this is about, Cimmerian. Not politics, not power, not the fate of a kingdom, or the welfare of its people. This is about revenge. Pure, simple, absolute revenge. I want to see Numidites broken. I want to see him weep, and beg, and pray to gods who will not answer. I want to take everything from him, as he took everything from me. His voice dropped to a whisper. And I want to watch him die. Conan was silent for a long moment, absorbing what he had heard. The story was not unusual. He had heard similar tales in a dozen different lands. The eternal chronicle of love and loss and the hunger for vengeance that consumed those who were left behind. But there was something in Akatsuku's telling that went beyond the ordinary, a depth of hatred that seemed to transcend mere human emotion. You have waited 20 years, Conan said at last, built an empire of wealth and influence, gathered an army of conspirators, positioned yourself at the heart of Aquilonian society. All for this, all for revenge, all for revenge. Akatsuku's smile was a ghastly thing. I have sacrificed everything, happiness, peace, the chance of a normal life. I married again, you know, a good woman, a Shemite merchant's daughter, who gave me candor before she died. I cared for her in my way, but I never loved her. I could not love anyone after Ismera. There was nothing left in me but hatred. And when Numidites is dead, what then? I do not know. The admission seemed to cost him something. I have thought about it, sometimes in the quiet hours of the night. What comes after the revenge is complete? What do I do with myself when the thing that has driven me for 20 years is finally gone? He laughed, a hollow sound. Perhaps I will simply stop. Perhaps, with Numidites dead and my vow fulfilled, there will be nothing left to keep me going. Perhaps I will sit on his throne and stare at the walls and wonder why I feel so empty." He shook his head. "But that does not matter. What matters is the revenge. What matters is seeing him destroyed. Everything else is secondary." Conan thought of Candaver's words in the library. "My father is not a bad man, but he has been consumed by his purpose." It was true. Akatsuku had poured every ounce of himself into this vendetta, until there was nothing left but the hatred that fueled it. He was a weapon now, forged in the furnace of his grief, honed by decades of patient planning. A weapon aimed at a single target, and when that target was destroyed, the weapon would have no further purpose. "I understand," Conan said. Akatsuku looked at him, surprise flickering in his black eyes. "Do you? I have taken revenge before. I have hunted men who wronged me, trekked them across kingdoms, killed them with my own hand. I know the hunger that drives you, the emptiness that follows when it is satisfied." He met Akatsuku's gaze steadily. "But I also know that revenge alone is not enough. It is a fire that consumes everything in its path, including the one who wields it. If you are not careful, you will become the thing you hate. Perhaps I already have." Akatsuku turned back to the portrait, his voice soft. "Perhaps that is the price of vengeance, to become a monster in order to destroy a monster. Perhaps, but you still have a choice." Numidides had his choices taken from him by nothing but his own cruelty. "You can choose what you become after, if you survive." Akatsuku was silent for a long moment, staring at the painted face of the woman he had loved. Then he nodded slowly. "Perhaps you are right, Cimmerian. Perhaps there is something left to choose when the blood has been spilled and the scores have been settled. But that is a question for another day. For now, there is only the plan, only the revenge." He turned from the portrait and walked to the door. "Come, there is more I need to show you, more you need to understand before you can truly commit to this cause." Chapter 13. The Pit of Kings. They descended through the house, down stairs and corridors that Conan had not explored before, into regions of the estate that lay below ground level. The air grew cooler as they went, the walls rougher, the light from their torches casting dancing shadows across stone that was older than the building above. "These passages were here when I bought the estate," Akatsuku said, his voice echoing in the narrow corridor. "They are part of an older structure, a temple, perhaps, or a fortress, long since buried beneath the growth of the city. I have never been able to determine their exact age, but they predate Aquillonia itself. Perhaps they even predate Akron." Conan ran his fingers along the wall, feeling the texture of stone. It was not Aquilonian work. The cuts were different, the proportions strange, and there were markings, faint but visible, carved into the rock in patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the torchlight. "What is this place?" "A gate," Akatsuku said, "or rather a map to one. These passages lead nowhere. They were sealed off centuries ago. The tunnels beyond them collapsed or deliberately filled, but they contain information, knowledge that has been suppressed, hidden, erased from the histories of Aquillonia." He stopped before a section of wall that was covered in carvings, not the random markings Conan had seen elsewhere, but a deliberate design. It depicted a great pit descending into darkness, with figures falling into it from above. Some of the figures wore crowns. "This is the Pit of Kings," Akatsuku said, "the secret at the heart of Aquilonian power." He told the story in the flickering torchlight, his voice low and intense, his black eyes gleaming with a scholar's passion. "The throne room of Aquillonia sits atop a void, a pit, descending into the earth farther than any measurement has ever reached. No one knows who built it, or why, or what lies at its bottom. The Acronians found it when they ruled this land, and they built their palace above it, believing that proximity to such mystery would grant them power. When the Hyborians came, they inherited the palace and the pit together. What does this have to do with the kings?" "Everything." Akatsuku traced the carved figures with his finger. "The first Hyborian warlord to sit on the throne of Aquillonia was named Alcimades. He took the city by force, slaughtering the Acronian defenders and claiming their palace for his own. But when he sat upon the throne for the first time, something changed. He began to hear Whispers, whispers, voices rising from the pit, faint at first, easily dismissed as imagination or madness, but they grew stronger over time, more insistent. They promised him power beyond anything he had known, the power to crush his enemies, to extend his rule, to live forever in the memories of his people. All he had to do was listen. Conan felt a chill that had nothing to do with the underground air. He had encountered sorcery before, had faced dark powers that whispered seductive promises to those foolish enough to listen. He knew how such bargains ended. He listened, and for a time he prospered. His armies won every battle, his rivals fell before him. His kingdom expanded until it encompassed half the Hyborian world, but the power came at a price. Alcemides became cruel, paranoid, consumed by the voices that never stopped whispering. He saw enemies everywhere, trusted no one, executed advisors and generals, and even his own family on the slightest suspicion of treachery. And in the end, his own son overthrew him, crept into the throne room at night, slit his father's throat, and threw the body into the pit. Akatsuku smiled grimly, and then the son sat upon the throne and heard the whispers, and began the cycle anew. He turned from the wall, facing Conan directly. That is the secret of Aquillonia at Cimmerian. Every king who has sat upon that throne has heard the whispers. Every king has been corrupted by them, twisted into something monstrous, and every king has ended the same way, thrown into the pit by his successor, who then takes his place and begins to descend into madness. All of them, without exception. The historians do not record it. The truth has been suppressed, hidden, transformed into legend and myth. But the pattern is clear if you know where to look. No king of Aquillonia has ever died peacefully in his bed. No king has ever abdicated or retired. They reign, they descend into cruelty and madness, and then they are overthrown and cast into the darkness. Conan stared at the carved pit, thinking of what he had learned about Numidides, the cruelty, the paranoia, the systematic terror that had gripped the kingdom. It all fit the pattern Akatsuku described. Numidides hears the whispers. He has heard them for 17 years, and they have made him into what he is, a monster who sees threats in every shadow, who trusts no one, who has transformed his kingdom into an instrument of fear because he cannot imagine any other way to rule. And you intend to replace him. Akatsuku's expression did not change. I intend to kill him. What comes after? That is a separate question. A question you cannot avoid. Conan's voice was hard. If you take his throne, you will hear the whispers. You will become what he became, what all of them became. The pit does not discriminate. Perhaps I am strong enough to resist. Akatsuku's eyes glittered. I have spent 20 years preparing for this moment, Cimmerian. 20 years studying the histories, seeking out every scrap of information about the pit and its influence. I know what I am facing. I know the danger. And you think that knowledge will protect you? I think it gives me a chance. He turned and began walking back toward the stairs. And even if it does not, even if the pit takes me, as it took all the others, at least Numidides will be dead. At least I will have my revenge. He paused at the foot of the stairs, looking back. That is the truth, Cimmerian. The whole truth. Hid nothing, held back nothing. The man I am going to kill is a monster. But the throne he sits upon is cursed. Whoever takes it will face the same whispers, the same corruption, the same eventual fate. I am asking you to help me see something that may destroy me. Why tell me this? Why not keep it hidden? Because I need you to understand what we are doing. Because I need you to make your choice with full knowledge of the consequences. Akatsuku's voice was quiet. And because, if I fall, if the whispers take me, if I become another Numidides, I need someone who knows the truth, someone who can stop me. He met Conan's gaze steadily. Will you be that someone, Cimmerian? Will you stand ready to put a blade in my heart if I become the thing I hate? Conan considered the question. It was not a small thing. This request, not a casual pledge to be made and forgotten. Akatsuku was asking him to become his executioner, his final safeguard against the corruption, that had consumed every king before him, but it was also an opportunity, a measure of power in a situation where Conan had very little. If Akachuku's plan succeeded, if the throne was seized and the whispers began, Conan would have a role that no one else possessed. The right to judge, the right to act, the right to decide the fate of a kingdom. "I will," he said. Akachuku nodded. "Good, then we have an understanding." They climbed the stairs together, leaving the carved pit and its fallen kings behind them in the darkness. Chapter 14. The final lesson. 3 nights later, in the quiet hours before dawn, Akachuku summoned Conan to his study for what he called the final lesson. The room was different tonight. The maps and charts had been cleared away, the scrolls and books removed from the desk. Only 2 chairs remained, facing each other across the empty surface. The lamps burned low, casting long shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. "Sit," Akachuku said, settling into one chair. "There is one more thing you must understand before you can truly commit to this cause." Conan sat. He waited. Akachuku was silent for a long moment, his black eyes reflecting the lamplight. When he spoke, his voice was different than it had been during their previous lessons, softer, more contemplative, as if he were speaking to himself as much as to Conan. "I have shown you the pit," he said, "the supernatural curse that afflicts whoever sits upon the throne. But there is another danger, one that requires no magic, no whispers from the darkness, a danger that comes from the throne itself, from the very nature of power." "What danger?" "The logic of suspicion." Akachuku leaned forward. "Consider, you sit on the throne, and you know that someone in your court is plotting against you. How do you identify the plotter? You watch for signs, suspicious behavior, secret meetings, unusual expenditures. But your watching attracts attention. The courtiers realize they are being observed, and they become nervous. They begin to act suspiciously, even the innocent ones, because they know that suspicion itself is dangerous. And the more you watch, the more suspicious they become." "Exactly. And the more suspicious they become, the more justified your watching seems. It is a spiral, Cimmerian, a descent into infinite reflection, where every doubt spawns new doubts, and every attempt to find truth only generates more uncertainty." Something stirred in Conan's memory, a night years ago, in the eastern wilderness, when fever and strange herbs had opened doors in his mind that were normally kept shut. He had seen things in that fever dream, spoken with someone who should not have existed, a king from an age before the oceans drank Atlantis. Polybiusia had shown him mirrors that reflected mirrors, an infinite regression of self-examining self, and had spoken of the sorcerer Tuz and Thune, who had nearly trapped him in that endless recursion. The mirrors, Cole had called it, the trap of looking too deep, of questioning until nothing remained but questions. Conan said nothing of this. Some knowledge was not meant to be shared. "How does anyone rule, then?" he asked instead. "How does anyone sit on a throne without being driven mad?" Akachuku smiled a thin, bitter expression. "Most do not. Most descend into the spiral and emerge as tyrants, convinced that the only safety lies in eliminating every possible threat. They execute the suspicious and the unsuspicious alike, because they can no longer tell the difference. They build networks of spies and informers until no one trusts anyone, and the entire court becomes a nest of frightened vipers. Numidides, and every king before him, in varying degrees." Akachuku rose and walked to the window, staring into the darkness. "But there are other paths. The histories show them, if you know how to look." "What paths?" Akachuku turned to face him. 3 paths, Cimmerian. 3 ways to navigate the trap of power without being destroyed." He raised one finger. "First, become the tyrant. Embrace the paranoia. Eliminate all threats, real and imagined. Rule through fear alone. This is the path of Numidides. It is effective. In its way he has held the throne for 17 years. But it is also unsustainable. Eventually, the fear you generate outweighs the fear you inspire, and someone finds the courage to strike. A second finger. Second, live with the doubt, except that you cannot know with certainty who is loyal and who is not. Make decisions based on the best information available, knowing that you may be wrong. Trust some people, knowing that some of them may betray you. This is the path of the wise king, the ruler, who maintains his humanity despite the pressures of power. Is it possible? Possible, yes, but difficult. So difficult that almost no one manages it. The doubt is corrosive, Cimmerian. It eats at you day after day, year after year. Most men cannot bear it. They either become tyrants to escape the uncertainty, or they are destroyed by those who exploit their hesitation. He raised a third finger. Third, abandon the throne. Refuse to play the game at all. Walk away from power and its corruptions, and live free. A path you cannot take, Conan said, because you have committed yourself to revenge. Yes. Akachuka's voice was heavy. The third path is closed to me. I must take the throne, must face the whispers and the spiral of doubt, must navigate the trap as best I can. But you, Cimmerian, he met Conan's eyes. You still have a choice. You can help me take the throne, and then walk away, or you can stay and face the corruption yourself. But you should know what you are choosing before you choose it. Conan sat in the silence, thinking about what Akachuku had described and about what Kull had shown him years ago. In that fever dream vision, the ancient king had escaped the mirrors, had found his way back from the edge of that infinite regression, but he had never explained how. Perhaps there was no explanation. Perhaps Kull had simply been too stubborn to succumb, too barbaric to lose himself in civilized despair. Perhaps Conan would have to find his own way if it came to that. I understand, he said at last. I understand what I am choosing, and I choose to continue. For now. He rose from the chair, his eyes hard. But I make no promises about the future. I will help you take the throne. What happens after that we will see. Akachuku nodded slowly. That is all I can ask. He moved toward the door. Come, there is one more thing I must show you before the night is done. Chapter 15. The offer formalized. They walked through the sleeping household, past the guards who nodded silently at their lord's passage, through corridors that Conan knew well by now, but their destination was not Akachuku's study, nor any other room Conan had visited before. They climbed to the roof of the main house, emerging onto a flat expanse of stone that overlooked the city of Tarancha. The night was clear, the stars blazing overhead like scattered diamond. The city spread out below them, a sea of shadows broken by the occasional glimmer of torchlight, and above it all, dominating the skyline, the palace of the kings of Aquillonia, white marble gleaming faintly in the starlight, its towers reaching toward the heavens like grasping fingers. In 3 months, Akachuku said, the king will leave Tarancha for a progress through the eastern provinces. It is a tradition, a show of strength, a reminder to the lords of those regions that the crown's reach extends even to the borders of the kingdom. He will take a portion of the palace guard with him, leaving the capital defended by a skeleton force. And that is when you will strike. That is when we will strike. Akachuku turned to face him. The plan has been in preparation for years. Every piece is in place. The allies within the palace, the soldiers who will open the gates, the lords who will declare for us once the throne is seized. All that remains is the execution. And my role? You will lead the assault on the throne room itself. The palace guard will be neutralized by our allies inside, bribed, drugged, or killed, depending on their loyalties. The gates will be opened, and our forces will pour in. But the throne room is the key. That is where Numidides will make his final stand, and that is where he must be defeated. Why me? You have other warriors, other commanders. I have men who can fight. I have men who can lead. But I do not have men who can do what you can do. Akachuku's black eyes gleamed. You are not part of the political web that entangles everyone else in this conspiracy. You owe nothing to any faction. Fear no repercussions from any lord. You will fight to win, not to position yourself for what comes after. And you will not hesitate when the moment comes to strike the final blow. You want me to kill the king. I want to kill the king myself, with my own hands. That is the vengeance I have dreamed of for 20 years. Akachuku's voice was soft, but there was steel beneath it. But I am a realist, Cimmerian. I know that battle is chaos, that plans unravel, that the best laid schemes can collapse in an instant. If I fall, if something prevents me from reaching Numidides, I need someone who can finish the work, someone who will not hesitate, not bargain, not let the king escape to rally his forces and crush the rebellion. And if you succeed, if you kill Numidides yourself, then you will have earned your freedom. I will release you from your collar, give you gold enough to live like a king in any land you choose, and let you walk out of Taranj, a free man. Akachuku extended his hand. That is my offer, Cimmerian. Help me take the throne, and I will give you everything I promise. Wealth, freedom, a new life, unburdened by the chains of your past. Conan looked at the offered hand, then at the man who offered it. Akachuku was many things: schemer, manipulator, would-be king, but he was not a liar. Not about this. The offer was genuine, the terms clear. And yet, what about the corruption? Conan asked. What about the whispers, the spiral of doubt, the fate that awaits whoever sits on that throne? That is my burden to bear, not yours. You will have done your part. What happens to me afterward is not your concern. You asked me to be your safeguard, to stop you if you become another Numidides. I did, and if that time comes, you will know where to find me. Akachuku's smile was cold, but that is a question for the future. For now, the question is simpler. Will you help me take the throne? Conan thought of everything he had learned in the past weeks, the cruelty of Numidides, the suffering of his people, the weight of the conspiracy that Akachuku had built. He thought of the pit of kings, and the whispers that rose from its depths, of the spiral of suspicion that Akachuku had described. He thought of Candover's warning, and Esmer's portrait, and the cold fire in Akachuku's black eyes. And he thought of himself a Cimmerian barbarian, born in a land of mist and mountains, wandering the world in search of something he could not name. He had been many things in his life. Thief, mercenary, pirate chief. He had fought for gold and glory, for survival and revenge, for causes just and unjust. He had never fought to overthrow a king. Until now. I will help you, he said, and took Akachuku's hand. I will lead the assault on the throne room. I will kill Numidides if you cannot, and when it is done, I will take my freedom and go. And if the throne calls to you, if the power tempts you to stay, Conan's grip tightened on Akachuku's hand. Then I will remember what you told me tonight. I will remember the tyrant I might become, and I will walk away before I become that thing. Akachuku nodded slowly. Good. Then we have a bargain. They stood together on the rooftop, looking out at the palace that they would soon assault, the throne that they would soon seize, the future that remained shrouded in darkness and uncertainty. And somewhere below, in the depths of the earth, the pit of kings waited, patient and eternal. Act 2. The Conspiracy. Chapter 16. The Network. The weeks that followed Conan's formal commitment to the conspiracy were filled with introductions. Akachuku had built his network over 2 decades, cultivating relationships with the disaffected and the ambitious, the wronged and the opportunistic. Now as the day of the assault approached, he began revealing that network to Conan piece by piece, contact by contact, showing him the full scope of the web that would soon close around Numidides like a strangler's hand. They met in safe houses scattered throughout Taranj, nondescript buildings in the merchant quarter, private rooms in taverns owned by sympathizers, hidden chambers beneath shops and warehouses whose proprietors owed their livelihoods to Akachuku's patronage. Each meeting brought new faces, new names, new pieces of the puzzle. The first was Count Trocero of Poitain. He came to Akachuku's stay on a night when the moon was dark, arriving in an unmarked carriage with curtains drawn against prying eyes. Conan watched from the shadows of the courtyard as the Count descended, a tall man in his middle years, lean and hard, with the weathered face of a soldier and the careful eyes of a politician. So this is the Cimmerian, Trocero said, studying Conan with frank appraisal. I have heard much about you, and I about you. Conan did not bow. Counts meant nothing in Cimmeria. Akachuku says you command 5,000 cavalry. I do, the finest horsemen in Aquillonia, trained in the Poitanian manner since boyhood. Trocero smiled, a thin expression that did not quite reach his eyes. They will ride when I give the word. The question is whether the word will be given at the right moment. You doubt the plan? I doubt everything, barbarian. That is how I have survived 3 kings. The Count moved past him, walking toward the house where Akachuku waited. But I hate Numidides more than I doubt, and that is enough. For now. They spoke for hours that night, the 3 of them, poring over maps and timetables, debating approaches and contingencies. Trocero was sharp, incisive, a military mind that cut through complexity to find the essential truths beneath. He asked hard questions and did not accept easy answers. By the time he departed, Conan had developed a grudging respect for the man. He is cautious, Akachuku said afterward, perhaps too cautious. But when the moment comes, he will commit. His hatred of Numidides runs deeper than he shows. Why does he hate the king? Numidides executed his father, accused him of treason, subjected him to a show trial, had him publicly beheaded in the great square of Taransha. Akachuku's voice was cold. The charges were false. Everyone knew they were false, but Numidides wanted Poitaine's wealth, and the old count stood in his way. Another story of cruelty, another grievance added to the ledger. Conan was beginning to understand just how much blood Numidides had spilled in his 17 years on the throne, and how many people were waiting for the chance to spill his in return. The second was Hyprathus, the priest of Asura. He was an old man, thin and stooped, with a wispy beard and eyes that seemed to look through the physical world into something beyond. He wore plain robes of undyed wool, and his feet were bare despite the chill of the evening. When he spoke, his voice was soft, almost gentle, but there was steel beneath the softness. You are the weapon Akachuku has chosen, Hyprathus said, studying Conan with those penetrating eyes. The barbarian who will cut the head from the serpent. I am no one's weapon. I am a man who has made a bargain. A distinction without a difference, perhaps, but I appreciate the clarification. The old priest smiled. I have seen many men come to this cause, Cimmerian, nobles and merchants, soldiers and scholars. Most of them are driven by ambition or grievance, seeking to replace one tyrant with another who will favor their interests. But you, he tilted his head, considering, you are different. I sense no ambition in you, no desire for power or position. I want only my freedom. Yes, freedom. Hyprathus nodded slowly. That is a rare desire in this world of chains and cages. Most men do not even know they are imprisoned. So accustomed have they become to their bonds. But you see the chains clearly. You have always seen them. He reached out and touched the collar around Conan's neck, a gesture that would have earned another man a broken hand. But something in the priest's manner made Conan hold still. This will come off in time. But there are other collars, Cimmerian. Collars of duty and obligation, of loyalty and love. Some of them we choose. Some are placed upon us by forces we cannot control. His eyes met Conan's. The question is not whether we wear collars, but which collars we are willing to bear. You speak in riddles, priest. I speak in truths that are too complex for simple words. Hyprathus withdrew his hand. Akachuku has told you of the pit, I assume, of the whispers that corrupt every king who sits above it. He has. And he has told you of the trap, the spiral of suspicion that drives men to madness. He has explained it. He has shown me. Good. Then you understand something of what you are facing. The old priest turned to look out the window at the darkened city. The cult of Asura teaches that truth can be found through introspection, through looking inward, past the illusions of the material world to the essential reality beneath. But there is a danger in that teaching. Look too long into yourself, and you may find things you do not wish to see. Look too deep, and you may never find your way back to the surface. Is that a warning? It is an observation. The mirrors show you possibilities, futures, that might come to pass if certain choices are made. But they do not show you which choices lead to which futures. That knowledge is hidden even from the gods. Hyprathus turned back to face him. You will have to choose blindly, Cimmerian. We all do. The difference is whether we choose with wisdom or with fear. And how do I tell the difference? The old priest smiled. If I knew that, I would be wiser than any man who has ever lived, but I can tell you this. Fear makes us small. It makes us cling to what we have, even when what we have is killing us. Wisdom makes us willing to let go to risk what we are for the chance to become something more. He placed a hand on Conan's shoulder. When the moment comes, remember that. The throne will tempt you with security, with power, with the illusion of control. But those are the gifts, the fear, not wisdom. True freedom lies in being willing to walk away. There were others. Publius, the dispossessed noble whose family had lost everything to Numidides, created a bitter man, burning with resentment, useful for his connections, but dangerous in his desperation. Dion, the merchant prince whose caravans had been seized, whose fortune had been stolen, calculating gold, in the conspiracy for profit rather than principle. Tiberius, the elderly senator, who still believes in the old ideals of Aquilonian governance, a relic of a better time, perhaps naive, but genuinely committed to creating something more just than what existed now. Conan met them all, assessed them all, filed away their strengths and weaknesses in the endless ledger of his mind. Some he trusted, after a fashion. Most he did not. But trust was a luxury in a conspiracy of this magnitude. What mattered was that each of them had something to contribute: gold, soldiers, information, access, and that each of them hated Numidides enough to risk everything on the chance to bring him down. One evening, after a particularly long meeting with a group of merchants who were financing the purchase of weapons, Conan found himself alone with Akatsuku in the Lord's study. "You have concerns," Akatsuku said, pouring wine. "I can see it in your face. I have questions. Ask them." Conan accepted the cup, but did not drink. "How many of these people can you actually trust? Trocero has his own ambitions. Publius is driven by hatred, not loyalty. The merchants care only for their profits. If the assault goes wrong, if something unexpected happens, how many of them will stand firm? And how many will flee to save their own skins?" "An excellent question." Akatsuku settled into his chair, swirling the wine in his cup. "The honest answer is, I do not know. I have bound them to me with gold and promises, with shared grievances and mutual interests. But none of those bonds are unbreakable. In the heat of battle, when their lives are on the line, some of them will undoubtedly fail. Then why work with them at all? Because I have no choice. A conspiracy of what is merely a suicide mission, to bring down a king. I need armies and resources that I cannot provide alone. That means allies. And allies, by definition, have their own agendas." He leaned forward, his black eyes intense. "But here's what I have learned in 20 years of building this network. Perfect loyalty is impossible. The only question is whether the shared goal is strong enough to hold the coalition together until the goal is achieved. After that," he shrugged, "after that, the coalition will fracture. The allies will turn on each other, each seeking to maximize their gain from the new order. That is inevitable. And you will be ready for that. I will be ready. I have contingencies for every scenario, though I can imagine and a few that I cannot." Akatsuku smiled his thin smile. "That is why you are here, Cimmerian. You are my contingency for the scenario, those that cannot be imagined, the unexpected, the chaotic, the moments when all plans fail and only raw capability matters. I am flattered. You should be. I do not place my trust easily. But I trust you as much as I trust anyone, because you want nothing that I can give you, except freedom. And freedom is the one thing I can guarantee, if you deliver what I need." Conan raised his cup. "To freedom, then. To freedom, and to the death of tyrants." They drank. Chapter 17. The Spymaster. 2 months remained before the king's progress would begin. 2 months of preparation, of planning, of careful positioning. The conspiracy moved into its final phase, and the risks multiplied accordingly. Conan learned quickly that Akatsuku was not the only one with a network of informants and agents. The king had his own web of surveillance, and at its center sat a man whose name was spoken in whispers throughout Taranja. Horace. He was a priest once, Akatsuku explained, spreading a diagram across his desk that mapped the spymaster's known operations. a devotee of Mitra, trained in the great temple at Tamaranja, but he had talents that the priesthood could not accommodate: a gift for deception, for manipulation, for seeing through the masks that men wear. Numidides recognized those talents and recruited him into the royal service. He serves the king directly. He serves no one but himself, but his interests and the king's are aligned for now. Orastes has grown wealthy and powerful under Numidides' rule. He has no desire to see that rule end. Akachuku tapped the diagram. His network extends into every corner of the kingdom. He has informants in every noble house, every guild, every temple. He knows things that even the king does not know, and he uses that knowledge to maintain his position. Is he aware of the conspiracy? Almost certainly. The question is how much he knows, and whether he has chosen to act on that knowledge. Akachuku's expression was grim. Orestes is patient. He does not strike until he is certain of victory. If he is aware of us, he may be waiting, gathering evidence, identifying our allies, preparing to sweep us all up in a single devastating raid. Or he may be waiting to see which side will win so he can offer his services to the victor. That is also possible. Orestes has survived 3 kings by being indispensable to whoever holds the throne. He may calculate that his best chance of continued survival is to let the conspiracy proceed, then present himself to me as a valuable asset after Numidides falls. Do you trust that calculation? Akachuku laughed. A harsh sound. I trust nothing where Orestes is concerned. The man is a serpent in human form, but I respect his intelligence, and that respect informs my planning. We must assume that he knows something and act accordingly. The close call came 3 weeks later. Conan was returning from a meeting at one of the conspiracy's safe houses, a wine merchant's shop in the lower city, where a cache of weapons had been delivered under cover of a legitimate shipment. The streets were dark, the hour late, and he moved through the shadows with the easy silence of long practice. He sensed the trap before he saw it. It was nothing specific, no sound, no movement, no visible threat, just a prickling at the back of his neck, an instinct honed by years of violence that told him something was wrong. He slowed his pace, his hand drifting to the knife concealed beneath his cloak, his eyes scanning the darkness ahead. The street was narrow here, ended by tall buildings on either side, perfect ground for an ambush, and as Conan watched, he saw movement in the shadows of the far end, figures emerging from doorways, spreading out to block his path. He did not hesitate. He turned to Enre. Behind him, voices shouted the harsh commands of men who had expected to catch their prey unawares and were now scrambling to recover. Footsteps pounded on cobblestones, the sound multiplying as more pursuers joined the chase. Conan ran through the twisted streets of the lower city, ducking down alleys and vaulting over obstacles, using every trick he had learned in a lifetime of flight and pursuit. He knew these streets now, had mapped them in his mind during his weeks of exploration, and he used that knowledge to stay ahead of his hunters. But they were good, professional. They did not bunch up or lose coordination, did not waste breath on shouting or make the mistakes that amateur pursuers always made. They spread out, cutting off escape routes, herding him toward a kill zone that he could feel closing around him. He burst out of an alley into a small square and found himself facing a ring of armed men. There were 8 of them, dressed in the dark clothing of the king's secret police, their faces masked, their weapons drawn. They had anticipated his route, positioned themselves perfectly, and now they stood between him and freedom. Cimmerian. The voice came from behind him, and Conan turned to see a 9th figure emerging from the alley he had just exited. This one was different, older, thinner, with a narrow face and eyes that gleamed with cold intelligence. You are a difficult man to catch. I have been trying for weeks. And who are you? My name would mean nothing to you, but I serve one whose name you know. The thin man smiled. Lord Orestes sends his regards. What does he want? Information. There is a conspiracy against the king. We both know this. Orestes wishes to know its details. Names, plans, timetables. You will provide them. Will I? You will. The only question is how much you will suffer before you begin talking. The thin man gestured, and a ring of armed men began to close. Take him, alive if possible, damaged if necessary. They came at him from all sides. Conan had known this moment would come eventually, the moment when stealth and caution were no longer enough, when survival required violence. He had prepared for it, had run through the scenarios in his mind 100 times, had calculated the odds and the angles. The odds were not good, 8 to 1, with professional killers who knew their business. A sane man would surrender, trust in his ability to withstand torture, hope that rescue might come before he broke. Conan was not a sane man. He was a Cimmerian. He moved. The first man died before he knew what was happening. Conan's knife opening his throat in a spray of crimson. The second stumbled back, clutching at the blade that had somehow appeared in his belly. The third managed to raise his sword, but Conan was inside his guard before the strike could fall, one hand closing around his throat, the other driving the stolen blade into his heart. 3 down and as many heartbeats. The others hesitated, suddenly uncertain, their confidence shaken by the explosive violence they had just witnessed. It was all the opening Conan needed. He fought like a demon, like a force of nature, like the barbarian hordes that civilized men whispered about in their nightmares. He broke arms and crushed skulls, opened bellies and severed spines, painted the cobblestones of the square with the blood of men who had thought themselves predators and discovered too late that they were prey. When it was over, when the last of the masked men lay twitching in the dust, Conan turned to face the thin man who had commanded them. The spymaster's agent had not moved. He stood at the mouth of the alley, his face pale, his eyes wide with something that might have been fear or might have been fascination. "You are everything they said you were," he whispered. "The demon in human form, the wolf among sheep." Conan stepped toward him, his stolen sword dripping blood. "Tell your master what you saw here tonight. Tell him that if he sends men after me again, I will send them back to him in pieces. And tell him this: when Numidides falls, and he will fall, I will remember who served him. I will remember, and I will not forgive." He raised the sword and stopped. The thin man had not flinched, had not begged or pleaded or tried to run. He simply stood there, watching Conan with those cold, intelligent eyes. "You could kill me," the man said. "It would be easy, but consider, I am a conduit to Horus, a channel of communication that might prove useful in the days to come. My master is pragmatic. He serves power, not persons. If the conspiracy succeeds, he will need to make arrangements with the new regime, and those arrangements will be easier if there is a bridge." Conan's eyes narrowed. "You are offering to betray your master. I am offering to serve whoever holds power. That is what I do. That is what Horus has taught me to do." The thin man smiled. "Kill me if you wish, but you may find that a living messenger is more valuable than a dead enemy." For a long moment Conan stood motionless, the sword raised, the blood dripping from its edge. Then slowly he lowered the blade. "Go, tell Horus what I said, and tell him this as well. If I learn that he has moved against the conspiracy, if anyone else is arrested or killed because of his machinations, I will come for him personally. Not his agents, not his servants. Him." The thin man nodded. "I will convey your message." He turned and walked away into the darkness, leaving Conan alone with the dead. He returned to Akatsuku's estate by a circuitous route, checking constantly for pursuit, doubling back and changing direction until he was certain he was not being followed. When he finally slipped through the servants' entrance and made his way to his quarters, he found Kendover waiting for him. "I heard what happened," the young man said. His face was pale in the lamplight. "One of our informants saw the fight in the square. He said you killed 8 men. They were trying to kill me." "I know, but—" Kendover shook his head. "This changes things. Horus knows about you now, knows what you can do. He will be more careful in the future." "Good. Careful men make fewer mistakes, while they make more devastating ones." Kendover moved to the window, staring out at the darkened city. "My father is concerned. He did not expect Horus to move this openly. It suggests that the spymaster knows more than we thought or is more desperate than we believed. Let him be desperate. Desperate men are predictable." "Are they?" Kendover turned to face him. "Or are they the most dangerous of all?" Conan had no answer for that. He cleaned his weapons in silence, his mind turning over the events of the night. The trap had been well laid, the execution professional. If he had been a lesser fighter, he would be in chains now or dead. But he had survived, and in surviving, he had sent a message that would echo through the dark corridors of the king's intelligence service. The Cimmerian was not to be trifled with. Chapter 18. Can Pever's question. The days following the ambush were tense. Akachuku increased security around the estate, brought in additional guards, implemented new protocols for communication with the conspiracy's allies. The network went quiet, its members lying low, waiting to see if Ores would follow up his failed attack with a more comprehensive sweep. He did not. The days stretched into a week, then two, and no further moves were made against the conspiracy. Either the spymaster was biding his time, or he had concluded that discretion was the better part of valor. Conan used the time to train, to plan, to continue his education in the labyrinthine politics of Aquillonia, and increasingly to talk with Candavra. The young man sought him out often now, finding pretexts to spend time in Conan's company. At first, Conan had been suspicious the son of a conspirator was not to be trusted without reservation, but he had gradually come to realize that Candavra's interest was genuine. The young man was searching for something, answers, perhaps, or simply the perspective of someone outside the poisoned atmosphere of Aquilonian society. "Why did you become a warrior?" Candavra asked one afternoon, as they sat in the shade of the courtyard garden. The heat of summer was upon Taranja, and even the fountains seemed to move sluggishly in the oppressive air. "I did not become a warrior. I was born one." Conan stretched his legs, feeling the pleasant ache of muscles pushed hard in the morning's training. "In Cimmeria, every man is a warrior. There is no other way to survive. But you left Cimmeria. You have traveled the world, lived in cities, experienced other ways of being. Did you never consider becoming something else? What would you have me become? A merchant? A priest? A farmer?" Conan laughed. "I have tried other trades, thief, pirate, mercenary, but I always return to what I am, what I have always been, a killer. Yes, a killer." Conan met Candavra's eyes. "Does that disturb you?" The young man hesitated. "Yes, and no. I understand that violence is sometimes necessary, that there are men who must be stopped, evils that can only be ended by force. But you do not understand how I can do it without seeming to suffer, without guilt, without regret, without the weight that you believe should accompany the taking of a life." Candavra nodded slowly. "I have killed, once, a man who attacked my father during a riot in the lower city. I struck him with a piece of broken timber, and he fell, and he did not get up again. I was 16 years old, and I dream about it still. His face, the sound he made when he fell, the way the light left his eyes." Candavra's voice was quiet. "It has been 5 years, and I still dream about it." Conan was silent for a moment, considering his words. "You dream about it because you are still fighting the battle in your mind, still questioning whether you did the right thing, whether there was another way, whether the man deserved to die. You have not accepted what you did. Should I accept it? Should I simply make peace with having taken a life? That depends on what kind of man you want to be." Conan turned to face him fully. "I do not dream about the men I have killed because I do not question my choices. When I kill, it is because killing is necessary. When I spare, it is because sparing is possible. I do not second-guess myself, do not torment myself with what-ifs and might-have-beens. I act, and I accept the consequences of my actions." "But how can you know? How can you be certain that killing was necessary, that there was no other way?" "I cannot. No one can. Certainty is an illusion, a story we tell ourselves to make the world seem simpler than it is." Conan shrugged. "But uncertainty is not an excuse for inaction. The world does not wait for us to be sure. It demands choices, and it punishes those who hesitate." Candavra was silent, absorbing this. Finally he asked, "The men you killed in the square, the spymaster's agents, do you feel nothing about their deaths?" "I feel that they were trying to kill me, and I killed them first. That is all. They were men. They had lives, families, hopes, fears. They were not simply obstacles to be removed. No, they were men who chose to serve a tyrant, who made their living through kidnapping and torture, who would have dragged me to a dungeon and broken me piece by piece until I told them what they wanted to know. Conan's voice was hard. I do not mourn them. I do not regret their deaths. And if their families grieve, that is a consequence of the choices those men made not of mine. That seems cold. It is cold. The world is cold, Candivra. It does not care about our feelings or our principles. It rewards those who can see clearly and act decisively, and it destroys those who cannot. He leaned forward. You have a good heart. I have seen it, in the way you treat the servants, in the way you question your father's methods, in the very fact that you still dream about a man you killed 5 years ago. That heart is a gift, but it can also be a weakness if you let it paralyze you when action is required. So I should become like you, cold and hard, unmoved by the suffering I cause. No, you should become like yourself, but stronger. Keep your heart, keep your principles, keep your ability to feel the weight of what you do, but do not let those things stop you from doing what must be done. Conan sat back. A man who cannot kill is useless in a fight, but a man who kills without feeling anything is something less than human. The trick is to find the balance, to act when action is needed, to feel the cost of that action, and to carry on regardless. Candivra was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "Is that what you do? Feel the cost and carry on?" "I feel something. When the killing is done, when the blood has dried and the bodies have been removed, there is a hollowness, a sense that something has been lost, even if I cannot name what it is." Conan's voice was distant. "I do not call it guilt. I do not know if it is grief, but it is there, and I have learned to live with it. That is not what I expected you to say. What did you expect? That I am a mindless brute, incapable of reflection? That the blood on my hands has never troubled my sleep?" Conan smiled, a thin expression. "I am a barbarian, Candivra, but I am not a monster. There is a difference." They talked often after that, the Cimmerian and the Lord's son, finding in each other a kind of companionship that neither had expected. Conan did not think of Candivra as a friend. He had few enough of those, and the word seemed too simple for the complicated web of obligation and respect that bound them. But he recognized something in the young man, a potential, perhaps, or simply a decency that was rare in this world of schemers and killers, and he found himself, against his better judgment, wanting to protect that decency, to keep it from being ground down by the brutal machinery of the conspiracy and the inevitable violence that would follow. It was a strange feeling for a man who had spent his life trusting no one. But these were strange times, and stranger ones lay ahead. Chapter 19. The Palace. 6 weeks remained before the king's progress would begin. The time for planning was ending. The time for action was approaching, and there was one final piece of preparation that Conan needed to complete. He needed to see the palace from the inside. Akachiko had provided maps, diagrams, descriptions from servants and guards who had been bribed or blackmailed into cooperation. But maps were not the same as direct observation. Conan needed to walk the corridors himself, feel the dimensions of the spaces, understand the flow of movement through the building. Only then could he lead the assault with confidence. The infiltration was arranged through one of the conspiracy's contacts, a laundry mistress who had worked in the palace for 30 years and hated Numidites with a cold, patient fury. She provided Conan with the clothing and credentials of a new servant. And on a grey morning, when the clouds hung low over Tarantia, he walked through the servants' entrance and into the heart of the enemy's stronghold. The palace was even larger than he had imagined. It sprawled across the hilltop like a sleeping beast, its corridors and chambers extending in every direction, its wings and towers reaching toward the sky. The public areas were all marble and gold, designed to awe and intimidate. Vast halls where the ceilings disappeared into shadow, galleries lined with portraits of dead kings, throne rooms where the power of the state was made manifest through sheer architectural weight. But behind the grandeur, hidden from the eyes of visitors and petitioners, lay another palace entirely. The servants' quarters were cramped and poorly lit, the corridors narrow and low-ceilinged. The kitchens were sweltering infernos where cooks and scullions labored from dawn to dusk. The laundry was a steaming hell of boiling water and lye, where women with reddened hands scrubbed the filth of nobility from endless piles of linen. Conan moved through this hidden world with the anonymity of a servant, his eyes recording everything, his mind filing away the details that might mean life or death when the assault came. The guard rotations, the choke points where a small force could hold against a larger one, the side passages that connected different wings of the palace, allowing movement without using the main corridors, the positions of the doors that could be barred, the windows that could serve as escape routes, the stairs that led down into the cellars and up into the towers. And at the heart of it all, the throne room. He found an excuse to deliver linens to a chamber near the royal apartments, and from there he slipped away during the changing of the guards. The throne room was not far. He had memorized its position from the maps, and he reached it without being challenged. The doors were closed, but not locked. Conan eased one open, just wide enough to slip through, and found himself standing in the chamber that would soon be the site of either triumph or disaster. It was smaller than he had expected, a circular room perhaps 60 feet across, its walls of dark stone, its ceiling lost in shadow, torches burned in sconces around the perimeter, but their light seemed muted, swallowed by a darkness that went beyond the mere absence of illumination. And at the center of the room, raised on a dais of black marble, sat the throne. It was made of obsidian, the throne a massive chair carved from a single block of volcanic glass, its arms shaped like coiled serpents, its back rising to a point that seemed to pierce the shadows above. It radiated a cold malevolence that Conan could feel in his bones, a rawness that made his skin crawl and his heart beat faster. But it was not the throne that drew his attention. It was what lay beyond it. The floor behind the dais was different from the rest of the chamber. The stone was older, rougher, marked with symbols that Conan recognized from the carvings beneath Akatsuku's estate. And at the center of that marked stone, barely visible in the flickering torchlight, was a circular pattern and design that might have been decorative, or might have been a seal. The pit, he could feel it, even through the stone that covered it. A void, a hunger, a presence that seemed to press against a barrier between worlds like a beast testing the bars of its cage. The whispers that Akatsuku had described were not audible, not yet, but Conan could sense them lurking just beyond the threshold of perception, waiting for someone to listen. He did not listen. He had seen enough. Turning his back on the throne and the pit beneath it, he slipped back through the doors and made his way toward the servants' quarters. He had what he needed now. He understood the battlefield. When the time came, he would be ready. Chapter 20. The bodyguard. On his way out of the palace, Conan saw him. The man was huge, taller even than Conan, broader through the shoulders, with arms like tree trunks, and a face that looked like it had been carved from granite by an unskilled sculptor. He wore the armor of the king's personal guard, black steel chased with gold, and he moved through the corridor with the easy confidence of a predator in his natural environment. Balmana. Conan had heard the name spoken in the conspiracy's councils, always with a mixture of fear and respect. The captain of the king's bodyguard, the deadliest fighter in Aquillonia, the man who had killed more challengers in single combat than any warrior in living memory. He was Numidai's final line of defense, the last obstacle between any assassin and the royal person. He would have to be dealt with before the throne room could be taken. Conan watched from the shadows as Volmana passed, noting the way he moved, the way he carried his weight, the subtle tells that revealed his fighting style. The man was good, that much was obvious. He moved like a dancer despite his bulk, every motion economical and precise. He would be a formidable opponent, but he was also arrogant. Conan could see it in the set of his shoulders, the tilt of his chin, the way his eyes passed over the servants in the corridor without really seeing them. He was accustomed to being the most dangerous man in any room, and that accustomedness had become a weakness. He no longer looked for threats among those he considered beneath him. That was the opening. That was the angle of attack. Later that day, after Conan had exfiltrated from the palace and returned to Akatsuku's estate, he shared what he had observed. "Valmana is the key," he said, spreading a rough sketch of the throne room across the desk. "If we can neutralize him early in the assault, the rest of the king's guards will lose their coordination. They are trained to follow his lead, to respond to his commands. Without him, they will be just soldiers, dangerous but manageable." "And how do you propose to neutralize him?" Akatsuku asked. "By exploiting his arrogance. He does not see servants as threats. If one of our people can get close to him, catch him off guard, a single blade in the right place will end him before the fighting even begins. That is a significant risk. If the attempt fails, we lose the element of surprise. All war is risk. The question is whether the potential reward justifies the danger." Conan tapped the sketch. "Without Valmana, the throne room falls in minutes. With him, it could take hours during which reinforcements could arrive, during which the king could escape, during which everything could go wrong." Akatsuku considered this, his black eyes unreadable. Finally, he nodded. "Very well. We will plan for both scenarios, the assassination attempt, and a direct assault if it fails. You will lead the main force. One of our other operatives will handle Valmana." "Who?" "I have someone in mind, a specialist in close work. Someone Valmana will never suspect." Akatsuku smiled thinly. "Trust me, Cimmerian. When the moment comes, Valmana will fall." Conan was not entirely satisfied with this answer, but he let it pass. There were larger concerns to address, more pressing details to finalize. The assault was 5 weeks away now, and there was still much to be done. He threw himself into the preparations, training with the household guards, reviewing the plans with Akatsuku's lieutenants, memorizing every detail of the palace layout until he could navigate it blindfolded. The days blurred together, each one bringing them closer to the moment of truth, and through it all, the image of the throne room stayed with him: the obsidian chair, the marked stone floor, the sealed pit that waited beneath, the hunger he had felt emanating from that darkness, patient and eternal. Whatever happened in the assault, whatever victories or defeats awaited them, Conan knew one thing with absolute certainty: the pit would be watching. Chapter 21. The spiral deepens. 4 weeks remained before the assault. Conan had begun to notice changes in Akatsuku. Small things at first: a tightness around the eyes, a quickness to anger, a tendency to repeat questions that had already been answered. The lord of the conspiracy had always been intense, driven by the cold fire of his vengeance. But now that fire seemed to be burning hotter, consuming the careful control that had defined him for 20 years. It began with the meetings, where once Akatsuku had conducted the conspiracy's business with calm precision. He now interrogated his lieutenants with barely concealed suspicion. Every report was questioned, every detail examined, every delay treated as a potential betrayal. The conspirators who had served him for years found themselves subjected to the same scrutiny as newcomers, their loyalty tested and retested until even the most devoted began to whisper among themselves. "He has seen enemies everywhere," Ken never said one evening, finding Conan in the training yard. The young man's face was drawn with worry. This morning he accused Tiberius of feeding information to Orestes. Tiberius, who has been part of this conspiracy since before I was born, who lost 2 sons to Numidide's executioners. What evidence did he have? None. Only suspicion. Tiberius' manservant was seen speaking with a stranger in the market, and my father convinced himself that it must be a contact with the spy master. Gandover shook his head. The manservant was buying medicine for his sick daughter. We confirmed it within the hour, but by then the damage was done. Tiberius is furious. He is talking about withdrawing from the conspiracy. Will he? I do not know. I spent the afternoon trying to calm him, assuring him that my father's concerns were the product of strain, not genuine distrust. But Tiberius is old and proud, and his pride has been wounded. Candida's voice was heavy. We cannot afford to lose him. His connections in the Senate are essential to legitimizing whatever government emerges after Numidides falls. Conan considered this. The pattern was familiar. He had seen it before in warlords and chieftains, men whose power had led them to see thrusts in every shadow. The spiral, Akachukwu had called it, the infinite regression of doubt, where every suspicion bred new suspicions, where the very act of watching for enemies created enemies where none had existed. It seemed the spirals were not confined to those who sat upon the throne. They could afflict anyone who wielded power, anyone who had something to lose. "Speak to your father," Conan said. "Remind him of what he told me about the trap of suspicion. He knows the danger. He may have forgotten that it applies to him as well. I have tried. He does not listen." Candida's hands clenched at his sides. "He is so close to everything he has worked for. 20 years of planning, a sacrifice, of waiting, and now the end is finally in sight. I think he is afraid." "Afraid of what?" "Of failing, of coming so close to his revenge, and having it snatched away at the last moment." Can never looked toward the house where lights burned in Akachukwu's study. Or perhaps he is afraid of succeeding, of finally getting what he has wanted for so long, and discovering that it is not enough. The situation worsened over the following days. Akachukwu began conducting his own investigations, bypassing the intelligence network he had spent years building. He interrogated servants, questioned guards, sent agents to follow his own lieutenants. The household, which had once operated with smooth efficiency, became tense and fearful. Everyone knew that the Lord was watching, and no one knew what he was looking for. Conan observed all of this with growing concern. The conspiracy was fragile at the best of times, a coalition of competing interests, held together by shared hatred and careful management. If Akachukwu continued down this path, if he alienated his allies and paralyzed his organization with suspicion, the assault would fail before it even began. He needed to act. But how? Akachukwu was not a man who accepted criticism easily, and Conan's position as a former slave collar or no collar limited his ability to speak freely. The opportunity came 3 days later, when Akachukwu summoned him to the study for what he called a matter of urgent concern. The Lord was standing at the window when Conan entered, his back to the room, his posture rigid with tension. He did not turn as Conan closed the door. "I have received disturbing information," Akachukwu said. His voice was controlled, but Conan could hear the strain beneath. "Information that suggests we have a traitor in our midst." "What information?" "One of my agents reports that Oras has detailed knowledge of our plans, not the broad strokes that could be explained by competent intelligence work, but specifics. The timing of the assault, the routes we intend to take, the identities of our allies within the palace." Akachukwu turned, and his black eyes were burning. "Someone is feeding him information, Cimmerian. Someone close to the heart of the conspiracy." Conan met his gaze steadily. "Who do you suspect?" "That is the question, is it not? It could be anyone. Prosero, with his endless caution. Publius, with his bitterness that might be turned to the king's advantage. Even Hadruthus, whose loyalty is to his god rather than to me." Akachukwu began to pace. "I have been reviewing every meeting, every communication, every moment when sensitive information might have been exposed, and I have found inconsistencies, such as conversations that do not quite align, reports that arrive too promptly, as if the reporter knew what I would want to hear. Small things, individually meaningless, but together they form a pattern." He stopped pacing and faced Conan directly. "I need your assessment, Cimmerian. Your instincts. You have met these men, trained with their guards, observed their households. Who among them do you believe could be a traitor?" Conan was silent for a long moment, choosing his words carefully. "I believe," he said at last, "that you are seeing Tatans where none exist." Akachukwu's face went still. "Explain." "You told me of the spiral, the endless regression of doubt, where every suspicion breeds new suspicions. You warned me that this is how the throne corrupts those who sit upon it, not through magic or whispers, but through the simple logic of power. Conan stepped closer, his voice low and intent. But you are not yet on the throne, Akatsuku, and already the spirals are claiming you. You think I am imagining things? I think you are under strain. I think the assault is approaching. And you are terrified not of failure, but of the possibility that 20 years of work might be undone by forces beyond your control. And I think that terror is making you see enemies where none exist. For a moment, Conan thought Akatsuku would strike him. The lord's hands clenched. His jaw tightened. His eyes blazed with fury. But then, slowly, the tension drained from his body, and he slumped against the desk like a puppet whose strings had been cut. You may be right, he said quietly. I have not slept properly in weeks. Every time I close my eyes, I see her face, Esmeralda, looking at me with disappointment, as if she knows what I am becoming. What are you becoming? I do not know. Something I do not recognize. Something that frightens me. Akatsuku looked up, and there was something wrought in his expression, vulnerability, that Conan had never seen before. I have spent so long focused on the revenge that I have forgotten how to be anything else. And now that the moment is finally approaching, I find myself uncertain. What if I am not strong enough? What if the throne breaks me, as it has broken all the others? Then I will do what you asked me to do. I will stop you. Conan's voice was flat matter of fact. But that moment has not come yet. Right now, the greatest threat to this conspiracy is not Oras or traitors or the king's guards. It is you. If you continue down this path, you will tear apart everything you have built. Akatsuku was silent for a long time. Finally, he nodded. You are right. I know you are right. The trap. He laughed, a bitter sound. I thought I understood it. I thought knowing the danger would protect me from it. But it is not enough to know. You have to act on that knowledge, and acting means trusting, when every instinct screams that trust is folly. Can you do that? I do not know, but I will try. He straightened, some of his old composure returning. Thank you, Cimmerian, for speaking the truth, when others would have told me what I wanted to hear. I am not here to tell you what you want to hear. I am here to help you take a throne, and I cannot do that if you destroy yourself before we reach it. Akatsuku smiled a thin expression, but genuine. Then let us make sure that does not happen. Chapter 22. Esmer's Ghost. That night, alone in his chambers, Akatsuku dreamed. He stood on the banks of the river that flowed through Terentia, the same river where Esmer's body had been thrown 20 years ago, like garbage discarded after a feast. The water was black under the starless sky, moving sluggishly between its banks, carrying secrets and sorrows toward the distant sea. And on the far bank, watching him, was Esmera. She looked as she had on their wedding day, young and beautiful, her dark hair crowned with the blue flowers she had always loved, her eyes shining with a joy that seemed to illuminate the darkness around her. She wore the dress she had made for the ceremony, white silk embroidered with golden thread, now stained with something dark that spread across the fabric like a shadow. Blood, he realized. The dress was soaked with blood. You came, she said, and her voice was the voice he remembered, soft, musical, touched with the accent of their homeland. I have been waiting for you, Esmera. He tried to step toward her, but his feet would not move. I have come to avenge you. I have spent 20 years building the power I need to destroy the man who... Destroy him? She tilted her head, a gesture he remembered from 1,000 conversations. Is that what you want? To destroy? It is what I must do, what I owe you. You owe me nothing. She began to walk along the far bank, her bare feet leaving no marks in the mud. I am dead, Akatsuku. I have been dead for 20 years. What can vengeance give me that death has not already taken away? Justice, peace, the knowledge that your death was not meaningless. My death was meaningless. All death is meaningless. The only meaning is in life and what we do with the time we are given, in how we treat the people we love. She stopped and turned to face him again. You have wasted 20 years on hatred. 20 years that could have been spent building, creating, loving. And for what? So that you can kill a man who does not even remember my name? He will remember. When I am done with him, he will remember everything. And then, when Numidites is dead, and your vengeance is complete, What then, Akachuku? What will you have left? He had no answer. In all his years of planning, he had never allowed himself to think beyond the revenge. It was as if time itself ended at the moment of Numidide's death, as if nothing existed beyond that final, triumphant instant. I thought as much. Esmera's voice was sad now, infinitely sad. You have made yourself into a weapon, my love. You have sharpened your hatred until it could cut through anything. But weapons have no life of their own. They exist only to destroy. When the destruction is complete, they have no more purpose. What would you have me do? Forgive? Forget? Let him live out his days in comfort while you rot in an unmarked grave. I would have you live. She began to fade, her form growing translucent, the starlight showing through her body. I would have you find something worth living for beyond the death of your enemies. I would have you remember that you were once a man who laughed, who loved, who believed that the world could be made better. That man died with you. No, he chose to die. That is not the same thing. She was barely visible now, a ghost of a ghost, a memory of a memory. You can still choose differently, Akachuku. It is not too late. It is never too late until it is. And then she was gone, and he was alone on the river bank, and the black water flowed on toward the sea. He woke with her name on his lips and tears on his cheeks. The room was dark. The lamps burned out, the first gray light of dawn just beginning to seep through the shuttered windows. He lay still for a long time, staring at the ceiling, feeling the echo of the dream reverberating through him like the aftermath of a blow. It was not the first time he had dreamed of Ismera. He dreamed of her often and dreamed of her every night for the first year after her death, and regularly since. But those dreams were usually nightmares, visions of her suffering, of the things that had been done to her in the palace. They left him cold with fury, hardened in his resolve, more determined than ever to see Numidides destroyed. This dream was different. This dream had asked questions he did not want to answer. What will you have left? He rose and walked to the window, pulling back the shutters to let in the pale light. The city spread out below him, just beginning to stir with the day's first activity. Somewhere out there, the king was waking in his palace, surrounded by guards and servants, unaware that his death was approaching with the inevitability of the turning seasons. I would have you live. He thought about the Cimmerian's words the night before. The greatest threat to this conspiracy is you. It was true, and he knew it was true. And yet knowing was not enough. The suspicion was still there, coiled in his chest like a serpent, whispering that enemies lurked in every shadow. That betrayal was always just one careless moment away. The mirrors, the endless regression of doubt. He had thought himself immune, had believed that understanding the danger would protect him from it. But understanding was not the same as control. You could see the trap clearly and still find yourself unable to step around it. It is not too late. But was it? Could he still change after 20 years of shaping himself into a weapon? Could he find something worth living for beyond the destruction of his enemies? He did not know, but as he stood at the window, watching the city come to life beneath the brightening sky, he found himself wanting to find out. Chapter 20. 3. The attempt. 3 weeks remained before the assault. The conspiracy had survived Akachuku's crisis of suspicion, though not without scars. Tiberia's had been mollified by a personal apology, a significant concession from a man as proud as Akachuku, and had agreed to continue his support. The other lieutenants had accepted their lord's explanation that strain and exhaustion had temporarily clouded his judgment. But trust, once damaged, was not easily repaired, and Conan could feel the increased wariness that now surrounded every interaction. He dealt with it by focusing on what he could control: his training, his preparations, his understanding of the battlefield that awaited them. And then someone tried to kill him. It happened in the night, 3 days after Akachuku's dream. Conan had developed the habit of sleeping lightly, his body attuned to any disturbance in his environment. It was a skill learned in a lifetime of danger, refined through countless nights in hostile territory, where a moment's inattention could mean death. So when the door to his chamber opened, slowly and silently, he was awake and alert before the first intruder had crossed the threshold. There were 3 of them. They moved like professionals, their footsteps barely audible, their weapons already drawn. In the faint light from the window, Conan could see the glint of steel, the shadowed shapes of men accustomed to killing in the dark. He did not wait for them to reach the bed. He rolled from the mattress, coming up in a crouch on the far side, his hand finding the knife he kept beneath his pillow. The assassins adjusted instantly, spreading out to cut off his escape routes, moving with the coordination of men who had worked together before. The first one came at him low, blade aimed at his belly. Conan sidestepped, caught the man's wrist, and broke it with a sharp twist. The knife clattered to the floor. Before the assassin could scream, Conan had driven his own blade into the man's throat. Second and third attacked together, trying to overwhelm him with numbers. But the chamber was small, the space cramped, and their coordination worked against them. They got in each other's way, their strikes tangling, and Conan used the confusion to slip between them, his knife opening a gash across one man's face, his elbow shattering the other's nose. The fight lasted perhaps 20 seconds. When it was over, 2 men lay dead on the floor, and the third was curled in a corner, clutching his ruined face, moaning through the blood that poured between his fingers. Conan hauled him upright, slamming him against the wall. "Who sent you?" The man's eyes were wide with pain and fear. "I don't please. Who sent you?" Conan pressed his knife against the man's throat. "You have one chance to answer. Use it wisely." "Demetrio," the man gasped. "Lord Demetrio. He paid us gold to kill you. Said you were a threat to the conspiracy, that you had to be removed before." Conan silenced him with a blow to the temple. The man slumped, unconscious, and Conan let him fall. Demetrio. He knew the name. One of Akachuku's lieutenants, a minor noble who had joined the conspiracy 2 years ago, bringing with him a network of contacts in the merchant guilds. Conan had met him twice briefly, and had formed no strong impression. The man had seemed competent enough, if unremarkable, but apparently Demetrio had his own agenda, his own concerns about the barbarian who had risen so quickly to a position of trust in Akachuku's household. Conan dressed quickly, then dragged the surviving assassin through the corridors to Akachuku's chambers. The guard who challenged him stepped aside when they saw what he was carrying. Akachuku's response was swift and merciless. Demetrio was arrested within the hour, dragged from his bed by Hacuman Taurus, and brought before the lord of the conspiracy in chains. The interrogation was brief. The surviving assassin had already confessed everything, and Demetrio had no defense that could withstand the weight of evidence against him. "You fool," Akachuku said, his voice cold with contempt. "You absolute fool. Did you think I would not learn of this? Did you think you could kill my Cimmerian and escape the consequences?" Demetrio was pale but defiant. "He is a barbarian, a slave. He has no place in the councils of this conspiracy. You have elevated him above men who have served you for years, given him access to secrets that should never have left this house. I did what was necessary to protect us all. You did what your jealousy demanded. Nothing more." Akachuku leaned forward. "The Cimmerian has earned his place. He has proven himself in ways that you never could. And now, because of your wounded pride, you have put the entire conspiracy at risk. I have protected the conspiracy from the barbarian, and from your own blind trust in—" "Enough." Akachuku rose from his chair. "You will be held until after the assault. If we succeed, you will be exiled. If we fail—" he smiled, a thin, cold expression. "If we fail, your fate will be the same as ours, but you will face it knowing that you betrayed the men who trusted you." He gestured to the guards. "Take him away." Later, when Demetrio had been removed, and the household had returned to an uneasy quiet, Akachuku found Conan in the training yard. "I owe you an apology," he said. "When I was seeing traitors every shadow, the real traitor was standing right beside me. I was so busy doubting my loyal allies that I failed to notice the one who was actually plotting against us." Conan shrugged. "You are not the first leader to make that mistake. You will not be the last." "Perhaps, but it was my mistake, and it nearly cost me my most valuable asset." Akachuku studied him. "How did you know? How did you survive an attack by 3 professional assassins in the dark?" "I did not know. I was simply prepared." Conan rolled his shoulders. working out the stiffness that always followed a fight. In my experience, the moment you stop expecting betrayal is the moment betrayal finds you. I have slept with one eye open since I was old enough to hold a blade. A hard way to live. The only way, if you want to keep living. He met Akachuku's eyes. But the same is true for you. You cannot trust blindly, but you cannot suspect blindly either. The trick is to find a balance to watch for genuine threats, without seeing threats that do not exist. The spiral of doubt. You warned me about it. Now you must heed your own warning. Akachuku nodded slowly. You are right. Again. He smiled, a weary expression. I am beginning to think I need you more than I realized, Sumerian. Not just as a weapon, but as a what? A conscience? A mirror of a different kind? I am no one's conscience, but I will tell you the truth when others will not. That may be the most valuable thing anyone has ever offered me. Akachuku extended his hand. Thank you for surviving, for speaking plainly, for being what you are. Conan took the hand. Save your thanks for after the assault. We are not out of this yet. No, we are not. Akachuku's grip tightened. But when we are, when Numidides is dead, and the throne is ours, I want you to know that you have earned more than your freedom. You have earned my respect. He released Conan's hand and walked back toward the house, leaving the Cimmerian alone in the training yard with his thoughts. Chapter 24. The Second Wife. The incident with Demetrio seemed to shake something loose in the household. The tension that had built up over weeks of suspicion and strain began to ease, replaced by a renewed focus on the task at hand. The conspirators who had begun to doubt Akachuku's leadership found their confidence restored by the swift handling of the traitor in their midst. The assault was approaching, and there was no more time for internal conflicts. Conan used the days to deepen his preparations, but he also found himself spending more time with Kandavra. The young man sought him out often now, drawn by something he could not quite name a need for guidance, perhaps, or simply the comfort of honest conversation in a house full of schemers. One evening they sat together on the roof of the main house, watching the sun set over Taransha. The sky was a riot of colors, red and gold and purple, the last light of day painting the clouds like a master artist at work. Below them, the city was settling into its evening rhythms, the sounds of commerce and conversation drifting up from the streets. Tell me about your mother, Conan said. Kandavra was quiet for a moment. Then he said, her name was Rashida. She was the daughter of a Shemite merchant family, wealthy, well-connected, one of the great trading houses of the southern kingdoms. My father met her in Agripor 6 years after Ismera's death. Did he love her? I think he wanted to. He was lonely, I suppose, despite everything. Despite the conspiracy, despite the hatred that consumed him. There was a part of him that still longed for connection, for warmth, for the things that had been taken from him. Kandavra's voice was soft. My mother gave him that, as much as she could. She knew about Ismera, of course. Everyone knew. But she believed that love could heal, that patience and devotion could fill the emptiness in his heart. But it did not. No, it did not. Kandavra turned to look at Conan, his amber eyes reflecting the fading light. He cared for her. I believe that. He treated her with respect, provided for her, protected her. When I was born he was happy, or as close to happy as he was capable of being. But he never loved her the way he loved Ismera. There was always a distance, a wall that she could not breach no matter how hard she tried. How did she die? A fever, one of the plagues that sweep through the southern districts every few years, carried by the ships from the eastern ports. She caught it while visiting relatives in the lower city, and by the time the physicians understood what they were dealing with, it was too late. Kandavra's jaw tightened. I was 14. Old enough to understand what was happening, young enough to believe that somehow, she would survive. I am sorry. So was my father. He grieved for her, genuinely grieved in his way. But there was something wrong about his grief. It was as if he was grieving for the failure rather than the loss. He had tried to build something new, and it had been taken from him, and he blamed himself for not protecting her better. And after, he became harder, more focused on the revenge, as if my mother's death was proof that he could never have a normal life, that he was meant only for destruction. Gandover shook his head. I think he decided, after she died, that he would never allow himself to care for anyone again, that the pain of loss was too great, and the only protection was to feel nothing at all. But he cares for you, does he? There was something raw in Gandover's voice. Sometimes I wonder. He trains me, educates me, prepares me to take a role in whatever world emerges after Numidides falls. But does he love me, or am I just another tool, another piece of his plan? Conan considered the question. He thought of Akatsuku's black eyes, the glimpses of vulnerability he had seen behind the cold facade, the dream that had shaken the Lord so deeply just days ago. He loves you, Conan said at last. I have seen it when he speaks of you, when he watches you in the training yard. There is something in his eyes that is not calculation, not strategy. It is pride and fear. Fear? Fear of losing you. Fear of watching you die, as Ismera died, as your mother died. Fear that his love is a curse, that everyone he cares for is doomed to be taken from him. Conan met Gandover's eyes. That is why he keeps his distance, not because he does not love you, but because he loves you too much to bear the thought of losing you. Gandover was silent for a long moment. Then he said, quietly, You see more than I gave you credit for, Cimmerian. I see what is there. I have learned over the years that the faces men show the world are rarely their true faces. The true face is hidden, protected, revealed only in unguarded moments. And what do you see when you look at yourself? What is your true face? Conan turned back to the sunset, which was fading now into the deep blue of twilight. I see a man who has spent his life running from his homeland, from his past, from every place he has ever tried to call home. I see a man who tells himself he wants nothing but freedom, but who keeps finding himself bound to causes and people he never intended to care about. That does not sound like a man who feels nothing. No, it does not. Conan's voice was quiet. Perhaps that is the lesson, that we do not choose who we care about, any more than we choose the color of our eyes or the shape of our faces. Caring happens, whether we want it to or not. The only choice is what we do about it. They sat together in silence as the stars emerged, one by one, above the darkening city. Chapter 25. Akatsuku saves Conan. 2 weeks remained before the assault. The conspiracy had entered its final phase. Weapons were being distributed to safe houses throughout the city. Soldiers were filtering into Tarashat in small groups, dressed as merchants and laborers, taking up positions near the palace gates. The allies within the palace had confirmed their readiness, their bribes paid, their loyalty secured. And then everything went wrong. It was supposed to be a routine meeting, a final coordination session with one of the merchant guilds that was financing the purchase of equipment. Conan had attended a dozen such meetings over the past weeks, and he had come to regard them as tedious but necessary. The merchants cared only for their profits, and every conversation was a negotiation, a careful balancing of promises and guarantees. The meeting was held in a warehouse in the lower city, a sprawling complex of storage rooms and loading docks that the guild used for its shipping operations. Conan arrived at dusk, accompanied by 2 of Akatsuku's guards, and was met by the guild's representative, a nervous little man named Varro, who had been their contact for months. This way, Varro said, leading them through the warehouse toward a private office in the back. The others are waiting. The others. That was the first warning sign. There should have been no others. This was a one meeting scheduled precisely to avoid drawing attention. The second warning sign was the warehouse itself. It was too quiet. The loading docks should have been busy at this hour, workers moving cargo, carts arriving and departing. Instead, the vast space was silent and empty, the shadows deep and still. Conan's hand moved to his sword. Varro, what is this? The little man did not answer. His eyes darted toward the office door, and in that moment Conan knew. Back, he said to the guards. We are leaving. But they had waited too long. The doors behind them crashed open, and armed men poured into the warehouse, dozens of them, wearing the dark clothing of the king's secret police, their weapons drawn and ready. Orest's men. The spy master had finally made his move. The fight was brief and brutal. Conan and the two guards formed a defensive triangle, their backs to each other, their blades carving a circle of death around them. The king's men were professionals, but they were not prepared for the fury of Conan's resistance. He killed 4 of them in the first exchange, his sword singing through the air, his body moving with the savage grace of a hunting cat. But there were too many of them, and more were coming. The guards beside him fell, one after another, overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Conan fought on alone, his blade running red, his breath coming in great gasps, but even he could not hold back the tide forever. A blade found his ribs, a shallow cut, but painful. Another opened a gash on his thigh. He stumbled, caught himself, killed the man who had wounded him, but he could feel his strength beginning to fade. The blood loss, the exhaustion, the simple mathematics of one man against an army. This is how it ends, he thought. Not in the throne room, not in triumph or defeat, but in a dirty warehouse, surrounded by nameless enemies. And then, impossibly, he heard the thunder of hoofs. The main doors of the warehouse exploded inward, shattered by the impact of a charging horse. Through the opening poured a wave of armed men, not the king's agents, but Akachuku's household guards, their blue livery bright in the torchlight, their swords flashing as they fell upon the enemy from behind. And at their head, mounted on a black stallion, sword in hand, was Akachuku himself. He fought like a man possessed, his blade weaving patterns of death through the ranks of the spymaster's agents. Conan had never seen him in battle before, had half believed that the lord's skills were purely political. But here now, Akachuku was a warrior, his movements precise and deadly, his face set in a mask of cold fury. The tide of the battle turned, caught between Conan's desperate defense and Akachuku's surprise attack. The king's men broke and fled. Those who could not flee died where they stood, cut down without mercy. When it was over, when the last of the enemy had fallen or fled, Akachuku dismounted and walked through the carnage to where Conan stood, swaying with exhaustion, his sword still clutched in his blood-slicked hand. "Again," Conan said. His voice was rough, his throat raw from the battle. "I came." Akachuku was bleeding from a cut on his cheek, and his robes were torn, but his eyes were clear and steady. "You are too valuable to lose, Cimmerian. When Varro did not report in on time, I knew something was wrong. Varro betrayed us. He did. We found his body in the office. Orest must have made him an offer he could not refuse, and then killed him to prevent him from warning us." Akachuku shook his head. "It seems I was right to be paranoid after all. I was simply suspicious of the wrong people." "How did you find me?" "We have our own informants among the king's agents. When Orest's men mobilized, we were warned." Akachuku put a hand on Conan's shoulder. "You are wounded. Can you walk?" "I have walked with horse." But Conan let himself lean on Akachuku's support. "Just for a moment. You should not have come yourself. If you had fallen, if I had fallen, the conspiracy would have continued without me. King Devereux would have taken my place, and you would have led the assault." Akachuku's smile was tired but genuine. "But I did not fall, and neither did you. That is what matters." They walked out of the warehouse together into the night air, leaving the dead behind them. Chapter 26. The eve of the coup. The night before the assault, the household of Akachuku fell into an uneasy silence. The preparations were complete. The weapons had been distributed. The soldiers positioned, the allies within the palace confirmed and ready. Count Trassaro's cavalry was camped 3 miles outside the city, waiting for the signal that would bring them thundering through the gates. The priests of Asura had performed their rituals and offered their prayers. Everything that could be done had been done. Now there was only the waiting. Conan spent the early evening in the training yard, running through the forums one last time, feeling the familiar weight of sword and knife, the smooth coordination of muscle and will. His wounds from the warehouse ambush had healed. The rib still ached when he twisted certain ways, but the thigh was sound, and he moved with his usual fluid grace. He was not nervous. Nervousness was for men who had something to lose, and Conan had made his peace with death long ago. If he fell tomorrow, he would fall fighting, and that was all a Cimmerian could ask. If he lived, he would be free, genuinely free, for the first time since the slavers had taken him on the road from Koth. Either way, the waiting would be over. As darkness fell, he made his way to the roof of the main house. Drawn by some instinct he could not name, he found Kandavra already there, sitting on the low wall that edged the rooftop, his legs dangling over the drop, his eyes fixed on the distant gleam of the palace. "Mind if I join you?" Kandavra glanced up, then gestured to the space beside him. "Please." They sat together in silence for a while, watching the stars emerge above the city. The air was cool, carrying the scents of summer, jasmine from the gardens below, wood smoke from distant chimneys, the faint salt tang of the river that wound through the heart of Terentia. "Are you ready?" Kandavra asked at last. "I am always ready. It is the one thing I have learned in this life, to be ready for whatever comes." "I wish I could say the same." Kandavra's voice was soft. "I have trained for this, prepared for it, but now that it is actually here, you are afraid, terrified." The young man laughed, a sound without humor. "I have killed once in my life, and I still dream about it. Tomorrow, I may have to kill again, many times, and I do not know if I can. You can. When the moment comes, you will do what must be done. That is what training is for, to prepare your body to act when your mind is paralyzed by fear. And if my body fails to?" Conan turned to look at him. "Then you will die, but you will die fighting, which is more than most men can say. And you will die beside comrades who chose the same fate for the same cause. That is not a bad death, Kandavra. It is better than dying in bed, surrounded by weeping relatives, your body rotting from the inside out. You have a strange definition of comfort. I am a Cimmerian. We are not known for our comfort." Conan's tone softened slightly. "But I will tell you something that I have learned in all my years of fighting. Fear is not your enemy. Fear is a messenger, telling you that danger is near and that you must be alert. The men who feel no fear are the ones who die first, because they are not paying attention. Then what should I do with the fear? Acknowledge it, accept it, and then set it aside, because there's work to be done, and fear will not do it for you." Conan looked back at the palace. "Tomorrow you will be afraid. So will I. So will your father, and Trocero, and every man who follows us into the palace. But we will act anyway, because that is what courage is, not the absence of fear, but the willingness to act despite it." Kandavra was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "Thank you, Conan, for everything, for the training, the conversations, the friendship. I know that is not a word you use lightly. It is not, but it is the right word, I think." Conan extended his hand. "Whatever happens tomorrow, know that I am honored to have fought beside you." Kandavra took his hand and gripped it firmly. "And I beside you." They sat together until the moon rose, then went their separate ways to find what rest they could before the dawn. Conan did not sleep. Instead, he lay on his bed and stared at the ceiling, letting his mind wander through the plan one final time. The postern gate in the western wall, opened by sympathetic guards. The corridors leading to the throne room, cleared by the conspirators who had infiltrated the palace staff. The throne room itself, where Numidides would be waiting with Thalmana and his personal guard. The plan was sound. Akatsuku had spent 20 years perfecting it, and every contingency had been considered. But Conan knew better than to trust in plans. Battle was chaos, and no strategy survived first contact with the enemy intact. Tomorrow would bring surprises, it always did. The question was whether they would be ready to adapt when those surprises came. An hour before dawn, there was a knock at his door. It was Akatsuku, dressed for battle, not in his usual fine robes, but in leather armor reinforced with steel plates, a sword at his hip, a knife in his boot. His face was calm, but there was something in his eyes that Conan had never seen before. "Peace. It is time," Akatsuku said. "I know. Before we go, there is something I need to say." The Lord stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. "I have not always been honest with you about my reasons for recruiting you, about the role I intended you to play. I assumed as much. Of course you did. You are not a fool." Akatsuku smiled, a tired expression. When I bought you from that slave pen, I saw you as a weapon, nothing more. A tool to be used and discarded when its purpose was served. I told myself that I would give you freedom in exchange for your service. But in my heart, I did not care whether you lived or died. You were a means to an end, and the end was all that mattered. And now, Akachuba shook his head slowly. Now I find that I care. About you, about Kendora, about all the people who have tied their fates to mine. I did not expect that. I thought I had cut away everything that could make me vulnerable. But it seems that some things cannot be cut away, no matter how sharp the blade. Is that a weakness? Perhaps, or perhaps it is the only thing that makes any of this worthwhile. Akachuku met his eyes. I want you to know that whatever happens today, you have given me something I thought I had lost forever. Hope, the belief that there might be something on the other side of revenge, something worth living for. The Smur's ghost, Conan said quietly. You know about that? You spoke of her once, of dreaming about her, of seeing disappointment in her eyes. Conan rose from the bed. She asked you what you would have left when the revenge was complete. Have you found an answer? I do not know, but I am willing to look for one. That is more than I could have said a month ago. Akachuku stepped back, straightening. Come, the others are waiting. They gathered in the courtyard as the first light of dawn began to brighten the eastern sky. The assault force was smaller than Conan had expected, 30 men in all, handpicked from Akachuku's household guards and the most trusted fighters among the conspirators. They would be the tip of the spear, the first to enter the palace and clear the way to the throne room. The larger forces Trasero's cavalry, the militia raised from the merchant guilds, the soldiers who had filtered into the city over the past weeks would follow once the initial breach was secured. Hakon was there, his scarred face set in its usual grim expression. Drago, the Zingaran assassin, checking his throwing knives one last time. Taurus, the Nordhammer berserker, already working himself into the control fury that was his fighting state, and dozens of others, their faces familiar from weeks of training and preparation, their eyes bright with a mixture of fear and determination. Kendora stood beside his father, armored and armed, his amber eyes steady despite the nerves that Conan knew were churning beneath the surface. He looked older than he had just weeks ago, harder, more focused. War had a way of aging men, even before the first blow was struck. Akachuku raised his hand for silence, and the murmur of voices died away. You know why we are here, he said, his voice carrying across the courtyard. You know what we face, and what we stand to gain. I will not waste your time with speeches about glory or destiny. There is only one thing I want to say. He paused, his black eyes moving from face to face. For 20 years I have dreamed of this day. I have sacrificed everything, love, happiness, peace of mind, for the chance to bring down the tyrant who sits on Aquillonia's throne. And now that day has come. His voice hardened. Numidites has ruled through fear, through cruelty, through the systematic destruction of everything that makes life worth living. He has tortured and killed, stolen and oppressed, turned a kingdom of free men into a nation of slaves. Today we end that. Today we take back what is ours. He drew his sword, the steel gleaming in the early light, for Aquillonia, for freedom, for vengeance. The men raised their own weapons, their voices joining in our ragged cheer. And then they were moving, filing out through the gates, into the streets of a city that did not yet know its world was about to change. Chapter 27. The postern gate, the palace of Teranger, rose before them like a fortress of gleaming white stone. They had made their way through the city in small groups, taking different routes to avoid attracting attention. Now, as the sun climbed above the rooftops, they converged on a narrow alley that led to the palace's western wall and the postern gate that would be their entrance. The gate was small, designed for servants and deliveries rather than formal visitors. It was also supposed to be guarded by men who had been bought and paid for, ready to open the door and look the other way while the conspirators slipped inside. Conan reached the gate first, flattening himself against the wall, his eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of trouble. The others followed, moving with the silent efficiency of trained fighters, their weapons ready, their faces taut with tension. A moment passed, then another. The gate creaked open, revealing a narrow passage. Beyond, and 2 guards in the livery of the palace, their swords sheathed, their hands raised in surrender. "Lord Akachuku," one of them whispered, "the way is clear, but you must hurry. The shift changes in less than an hour." Akachuku nodded. "You have done well. When this is over, you will be rewarded." The guards stepped aside, and the assault force began to file through the gate into the heart of the enemy's stronghold. The first part of the palace was, as Conan remembered from his reconnaissance, a maze of narrow corridors and service rooms, designed for the servants who kept the great machine of the household running. They moved quickly but carefully, avoiding the main thoroughfares, using the routes that Conan had memorized during his infiltration. The first real opposition came at a stairwell leading up to the public areas of the palace, where guards, palace soldiers, not the conspirators' plants, stood at the base of the stairs, their backs to the corridor, their attention focused on something happening above. They never saw the attack coming. Conan took the first to himself, his sword opening one man's throat, while his knife found another's kidney. Prego handled the third with a thrown blade that sprouted from the guard's eye socket. The fourth managed to draw his weapon and turn, his mouth opening to shout a warning. But Heckim was there, his massive arms closing around the man's neck, silencing him with a brutal twist. 4 men dead in as many seconds. The assault force stepped over the bodies and continued upward. The resistance stiffened as they climbed. Word was spreading through the palace. Conan could hear shouts in the distance, the ring of steel on steel, the pounding of running feet. The element of surprise was fading, replaced by the bloody chaos of open combat. They fought through corridor after corridor, room after room, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. The palace guards were good professional soldiers, trained and equipped, but they were scattered, disorganized, caught off guard by an attack they had never imagined possible. The conspirators, by contrast, fought with the desperate fury of men who knew that failure meant death. Conan was at the front of every engagement, his sword singing through the air, his body moving with the savage grace that had carried him through 100 battles. He did not think, did not plan, did not hesitate. He simply fought, letting instinct and training guide him, trusting his blade to find the paths that would keep him alive. A spear thrust at his chest he sidestepped, caught the shaft, pulled the wielder forward and opened his belly. A sword came at his head. He ducked, felt the wind of its passage, rose inside the swing, and drove his blade through the attacker's heart. A shield wall blocked his path. He hit it like a battering ram, his weight and momentum smashing through the formation, his knife finding gaps in armor, his teeth bared in a feral grin that sent the survivors stumbling backward in terror. This was what he was made for. This was what he had always been. They reached the doors to the throne room at the same moment that the resistance crystallized. A line of the king's personal guard had formed across the corridor, 20 men in black steel armor, their shields locked, their spears leveled. At their center stood a figure that Conan recognized immediately. Bulmana, the captain of the king's guard, was even more imposing in person than he had seen from a distance. He stood a head taller than the men around him, his armor gleaming, his sword already drawn. His face was calm, almost bored, as if the chaos erupting around him was merely an inconvenience rather than a mortal threat. "So," he said, his voice carrying over the sounds of distant fighting, "the conspiracy reveals itself at last. I had wondered when you would make your move." Akachuku stepped forward, his own sword ready. "The throne room is beyond those doors. Stand aside, or die where you stand." "Stand aside?" Old Moana laughed, a rumbling sound that echoed off the corridor walls. "I have served 3 kings, little man. I have defended this throne against assassins and rebels, foreign invaders and domestic traitors. Do you think I will step aside for you? Then you will die, perhaps, but so will many of your men." Bulmana raised his sword, and the guards behind him tensed, ready to attack. "Is that a price you are willing to pay?" Conan did not wait for an answer. He was already moving. The plan had been for an assassin to deal with Volmana before the assault began, a blade in the dark, eliminating the greatest threat before it could manifest. That plan had failed, or perhaps it had never been real to begin with. It did not matter now. What mattered was that Volmana was here, and he had to be dealt with. Conan hit the shielded wall like a thunderbolt, his sword cleaving through the first man's guard, his shoulder driving into the gap, his weight throwing the formation into chaos. The guards tried to reform, but Conan was among them now, too close for spears, too fast for coordinated response. He killed and killed again, his blade the blur of crimson steel, his eyes fixed on the one target that mattered. Volmana. The captain met him head on, their swords clashing with a force that sent sparks fly. Volmana was stronger than anyone Conan had ever faced, and fast despite his bulk. His blade moved with precision and power, each strike designed to end the fight in a single blow. But Conan was faster. Conan was wilier. Conan had been fighting for his life since before Volmana had first picked up a sword. They traded blows through the chaos of the corridor, their duel storm at the center of a larger battle. Around them, the conspirators and the guards tore at each other, the floor growing slick with blood, the air thick with the stench of death. But for Conan, there was only Volmana, only the next strike, the next parry, the next moment that might bring victory or death. A feint to the left, a strike to the right. Volmana blocked it, barely, his arm trembling with the force of impact. A kick to the knee, forcing the bigger man off balance. A thrust that Volmana turned at the last instant, the blade scoring a line across his ribs instead of piercing his heart. First blood. Volmana's eyes widened, surprise breaking through his mask of calm. "You are a good barbarian, better than I expected. I get that a lot." They flashed again, and this time Conan pressed his advantage, keeping Volmana on the defensive, not allowing him time to recover his balance or set his stance. The captain was wounded now, slowing, his movements losing the crisp precision that had marked them at the beginning of the fight. The end came quickly. Volmana overcommitted on a thrust, putting too much weight behind it, sacrificing balance for power. Conan sidestepped, caught the captain's sword arm and twisted. The joint gave with a sickening crack, and Volmana's weapon clattered to the floor. Before the captain could recover, Conan drove his blade through the gap between breastplate and gorget, deep into the throat. Volmana staggered, blood pouring from the wound, his unbroken hand clutching at the steel that had killed him. He tried to speak, but only a wet gurgle emerged. Then his eyes went glassy, and he fell. The remaining guards, seeing their captain die, broke and fled. Chapter 28. Blood in the corridors. The throne room doors were massive oak reinforced with iron, designed to withstand siege weapons, locked from within. Beyond them, Conan knew, Ilmadites waited with whatever forces he had managed to gather. "Can we break through?" Akachuku asked, his voice tight with urgency. "Not quickly." Conan examined the doors, noting the heavy crossbar that secured them. "We need another way in." "There is none. The throne room is designed to be defensible. There is always another way." Conan turned to Drago. "You said you were an assassin in Zingara. How did you get to targets who hid behind locked doors?" The Zingaran smiled, his scarred face twisting. "I did not go through the doors. I went around them." He pointed upward. "The ventilation shafts. Every palace has them, passages for air to circulate. Too small for armed men, but large enough for one who knows how to move. Can you find them?" "I can find anything, given enough time." "You have very little time." Drago was already moving, examining the walls and ceiling with professional interest. Within minutes, he had located a grill set high in the wall, a small opening, barely large enough for a man to squeeze through, but it was there. "This leads to the service corridors," he said. "From there I can reach the throne room's inner passages. There is a servant's door behind the throne used for bringing food and drink during long ceremonies. If I can reach it, I can open these doors from inside." "Do it." Drago shed his weapons, keeping only a knife between his teeth, and began to climb. Within moments, he had disappeared into the shaft, leaving only silence behind. They waited. The sounds of fighting had mostly died away now the palace was either secured, or its defenders had fallen back to make a final stand around the king. Conan could hear distant shouts, the occasional clash of steel, but the corridor where they stood was quiet, tense, filled only with the ragged breathing of men who had fought their way through hell, and now stood at the threshold of either triumph or disaster. Ken never moved to stand beside Conan, his sword bloody, his face pale beneath the spatters of crimson that marked it. "Is it always like this?" he asked quietly. "The fighting, I mean, the killing." "Yes, it is always like this, and it never gets easier." Conan wiped his blade on a fallen guard's cloak. "But you did well. You held your ground. You fought when you had to. You did not break. That is more than many men can say after their first real battle." "I do not feel like I did well. I feel like I am going to be sick." "That comes later, after the danger has passed, and your body realizes what you have been through." Conan put a hand on the young man's shoulder. "For now, focus on what remains to be done. There will be time for reflection when the killing is over." Before Kandahar could respond, a sound came from beyond the doors, the heavy scrape of the crossbar being lifted, the groan of hinges that had not been tested in years, and then the door swung open, revealing the throne room beyond, and Draco standing just inside, a smile on his scarred face. "My lords," he said, bowing with exaggerated courtesy, "the king awaits." The throne room was as Conan remembered it from his reconnaissance, circular, perhaps 60 feet across, its walls of dark stone, its ceiling lost in shadow, torches burned in sconces around the perimeter. But their light seemed muted, swallowed by a darkness that went beyond mere absence of illumination. And at the center of the room, seated on the obsidian throne with its serpent arms and pointed back, was Numidides. The King of Aquillonia was not what Conan had expected. He was older than his years, his face lined and haggard, his hair thin and gray, his body wasted beneath the heavy robes of state. His eyes were the most disturbing feature, pale, almost colorless, with a feverish gleam that spoke of sleepless nights and endless whispers. The eyes of a man who had listened to the pit for 17 years. Beside the throne stood a small group of guards, the last of the king's protectors, perhaps 20 men who had not fled or fallen. They were armed and armored, their faces set with the grim determination of men who knew they were going to die. And behind the throne, half hidden in shadow, stood a woman. Conan did not look at her immediately. His attention was focused on the king, on the guards, on the tactical situation that would determine who lived and who died in the next few minutes. But something about her presence registered, some instinct that told him she was important. Akatsuku stepped forward, his sword raised, his black eyes burning with 20 years of hatred. "Numidides," he said, "at last." The king's lips twisted into a smile that did not reach his pale eyes. "Akatsuku, I have been expecting you. Were someone like you. There is always someone like you. You know why I am here. Of course, you are here to kill me and take my throne, as I killed my predecessor and took his, as he killed the king before him." Numidides laughed, a dry, rasping sound. "It is the way of things in Aquillonia. The wheel turns, and those on top fall to the bottom, and those on the bottom rise to the top, until the wheel turns again. You speak as if it does not matter. It does not. Not to me. I have ruled for 17 years. I have done what the throne demanded of me. And now," the king's eyes drifted, unfocused, as if he were listening to something that no one else could hear. "Now the whispers tell me that my time is ending. They have been telling me for months. I have been waiting for you. Then you know what comes next." "I do." Numidides straightened on his throne, some shadow of his former dignity returning. "But before you kill me, there is something you should know, something that will change everything. Nothing you say can change what I have come to do." "No?" The king's smile widened. "Not even this?" He gestured toward the shadows behind the throne, and the woman stepped forward into the light. Chapter 20. 9. The Throne Room, Part 1. She was beautiful. That was the first thing Conan noticed, the kind of beauty that transcended age and circumstance, that seemed to glow with an inner light even in the gloom of the throne room. She was no longer young. There were lines around her eyes, gray threads in her dark hair, but she carried herself with a grace that spoke of nobility, of strength, of a spirit that had refused to be broken despite everything that had been done to it. And her eyes were dark, almost black, filled with an emotion that Conan could not immediately identify. Beside him Akachuku had gone rigid. His sword, raised for the killing stroke, hung motionless in the air. His face, a face that had been set with cold fury just moments before, was slack with shock. All color drained from his dark skin. "Isra," he whispered. The woman's expression did not change. She stood beside the throne, her hands clasped before her, her eyes fixed on Akachuku with that unreadable intensity. "Hello, my husband," she said, and her voice, gods, her voice was exactly as Conan had imagined from Akachuku's descriptions. Soft, musical, touched with an accent that spoke of distant lands and ancient cultures. The voice of a ghost made flesh. The silence that followed seemed to stretch for eternity. Conan's eyes moved between Akachuku and the woman, trying to understand what he was seeing. Ismara was dead. He had heard the story a dozen times, had seen the portrait, had watched Akachuku weep over her memory. She had been used and killed, her body thrown in the river, lost forever. And yet here she stood, alive, beside the very throne where her death had been ordered. "This is a trick," Akachuku said. His voice was hoarse, cracked. "Some sorcery, some illusion." "No trick," Numidide said. His pale eyes gleamed with something that might have been satisfaction. "She is exactly who she appears to be. Your wife, the woman you have mourned for 20 years. Alive, whole, standing before you. That is impossible. She died. I found the witnesses who saw. Witnesses can be bought. Stories can be fabricated." The king leaned forward on his throne. "Did you truly believe I would destroy something so valuable? A woman of such beauty, such spirit. She was far too precious to waste." Akachuku's sword trembled in his hand. "What did you do to her?" "I kept her, as I keep many treasures that catch my eye." Numidides gestured at the room around him. "She has been here, in the palace, for 20 years, a guest of the crown, well treated, well fed, well housed. She has wanted for nothing, except her freedom. Freedom is an illusion. We are all prisoners of something, duty, desire, the circumstances of our birth. She has simply been a prisoner of more comfortable things than most." Conan watched Akachuku carefully, saw the emotions warring across his face: shock, disbelief, hope, rage. 20 years of certainty, of purpose, of driving hatred, all of it crumbling in an instant, replaced by a chaos that threatened to overwhelm him. "Ismara," Akachuku said again, his voice barely audible. "Is it truly you?" "It is." She took a step toward him, then stopped, as if uncertain of her welcome. "I am sorry, my love. I am sorry for what you have suffered, for what you have become." "What I have become?" "A man of hatred, of revenge. A man who has sacrificed everything, love, happiness, his own soul for the chance to kill the monster who took me from you." Tears were streaming down her face now, but her voice remained steady. "I have watched you through the years. The king, he enjoyed telling me of your rise, your schemes, your growing power. He used my existence as a weapon, holding it over me, threatening to reveal the truth if I tried to escape or resist. Why did you not send word, some signal, some message? Because he would have killed you. He made that clear from the first day. If I revealed myself to you, if I gave you any hope that I lived, he would destroy you utterly. Not just kill you, destroy everything you had built, everyone who had ever helped you. Salt the earth so that nothing would ever grow again." She shook her head. "I chose your life over my freedom. I chose to let you believe me dead, so that you might live. And what kind of life has it been?" Akachuku's voice cracked. 20 years of emptiness. 20 years of hatred. I have become a monster, Isra. I have done terrible things. I know what you have done, and why." She reached out, her hand trembling, and touched his face. "But you are still the man I marry, still the man I love. The monster is not who you are. It is only what you have been forced to become." Conan stepped back, giving them space, his eyes scanning the throne room for threats. The guards around Numidides had not moved. They seemed as stunned by the revelation as everyone else. But the tactical situation had not changed. The king was still there, still alive, still the enemy who had to be dealt with. And yet, he looked at Akatsuku, at the man who had saved his life, who had offered him freedom and purpose, who had become something almost like a friend. The lord was weeping now, his sword forgotten, his arms wrapped around the woman he had thought lost forever. 20 years of vengeance, crumbling to dust in a single moment. What happened now? Numidides answered that question. How touching, the king said, his voice dripping with contempt. A reunion of lost lovers. It would make a wonderful ballad, if any of you were going to survive to see it. He raised his hand, and the guards around the throne moved forward, their weapons ready. Kill them! Numidides said, kill them all. Chapter 30. The Throne Room Part 2. The Reveal. The guards charged. Conan met them head on, his sword cutting through the first wave before they could reach Akatsuku and Esmera. Behind him, he heard the clash of steel as Hakim and the surviving conspirators joined the fight, turning the throne room into a cauldron of blood and fury. But his attention was divided. Part of him was fighting the guards, doing what he had done 100 times before: kill, move, kill again, survive. But part of him was watching Akatsuku, watching the man struggle to process the impossible, watching the war between love and vengeance play out across his face. Akatsuku! Conan shouted, parrying a thrust and gutting the man who made it. The king, you have to finish this. Akatsuku did not respond. He was holding Esmera, shielding her from the chaos, his eyes locked on her face, as if she might vanish if he looked away. Father! Kendavar's voice cut through the din. The young man was fighting beside Hakim, his sword right to the hilt. Father, we need you. Still nothing. Akatsuku was lost, adrift in a sea of emotion that had no map and no shore. Conan made a decision. He fought his way toward the throne, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. The guards were dying, overwhelmed by the conspirators' fury, but Numidides had not moved. Jane sat on his obsidian throne, watching the slaughter with those pale, feverish eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. So you are the barbarian, Numidides said as Conan approached. The weapon that Akatsuku has wielded against me. I have heard much about you. Your guards are dead. Your palace has fallen. Your reign is over. Conan raised his bloody sword. Any last words? Only these. The king's smile whitened. The throne is cursed, Cimmerian. Whoever sits upon it will hear the whispers, will feel the hunger of the pit, will become what I have become. Akatsuku sought to destroy me, but in doing so, he will only create a new monster. The cycle never ends. Perhaps, but your part in it does. Does it? Numidides leaned forward, or does it merely continue in a different form? Look around you, barbarian. Look at the blood, the death, the chaos. This is what the throne demands. This is what every king must pay, whether he wants to or not. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the destruction around him. Kill me if you wish. Take the throne for your master. But know this, you are not ending anything. You are only beginning another chapter in a story that has no end. Conan stepped forward and drove his sword through the king's heart. Numidides died with that smile still on his face, his pale eyes finally going dark, his body slumping against the obsidian throne that had been his prison and his power for 17 years. The fighting ended moments later. The remaining guards, seeing their king fall, threw down their weapons and surrendered. The conspirators moved quickly to secure the throne room, checking bodies, binding prisoners, establishing control over the heart of the palace. But Conan's attention was elsewhere. Akatsuku had finally released Esmera, stepping back to look at her with an expression of mingled joy and horror. The hatred that had driven him for 20 years was gone, but in its place was something worse. Uncertainty, confusion, a complete collapse of the foundation on which his entire life had been built. And now, he asked, his voice that of a lost child, everything I have done, everything I have sacrificed, it was all for this, for revenge, for killing the man who took you from me. And now I am here, Esmera said softly. and he is dead, and you have to decide what kind of man you want to be. I do not know. I do not know who I am anymore. Then we will find out together." She took his hands in hers. "I have waited 20 years for this moment. I can wait a little longer while you learn to be yourself again." Conan watched them, feeling like an intruder on something private and profound. Then he turned away, walking to the throne where Numidide's body still sat, blood pooling around the obsidian base. The pit, he could feel it more strongly now than ever before, the void beneath the floor, the hunger that seemed to pulse through the stone, the whispers that lurked just beyond the threshold of hearing. The seal that covered it was intact, but he could sense what lay beneath, the darkness that had corrupted every king who had ever sat above it, the darkness that would now be waiting for whoever took the throne. Kendevra appeared beside him, his face pale, his eyes wide. "It is over," the young man said. "We have won. We have won a battle. The war is just beginning." "What do you mean?" Conan pointed at the empty throne. "Your father has to decide what to do with that, whether to sit on it himself, or give it to someone else, or find some third path that no one has ever considered. He turned to face Kendevra, and he has to do it while reconciling with the wife he thought was dead and dealing with emotions he has suppressed for 20 years. Can he do that? I do not know, but I know this. Whatever he decides, it will shape the future of this kingdom. The wrong choice could undo everything we have accomplished today." Kendevra looked at his father, who was still holding Esmera's hands, his face wet with tears. Then he looked at the throne, at the blood-stained stone, at the darkness that seemed to pulse beneath the surface. "What would you do?" he asked. "If the choice were yours?" Conan considered the question. He thought about the mirrors, about the 3 paths that Akatsuku had described: tyranny, wisdom through doubt, or abdication. He thought about his own vision in the mirror, himself as king, himself as monster. He thought about freedom and power and the price that both demanded. "I would walk away," he said at last. "Take my freedom and go, as I was promised. Leave the throne to those who want it, and find something else to live for." "Is that what you are going to do?" Conan looked at Akatsuku and Ismara, at Kendevra, at the men who had fought beside him through the blood and chaos of the assault. He thought about the bonds that had formed between them, the loyalty that had been earned and given. "I do not know," he said. "Ask me again when the dust has settled." Chapter 31. The Aftermath. The sun was setting over Terentia when the last of the resistance ended. Throughout the day, the conspirators had secured the palace and the city, moving with the efficiency of men who had planned this moment for years. Count Trasero's cavalry had thundered through the gates at midday, their arrival turning any thought of counter-attack into suicide. The city guard, seeing which way the wind was blowing, had laid down their arms almost without a fight. The nobles who had supported Numidides, those who had not fled in the first hours of chaos, were being rounded up and held in the palace dungeons. By evening, Terentia was quiet, the kind of quiet that follows a storm, heavy with exhaustion and the weight of things changed forever. Conan stood on a balcony overlooking the city, watching the last light fade from the sky. His body ached from the days fighting the deep, dull, tired ache of muscles pushed past their limits, and his mind was sluggish with fatigue. But he could not rest. Not yet. There was too much to think about, too many pieces still moving on the board. Behind him, in the great hall of the palace, the conspirators were gathering to decide the future of Aquillonia. He could hear their voices through the open doors, Trasero's measured tones, Hadrithus's soft wisdom, the sharp arguments of nobles jockeying for position and the new order. They were discussing who would sit on the throne, who would form the council, who would hold which offices in the government that was being born from the ashes of the old. And at the center of it all, silent and hollow-eyed, sat Akatsuku. Conan had watched him throughout the day, watched the man move through the motions of victory like a sleepwalker. Akatsuku gave orders, made decisions, accepted the congratulations of his allies, but there was no life in his eyes, no fire in his voice. The hatred that had driven him for 20 years was gone, and in its place was nothing, an emptiness that seemed to swallow everything around it. Esmera stayed at his side, a quiet presence that seemed to anchor him to reality. but even she could not fill the void that had opened inside him. 20 years of purpose, of identity, of knowing exactly who he was and what he wanted, all of it had been stripped away in a single moment of revelation. The man who remained was a stranger, even to himself. "He is broken," Ken never said, appearing beside Conan on the balcony. The young man's face was drawn with worry. "I have never seen him like this, not even after my mother died." He built his entire self around the revenge. When the revenge was taken from him, when Esmer appeared and showed him that everything he believed was a lie, there was nothing left to hold him together. Can he recover? I do not know. Some men do, some do not. Conan turned to look at the young man, but that is not the immediate problem. The immediate problem is the throne. The throne? Someone has to sit on it. Tonight, tomorrow, soon. The kingdom cannot function without a king. And every hour that the throne remains empty is an hour for rivals to plot, for enemies to gather strength, for the victory we won today to slip through our fingers. My father is the natural choice. He led the conspiracy. He earned the throne. Your father cannot even look at the throne without flinching. He knows what it cost him to pursue it, and now that he has it within his grasp, he is not sure he wants it anymore. Conan shook his head. The others are discussing alternatives. Trocero has support among the nobility. Hadrophus suggests a council of regents. There are half a dozen other proposals, each with its own faction and its own complications. What do you think? Conan was silent for a long moment. Then he said, I think that whoever sits on that throne will face the same dangers that Numidides faced. The whispers from the pit, the endless suspicion, the corruption that has claimed every king before him. The question is not who deserves the throne. The question is who can resist its poison. Inside the great hall, the debate was growing heated. Trocero had risen from his seat, his lean face flushed with frustration. We cannot simply leave the throne empty while we argue among ourselves. The kingdom needs stability, and stability requires a king. And who would you suggest? Publius asked, his voice sharp with suspicion. Yourself, perhaps? If necessary, yes. I have the support of Poitain, the loyalty of 5,000 cavalry, and the experience to govern. What do you have, besides bitterness and a ruined fortune? Gentlemen, please. Hadrothus raised a calming hand. We did not overthrow Numidides to replace him with civil war. There must be a solution that all factions can accept. There is no such solution. Tiberius said wearily. The elderly senator looked older than ever, the day's events having aged invisibly. Every candidate has enemies. Every choice will be contested. That is the nature of power. Then we must find a candidate who has no enemies, or at least no enemies among us. The gathered conspirators fell silent, considering. Then slowly heads began to turn toward the doorway where Conan stood. No, he said flatly. Absolutely not. You have no ties to any faction. Hadrothus said reasonably. No history of grievance with any house. You led the assault on the throne room, killed Numidides with your own hand, earned the respect of every man here, and you are, by all accounts, resistant to the temptations that have corrupted lesser men. I am a barbarian, a former slave. The nobles would never accept me. The nobles would accept a Cimmerian wolf if it kept them from each other's throats, Trocero said. Right now, what matters is strength and the perception of affairs. You have both. I have no desire to rule. I came here for freedom, not power, and you shall have it. It was Akatsuku who spoke, his voice quiet but steady. He had risen from his seat, Esmer beside him, and his black eyes, though still hollow, held a spark of something that might have been purpose. When the kingdom is stable, when a permanent solution can be found, you will be free to go. But until then, he stepped forward, and despite his obvious exhaustion, there was something of his old authority in his bearing. I cannot take the throne. Not now. Perhaps not ever. Esmer's return has shown me that I built my life on hatred, and I do not trust myself to rule without becoming the thing I destroy. He looked at Conan. But you are different. You have no hatred, no vendetta, no burning need to prove yourself. You are simply a man who wants to be free. That is exactly why I should not rule. That is exactly why you should, at least for now. Hakachuku's voice dropped. You showed me the danger of the mirrors. You helped me see that suspicion and paranoia were destroying me from within. I believe you have the clarity to resist the whispers, to hold the throne without being corrupted by it. And if I am wrong, if you are wrong, you will stop me, as I promised to stop you. Yes, Hakachuku almost smiled. We will hold each other accountable. That is the only safeguard against the pit's corruption allies who are willing to speak truth, even when truth is dangerous. The debate continued for hours, but the outcome was never really in doubt. One by one, the factions fell into line, not because they loved Conan, but because they could not agree on anyone else. The barbarian was a compromise candidate, a placeholder who threatened no one's ambitions because he had no ambitions of his own, or so they believed. By midnight, the decision was made. Conan of Cimmeria, former slave, former barbarian, former wonder of 100 lands, would be crowned King of Aquillonia. The coronation would take place in 3 days. Once the traditional rituals had been prepared, and the kingdom had been notified of the change in power. Until then, Conan would rule as regent, his authority provisional but absolute. When the last of the conspirators had departed, when the great hall was empty save for the servants clearing the tables, Conan stood alone before the obsidian throne. He did not sit on it, not yet, but he looked at it, studying the serpent arms, the pointed back, the dark stone that seemed to drink the light from the torches around it, and he thought he heard, very faintly, something like a whisper rising from the floor beneath his feet. Chapter 32. Akachuku's Crisis. While the kingdom prepared for its new ruler, Akachuku retreated from the world. He took Esmer to a suite of rooms in the eastern wing of a palace far from the throne room, far from the councils and debates, far from everything that reminded him of what he had been. For 3 days he did not emerge. Servants brought food that was barely touched. Messages from the conspirators went unanswered. Even Kenvera was turned away at the door. Inside those rooms, in the quiet darkness, Hakachuku faced the wreckage of his soul. Tell me what happened, he said to Smra on the first night. They sat together on a couch near the window, the lights of the city flickering beyond the glass. Tell me everything. She told him. She told him of the first days when she had been dragged before Numidides and offered a choice. Submit to his will, or watch as he destroyed everyone she had ever known. She told him of the years that followed, the carefully maintained fiction of her death, the endless performances she had been forced to give for the king's amusement. She told him of the other women, the favorites who came and went, some discarded, some killed, some simply vanished into the depths of the palace. She told him of the night she had learned of his conspiracy, how Numidides had laughed, showing her reports from his spymaster, describing in detail the empire of vengeance that her husband was building. He thought it was amusing, she said, that you were destroying yourself for a woman who was sitting in the next room, eating from his table, sleeping in a bed he had provided. Why did he not use you against me? He could have revealed your existence at any time, broken my will with a single gesture, because the game amused him more than the victor. He was a man of endless cruelty, but he was also a man of endless patience. He wanted to watch you suffer for as long as possible, to savor your hatred as it consumed you piece by piece. Her voice was bitter, and he wanted to see the look on your face when you finally discovered the truth. He had planned to reveal me at the moment of your defeat, to show you that everything you had sacrificed had been for nothing. But he miscalculated. Yes, he waited too long, and his own cruelty became his undoing. She looked at him, her dark eyes filled with something that might have been pity. The joke is still on you, my love. You spent 20 years becoming a monster, and you did not even have a real reason. The words struck him like a physical blow. He turned away, unable to meet her gaze. I know, he said. I know what I became, the things I did, the people I used and discarded, the parts of myself I cut away because they were inconvenient. He laughed, a hollow sound. I told myself it was all for you, that the ends justified the means. But now I see that there were no ends, only means, stretching on forever, feeding on themselves. You can still change. Can I? 20 years, Esmera. 20 years of shaping myself into a weapon. That is not something you simply stop. The hatred is gone, but the habits remain. The suspicion, the calculation, the instinct to see everyone as either a tool or a threat. He shook his head. I do not know who I am without those things. I do not know if there is anything left underneath. She moved closer, taking his hands in hers. Then we will find out together. That is what I said in the throne room. And I meant it. I have waited 20 years for this moment. I can wait a little longer while you learn to be human again. And if I cannot learn, if the damage is too deep, if the monster is all that remains, then I will still be here. And I will love you anyway. Her voice broke slightly, because you came for me, even believing I was dead. Even when there was no hope of reunion, you never stopped fighting. That is not the action of a monster. That is the action of a man who loved too deeply and lost too much. For the first time in 20 years, Akachuku wept, not the silent tears of suppressed grief, but deep, racking sobs that seemed to come from somewhere beyond his body, from the core of a soul that had been frozen for 2 decades and was finally beginning to thaw. Ismera held him through it all and said nothing, and that was enough. On the second day, Canver was finally admitted. Father and son faced each other across the sitting room, the air between them thick with unspoken words. Canver looked older than he had just days ago, but battle had aged him, as battles always did. But there was something else, too, a weariness, a distance, as if he were seeing his father for the first time. I want to understand, Canver said at last. Everything you did, everything you sacrificed, it was all for her, for a woman you believed was dead. Yes, and now she's alive, and everything has changed. Yes. Canver shook his head slowly. I spent my entire life trying to earn your approval, trying to be the son you wanted, the heir you deserved. And all that time, you were not really seeing me at all. You were seeing through me to something else, a mission, a purpose, a ghost that haunted your every waking moment. Canver, no, let me finish. The young man's voice was steady, but there was pain beneath the calm. I knew you loved me, in your way, but I also knew that I was never your priority. The revenge was always more important than me, more important than my mother, more important than everything. He met his father's eyes. I need to know, now that the revenge is over, now that Esmera is back, where do I fit? What am I to you? Akachuku was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was rough with emotion. You are my son, the only good thing I created in 20 years of darkness. And I am sorry, more sorry than I can ever express, that I failed you, that I put my hatred ahead of my love for you. I do not want an apology. I want to know if things will be different now. I want them to be. I do not know if I can make them be, but I will try. Akachuku stepped forward, reaching out to put his hands on his son's shoulders. You asked where you fit. The answer is, you are the future. Whatever I have become, whatever I have done, you are the part of me that remains untainted. If there is hope for this family, it lies with you. Canver studied his father's face, searching for something sincerity, perhaps, or the old coldness that had always lurked beneath the surface. Whatever he found seemed to satisfy him, because after a long moment he nodded. Then we will try together, he said. All of us, you, me, Ismera, Conan. We will figure out what comes next. And the throne? The kingdom? Conan has that in hand for now. Your job is to heal, to become the man you want to be, instead of the man your hatred made you. Canver managed a thin smile. Leave the ruling to the barbarian. He seems to have a talent for impossible situations. On the third day, Akachuku finally emerged from his rooms. He looked different. Not healthy, the gauntness and pallor remained, but clearer, more present. The hollow emptiness that had filled his eyes was still there, but it was no longer absolute. Something new was growing in its place, fragile and uncertain but real. He found Conan in the council chamber, reviewing reports with Trasero and Habrathas. The 3 men looked up as Akachuku entered, and something shifted in the room in acknowledgment of his return, a recognition that the conspiracy's true architect had rejoined the living. I am told you are to be crowned tomorrow, Akachuku said. I am told the same thing. I am still not certain it is a good idea. It is a terrible idea, but it may be the only idea we have. Akachuku moved to the table, looking at the documents spread across its surface. What is the state of the kingdom? Chaotic, but manageable. The provinces are waiting to see what happens before committing one way or another. The nobles are jockeying for position, but not yet openly defying the new order. Common people seem cautiously hopeful. Conan shrugged. It could be worse. It could always be worse. Akachuku looked at him, and there was something in his expression that Conan had never seen before. Gratitude, perhaps, or respect. Thank you for taking this burden when I could not. Thank me when it is over. If I survive that long, you will survive. You are too stubborn to die. Akachuku almost smiled. But I did not come to discuss politics. I came to tell you something. What? I have decided to leave Turanja after the coronation, after the kingdom is stable. Esmera and I need time to rebuild, to rediscover each other, to figure out who we are now that the revenge is over. He paused. Kendever will stay, if you will have him. He has grown fond of you, and I think he could be useful in the days ahead. I would welcome his presence. Good. Then it is settled. Akachuku extended his hand. I do not know what the future holds, Conan. I do not know if the throne will break you, or if you will find a way to transcend its curse. But I know this. You are the best chance this kingdom has, the best chance any of us have. Conan took his hand. That is not much of an endorsement. It is all I have to give. Akachuku's grip tightened. Farewell, Cimmerian. And remember what I told you about the mirrors. Trust will be your greatest challenge, knowing who to trust, how much to trust. When trust becomes foolishness, the whispers will try to convince you that everyone is your enemy. Do not let them. I will remember. Good. Akachuku released his hand and stepped back. Then I will see you at the coronation. After that, who knows? Perhaps our paths will cross again, or perhaps they will not. Either way, I am glad to have known you. He turned and walked out of the council chamber, leaving Conan alone with the weight of the crown that was about to descend upon his head. Chapter 33. The Decision. The coronation took place on a morning of brilliant sunshine, the kind of day that poets would later claim was an omen of the glorious reign to come. Conan did not believe in omens. He believed in steel and strength and the hard realities of power. But as he walked through the great hall of the palace, past the assembled nobles and merchants and priests, toward the obsidian throne that awaited him, he could not help feeling that something had shifted in the world, that the wheel of fate had turned, and he was caught in its motion whether he wanted to be or not. The ceremony was ancient, its rituals passed down through generations of Aquilonian kings. Habdrathis presided, his soft voice carrying through the hall as he intoned the words that had crowned 100 rulers before. The crown itself was a simple circlet of gold. Conan had refused the more ornate designs that the craftsman had offered, and it felt surprisingly light as Habdrathis placed it on his head. By the grace of the gods and the will of the people, Habdrathis intoned, I crown you Conan, King of Aquillonia. May your reign be just, your arm be strong, and your wisdom guide this kingdom to prosperity. The hall erupted in cheers, some genuine, some calculated, all of them part of the theatre that attended every transfer of power. Conan stood and turned to face the crowd, the weight of the crown settling into something that felt almost natural, almost. The celebration that followed was elaborate and exhausting. Conan endured it as he had endured 100 battles with patience, vigilance, and a constant awareness of his surroundings. The nobles approached him one by one, offering their congratulations and their loyalty, each of them watching him with calculating eyes, trying to assess the new king's weaknesses and opportunities. He gave them nothing. He accepted their pledges with neutral courtesy, made no promises, committed to no alliances. The game of politics was not his game, but he knew enough to avoid being trapped in his first hours on the throne. Late in the evening, when the celebration was finally winding down, he found himself alone on a balcony overlooking the city. The lights of Turanja sparkled below him. a sea of illumination that stretched to the horizon. It was beautiful, in its way a kingdom of a million souls, all of them now looking to him for guidance and protection. The weight of it was staggering. You look like a man who has swallowed something unpleasant. He turned to find Candide approaching, 2 cups of wine in his hands. The young man offered one to Conan, who accepted it gratefully. I am a man who has just become responsible for an entire kingdom. That is more unpleasant than anything I could swallow. You could have refused. Could I? Your father was incapable. Trocero was unacceptable to half the coalition, and every other candidate would have torn the kingdom apart within a month. Conan drank deeply from his cup. I did not want this, but wanting is a luxury that kings cannot afford. That sounds almost wise. Do not tell anyone. I have a reputation to maintain. They stood together in companionable silence, watching the city below. After a while, Candide said, My father told you about the mirrors, about the whispers from the pit. He did. Have you heard them yet? Conan considered the question. He had felt something. In the throne room, a pressure, a presence, a sense of vast and patient hunger lurking just beneath the surface of the world. But actual whispers, words, promises, temptations? Not yet, he said, but I expect I will. Every king has, according to your father's research. What will you do when they come? I do not know. Listen, perhaps. Try to understand what they want, and then ignore them if I can. He turned to face Candide. Your father spoke of 3 paths for those who sit on the throne: tyranny, wisdom through doubt, or abdication. I intend to try the second, for as long as I can, and if that fails, the third. I made a promise to myself, Candide. I will not become another Numidides. I will not let the pit corrupt me into something I am not. If I feel myself slipping, if the whispers begin to make sense, I will walk away. No throne is worth my soul. Candide nodded slowly. I believe you, but it is easier to make such promises when the whispers have not yet begun. I know. That is why I need people around me who will tell me the truth, even when I do not want to hear it. People who will stop me if I go too far. Like my father promised to stop you. Like your father promised, and like you, if you are willing. The young man was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, I am willing, for whatever that is worth. It is worth more than you know. Conan raised his cup. To truth, then, and to those brave enough to speak it. To truth. They drank together, as the stars wheeled overhead, and the city of Tarantia slept beneath its new king's watchful eye. Chapter 34. Conan on the throne. The first weeks of Conan's reign were consumed by the mundane business of governing. There were appointments to be made, ministers and advisers, generals and governors, the endless hierarchy of officials who kept the machinery of a kingdom running. There were disputes to be settled, noble houses squabbling over lands and titles, merchants demanding redress for grievances, priests seeking the new king's blessing for their various causes. There were audiences to be held, documents to be signed, ceremonies to be attended. It was, Conan discovered, the most tedious kind of warfare imaginable. But he adapted, as he had always adapted. He surrounded himself with capable people, had Carruthers for matters of religion and philosophy, Trocero for military affairs, Candide for the delicate work of managing the noble houses. He listened more than he spoke, learned more than he taught, and reserved his decisions for matters where his unique perspective could make a difference. And slowly, almost despite himself, he began to feel a connection to the kingdom he had been given. It was strange, this feeling. Conan had never belonged anywhere not in Cimmeria, which he had left as a youth, not in the 100 cities and kingdoms he had wandered through in the years since. He had always been a visitor, a traveler, a man passing through on his way to somewhere else. But Aquillonia was different. Here, for the first time, he was not just passing through. He was responsible. The decisions he made affected millions of people, shaped the course of history, determined whether the kingdom would prosper or decline. It was a burden unlike any he had ever carried, heavier than any sword, more demanding than any battle. And yet, in some ways, it was also a gift. For the first time in his life, Conan had something to build, not just to destroy or protect, but to create. The kingdom he had inherited was wounded, scarred by 17 years of Numidites' tyranny, its institutions corrupted, its people fearful and distrustful. But it could be healed, given time, given wisdom, even the right choices. It could become something better than it had ever been. That was the challenge that faced him. That was the task that gave his days meaning. Even when the tedium threatened to overwhelm him, he made changes cautiously at first, and with growing confidence. He reformed the tax system, reducing the burden on the common people and shifting it to the noble houses who could better afford it. He disbanded the secret police that Numidites had used to terrorize the kingdom, replacing them with a more traditional system of justice that relied on public trials and established law. He reopened the temples of Asura, allowing the forbidden faiths to practice openly for the first time in years. Each change brought resistance from nobles whose privileges were threatened, from priests whose authority was questioned, from officials whose corruption was exposed. But Conan faced the resistance as he had faced every challenge in his life, head on, without flinching, with the absolute confidence of a man who knew what he wanted and would not be deterred. The people responded, slowly at first, then with growing enthusiasm. They began to believe in their new king. This was not another tyrant, not another schemer, not another noble playing games with their lives. This was a man who spoke plainly, acted decisively, and seemed to genuinely care about their welfare. King Conan the Liberator. Some began to call him the barbarian who freed the kingdom. Conan dismissed the titles with characteristic bluntness. I have not freed anything yet. The work is only beginning. But he could not deny that something was changing. In himself, in the kingdom, in the very air that surrounded the throne. Something was waking up. Chapter 30. 5. The first whispers. It began on a night 3 weeks after the coronation. Conan was alone in the throne room, as he often was in the quiet hours before dawn. He had developed the habit of coming here, when sleep eluded him, sitting on the obsidian throne and staring into the darkness, letting his mind wander through the problems and possibilities that filled his days. This night was no different at first. He sat on the throne, feeling the cold stone beneath him, watching the torches flicker in their sconces. The palace was silent around him, the servants asleep, the guards at their posts far enough away that their presence was barely noticeable. And then he heard it, Conan, his name, spoken in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, from the walls and the floor and the air itself, not loud, barely more than a whisper, but clear enough that there could be no mistaking it. He did not move, did not react, simply sat, waiting, listening. Conan, the voice said again, King of Aquillonia, master of 1,000,000 souls. How does it feel, barbarian? How does it feel to sit where so many have sat before you? Like sitting on a very uncomfortable chair, he said aloud. His voice echoed in the empty room. Who are you? I am the pit. I am what waits beneath. I am the voice that has spoken to every king who has ruled this land from the first to the last. And what do you want? To help you, to guide you, to show you truths that no one else can see. Conan laughed, a harsh sound that bounced off the stone walls. I have met many liars in my life, creature. You will have to do better than that. I do not lie. I have never lied. I show only what is true, the betrayals, the plots, the hidden hatreds that fester beneath the surface of this kingdom. Would you like to see them? Would you like to know who truly serves you, and who merely waits for the chance to plant a knife in your back? Every king before me heard your whispers. Every king before me was corrupted by them. Why should I be any different? Because you are different. You are not like the soft, civilized men who sat on this throne before you. You are hard, barbarian. You are clear, wide, and strong. You can hear the truth without being broken by it. And if I refuse to listen, then you will fall, not to my whispers, but to the enemies who surround you. They are everywhere, Conan, in your council, in your court, in your very household. They smile and bow and call you king, but in their hearts they are plotting your destruction. Without my guidance, you will never see them coming. Conan was silent for a long moment. The voice was effective, there was no denying that. It promised knowledge, power, the ability to see through the deceptions that surrounded every ruler. It offered exactly what every king needed, and could never fully have: certainty. But he remembered Akachuku's warnings. He remembered the mirrors, the endless regression of doubt that had driven Numidites to madness. He remembered his own vision in the sorcerer's glass, himself as tyrant, himself as monster. "I will listen," he said at last, "but I will not obey. Tell me what you know, creature, and I will decide for myself what is true and what is false. That is the only bargain I will make. That is more than most have offered." "Very well, barbarian, let us begin." And the whispers began to flow like water through a crack in a dam. Names and faces, suspicions and secrets, the hidden architecture of a kingdom that was far more dangerous than it appeared. Conan listened, and he wondered, even as he heard the truths that the pit revealed, whether this was wisdom, or the first step on the road to destruction. Chapter 36. The whispers continue. The pit did not lie. That was the most dangerous thing about it. In the weeks that followed the first contact, Conan tested the whispers against reality, checking every claim, verifying every suspicion, and time after time, the pit's revelations proved accurate. A noble who was secretly negotiating with Nemedia, a merchant guild that was skimming from the royal treasury, a priest of Mitra who was passing information to enemies of the crown. Each discovery was small, individually insignificant, but together they painted a picture of a kingdom riddled with betrayal, a court where loyalty was a mask worn over endless scheming, and each verified truth made the next whisper harder to dismiss. "You see," the pit said, on a night when Conan had just confirmed the third betrayal in as many weeks, "I do not deceive. I only reveal what is already there, hidden beneath the surface. The question is what you will do with the knowledge." "What would you have me do?" "Whatever you wish. I am not your master barbarian. I am your advisor. I show you the truth. You decide how to act upon it. And if I choose to do nothing, then the betrayals will continue. The plots will ripen, and one day one of them will succeed, and you will find a knife in your back while you sleep." The voice was calm, almost gentle. "That is not a threat. It is simply the way of things. Every king faces this choice. Act on what you know, or wait for your enemies to act first." Conan sat on the throne, staring into the darkness. The pit's logic was impeccable. That was what made it so insidious. It did not demand cruelty or injustice. It simply presented information and let human nature do the rest. And human nature, as Conan knew all too well, was not inclined toward mercy. He began to investigate the whispers more systematically. He did not act on them directly, not yet. Instead, he set Canevra and a small network of trusted agents to verify each claim, to gather evidence, to build cases that could withstand scrutiny. If he was going to move against his enemies, he would do so openly, through the mechanisms of law and justice, rather than the shadow work of tyrants. But the investigations took time, and as the weeks passed, as more betrayals were uncovered, as the scope of the conspiracy against him became clearer, Conan felt something shifting in his chest, a hardness that had not been there before, a coldness that crept into his thoughts when he looked at the smiling faces of his courtiers. "They are all liars," the pit whispered. "Every one of them wears a mask. The only question is what lies beneath." "Not all of them," Conan said aloud. "Kendra is loyal. Hadrathis serves the truth, not personal ambition. Trocero has proven himself in battle. Has he, or has he simply not yet found the right price? I will not condemn a man for crimes he has not committed. Of course not, but it would be wise to watch him, to watch all of them. Trust is a luxury that kings cannot afford." The words echo Akachuku's warning from what seemed like a lifetime ago, and that was the cruelest irony of all. The pit was not telling Conan anything he did not already know. It was simply amplifying the doubts that already existed, giving voice to the fears that lurked in every ruler's heart. The mirrors. The word rose unbidden, and with it came the memory of cult vision that had come to Conan years ago, in a fever dream brought on by strange herbs and stranger circumstances. The ancient king had spoken of the sorcerer Tews Antiun, who had shown him mirrors that reflected mirrors, an infinite regression that had nearly consumed him. Cole had faced the same trap that Conan now faced. The endless questioning, the suspicion that bred suspicion, the doubt that devoured itself and everything around it. I chose to act anyway, Cole had told him, not because it mattered it didn't, not because there was a point there wasn't, but because the alternative was to sit in the grave forever, waiting for something that would never come. Conan had not fully understood those words when he first heard them. He had been younger then, more certain of himself, less acquainted with the corrosive weight of responsibility. But now, sitting on a throne that whispered to him from the darkness below, he understood. The meaninglessness was not a command to stop. It was a liberation from the need for certainty. When you no longer required proof, you were free to trust. When you no longer demanded guarantees, you could act on faith. It was not much, but it was something to hold onto in the endless dark. One night, after a particularly disturbing session with the pit, Conan sought out Hadrathus. The old priest was in the palace chapel, a small room that had been converted from a storage chamber, far from the grand temple of Mitra that dominated the city's religious life. Hadrathus knelt before a simple altar, his eyes closed, his lips moving in silent prayer. "I am sorry to disturb you," Conan said. "You are not disturbing me. I have been expecting you." Hadrathus rose, his aged joints creaking. "The whispers have begun, have they not? You know about the pit. I know that every king hears voices that no one else can hear. I know that those voices speak truths that are also lies, and lies that are also truths." The priest gestured to a bench against the wall. "Sit. Tell me what you have heard." Conan sat and told him not everything, but enough. The revelations about specific betrayals, the constant suggestions of deeper plots, the relentless pressure to see enemies in every shadow. Hadrathus listened without interrupting, his ancient eyes thoughtful. "The pit is clever," the priest said when Conan had finished. "It does not lie directly. That would be too easily detected. Instead, it tells selective truths, reveals genuine conspiracies, proves its reliability through accurate information. And then, once you have learned to trust it, it begins to shape what I believe. Yes, not through false claims, but through emphasis. It shows you the betrayals and hides the loyalties. It reveals the schemes and conceals the devotion. Over time, your picture of reality becomes distorted not because you have been told lies, but because you have been told only part of the truth. How do I fight that? By remembering that truth is not the same as wisdom. Knowing that a man has betrayed you does not tell you why he betrayed you, or whether he might be redeemed, or whether his betrayal was truly harmful or merely inconvenient. Hadrathus leaned forward. "The pit wants you to see the world in simple terms. Allies and enemies, loyal and treacherous, safe and dangerous. But the world is not simple, Conan. It is complicated and contradictory, full of people who are both good and bad, who serve you and betray you in the same breath. That does not help me decide what to do." "No, it does not, but it might help you decide how to think." The priest smiled, a weary expression. The kings who fell to the pit's corruption did so because they stopped questioning. They accepted its truths as absolute, its judgments as final. They forgot that even accurate information can lead to wrong conclusions if it is interpreted without wisdom. And wisdom comes from where? The gods? Meditation? Philosophy? Wisdom comes from experience, reflection, and humility. From knowing that you might be wrong even when you are certain you are right. From listening to others, especially when they disagree with you. Hadrathus put a hand on Conan's shoulder. "You have something that the other kings did not have, Conan. You have people around you who will tell you the truth, even when it is uncomfortable. Use them, trust them. Let them be your mirror, reflecting back a different view of reality than the one the pit provides. And if they are wrong, if they are the ones deceiving me, then you will have been deceived, and you will learn from it and move forward, and try to do better next time." The priest's eyes were kind. "That is all any of us can do, Conan. There are no guarantees in this life. no certainties that cannot be overturned. The best we can hope for is to make good choices with the information we have, and to forgive ourselves when those choices turn out to be wrong. Chapter 37. A Plot Uncovered. 6 weeks after the coronation, the first major crisis erupted. Candor brought the news himself, his face pale with urgency. We have confirmed the Pitt's warning about Lord Valdric. He has been in contact with the Nemedian court, negotiating terms for a transfer of allegiance. If he succeeds, half the eastern provinces will defect. Valdric, a powerful noble whose lands bordered Nemedia, whose family had served the Aquilonian crown for generations. Conan had met him, twice a smooth, polished man with the easy charm of one born to privilege. The Pitt had whispered his name weeks ago, but Conan had hoped the investigation would prove the whispers raw. No such luck. What are our options? Arrest him, try him for treason, execute him if he is found guilty. Candor's voice was tight. That is the traditional approach, but it carries risks. Valdric has allies and supporters who will see his arrest as a political move rather than a legal one. We could face resistance, possibly even rebellion. And the alternative? Confront him privately. Give him a chance to explain himself, to renounce his contacts with Nemedia, to prove his loyalty through action rather than words. Candor hesitated. It is the more merciful approach, but it is also the more dangerous one. If Valdric is truly committed to betrayal, giving him warning could allow him to escape or to accelerate his plans. Conan turned to the window, staring out at the city. The Pitt's voice echoed in his mind. Act on what you know, or wait for your enemies to act first. But Hadrithus's words were there too. Knowing that a man has betrayed you does not tell you why he betrayed you, or whether he might be redeemed. Bring him to me, Conan said at last, privately, without escort, without armed guards. I will speak with him before I decide what to do. Lord Valdric arrived at the palace that evening, clearly confused by the summons, but too politically astute to refuse. He was shown to a private chamber, where Conan waited alone, seated at a simple table. The evidence of his betrayal spread out before him. Your Majesty. Valdric bowed, his eyes flickering to the documents on the table. I was told you wished to discuss matters of state. Sit down, Lord Valdric. Conan's voice was calm, almost conversational. I have questions for you. Answer them honestly, and we may both leave this room with what we want. Valdric sat, his composure cracking slightly. Of course, Your Majesty. What do you wish to know? Conan pushed the documents across the table. Tell me about your correspondence with the Nemedian ambassador. The color drained from Valdric's face. For a long moment he said nothing, his eyes scanning the papers, recognizing his own handwriting, his own seal. His own treasonous words lay bare. How did you? That is not the question. The question is why. Conan leaned forward. You have served Aquillonia all your life. Your father served, and his father before him. Why would you throw that away for Nemedia? Valdric was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, the mask of a polished courtier fell away, revealing something raw and frightened beneath. Because I was afraid, he said quietly. Numidides was a monster, but he was a monster we understood. You, he shook his head, you are something new, a barbarian on the throne of Aquillonia. No one knows what you will do, what policies you will pursue, what alliances you will form. The eastern lords are terrified that you will strip us of our privileges, redistribute our lands, reshape the kingdom in ways that destroy everything we have built. And Nemedia offered protection. Nemedia offered stability, the promise that things will remain as they have always been, that our families would retain their positions, that our children would inherit what their fathers possessed. Valdric's voice cracked. I did not want to betray Aquillonia. I wanted to protect my family, my people, my way of life, and I did not see how to do that under a king who speaks of reform and change and new orders. Conan sat back, considering. The man before him was not a villain, not in the simple sense that the Pitt's whispers had implied. He was afraid, uncertain, doing what he thought necessary to protect what he loved. It did not excuse the betrayal, but he explained it in ways that changed everything. I could have you executed, Conan said slowly. The evidence is clear, the crime undeniable. Your head could be on a spike by morning, and no one would question my right to put it there." Baldric said nothing. His hands trembled on the table. "But I am not going to do that. Not today." Conan gathered the documents and set them aside. "Instead, I am going to give you a choice. You can continue your negotiations with Numidia, in which case I will have no option but to treat you as an enemy and act accordingly. Or you can renounce those contacts, pledge your loyalty to me openly and publicly, and help me convince the other Eastern lords that their fears are unfounded. Why would you offer me that? Because I need the Eastern provinces, and I would rather have them willingly than by force, because executing you would create a martyr and turn your allies against me, and because—" Conan paused, searching for the right words, "because I understand fear. I have been afraid all my life of death, of failure, of the things that lurk in the darkness. Fear makes men do desperate things. It does not make them evil." Baldric stared at him, something shifting in his expression. "You are not what I expected." "I rarely am." Conan stood, signaling that the audience was over. "You have until morning to decide. After that, the choice will no longer be yours to make." Lord Baldric chose loyalty. The next day, in a public ceremony attended by the entire court, he renewed his oath of allegiance to the crown of Aquillonia. He denounced his contacts with Numidia, confessed his fears and doubts, and pledged to serve King Conan faithfully for the remainder of his days. It was a risk. Conan knew that Baldric might be playing a longer game, waiting for a better opportunity to betray him. But he also knew that mercy, freely given, created bonds that fear and force could never match. If Baldric was sincere, he would become one of Conan's most devoted supporters. If he was not, there would be time to deal with him later. "You are soft," the pit whispered that night. "Numidides would have executed him and been done with it. Numidides is dead. I intend to do better. We shall see." Chapter 38. A Test of Trust. 3 months into his reign, Conan faced his first true test of the mirrors. The pit had been whispering about Trocero for weeks. Small things at first, questions about the Count's ambitions, suggestions that his loyalty might not be as absolute as it appeared. Then larger things, rumors of meetings with disaffected nobles, reports of cavalry units being repositioned without orders, hints that the man who had brought 5,000 horsemen to the conspiracy might be planning to use them for his own purposes. Conan had dismissed the whispers at first. Trocero had proven himself in battle, had been one of the conspiracy's most valuable members, had served faithfully since the coronation. The idea that he might be plotting rebellion seemed absurd, but the whispers did not stop, and as the weeks passed, the small pieces of evidence accumulated. Conan found himself watching Trocero more closely, noting the times when the Count was absent from court, wondering about the private conversations that seemed to happen in corners, just out of earshot, questioning whether the man's easy confidence masked something more dangerous. "You see it now," the pit said, "the doubt, the uncertainty. You look at him and wonder, is he loyal, or is he waiting for the right moment to strike? I do not know. And that is the problem, is it not? You can never truly know. You can only watch and wait and hope that you see the knife before it finds your back." The crisis came on a night when Trocero requested a private audience. Conan agreed, but he took precautions. Guards positioned near the door, Candover waiting in an adjacent room, weapons within easy reach. He hated the necessity, hated the suspicion that had crept into his thoughts, but he could not ignore the pit's warnings. Not entirely. Trocero entered the chamber alone as requested. He was dressed simply, without armor, without the trappings of his rank. His lean face was serious, almost grave. "Your Majesty, thank you for seeing me." "Sit, Count. You said this was urgent." Trocero sat, his movements careful, measured. "I will not waste your time with pleasantries. I know that you have been watching me. I know that someone has been whispering in your ear, filling you with doubts and suspicions." Conan said nothing. His hand was near his knife, beneath the table. "I do not blame you," Trocero continued. "In your position, I would do the same. I wanted to speak with you directly, before the whispers turned into action, before you did something that could not be undone. What do you want to say? That I am loyal. That I have always been loyal. That the movements of my cavalry, the meetings with nobles, the things that had seemed suspicious, all of them have innocent explanations that I would be happy to provide. Trocero leaned forward. But more than that, I wanted to ask you a question. Ask, do you trust me? The question hung in the air between them. Conan felt the weight of it, the impossibility of answering honestly. He wanted to trust Trocero. The man had earned that trust through blood and sacrifice and unwavering support. But the pit's whispers had planted seeds of doubt that he could not entirely uproot. I wonder, Conan said at last. But the truth is, I do not know how to trust any more. The throne has changed me, Trocero, made me see enemies where there may be none, made me question the motives of everyone around me. The pit. Conan's eyes narrowed. You know about it. I know that every king hears voices from beneath the throne. I know that those voices have driven stronger men than you to madness. Trocero's expression was sympathetic. Akachuka warned you, did he not, about the spiral, about the endless regression of doubt? He did. Then listen to me now, as I speak a truth that the voices will never tell you. Trocero rose from his chair and knelt before Conan, his head bowed. I am loyal. I have been loyal since the day I joined the conspiracy, and I will remain loyal until the day I die. If you doubt me, put me to the test. Give me impossible tasks, subject me to scrutiny, watch my every move. I will prove myself however many times you require. And if you cannot prove yourself, if the suspicion never ends, then you will have to make a choice. Trust me despite the doubt, or condemn me despite the lack of evidence. Trocero looked up, meeting Conan's eyes. That is the burden of kingship, Conan. Not the decisions themselves, but the uncertainty that surrounds them. The knowledge that you might be wrong, and that the consequences of being wrong could be catastrophic. Conan stared at him for a long moment. The pit was whispering urgently now, insisting that this was a performance, that Trocero was playing him, that the show of loyalty was designed to lower his guard before the strike. But something else was speaking too, something quieter, deeper, rooted in the part of himself that had not yet been touched by the throne's corruption, the part that remembered what it felt like to trust, to believe, to accept another person's word as truth. Get up, Conan said. You are a Count of Aquillonia. You do not kneel to me. Trocero rose, his expression uncertain. I choose to trust you, Conan said, not because I am certain, not because the doubts have disappeared, but because I refuse to let the whispers make my decisions for me. If you betray me, then I will have been a fool, but I would rather be a fool than a tyrant. Something shifted in Trocero's face. Relief, perhaps, or respect. Thank you, Your Majesty. Do not thank me yet. I have given you my trust. Now you must earn it, every day, through your actions and your choices. Can you do that? I can. I will. Good. Then we have nothing more to discuss tonight. After Trocero had gone, Conan sat alone in the chamber, listening to the silence. The pit was quiet for once not gone, but waiting, as if curious to see what would happen next. And in that silence, Conan felt something he had not felt in weeks. Hope. He had made a choice, not based on certainty, not based on proof, but based on faith in himself, faith in another person, faith in the possibility that not everyone was an enemy. It was a risk. It might be a mistake, but it was also a step away from the paranoia that had consumed every king before him. A step towards something better. Chapter 39. 6 months in. The seasons turned, and Conan's reign continued. 6 months on the throne. 6 months of councils and decrees, of audiences and ceremonies, of the endless machinery of governance. 6 months of whispers from the pit, growing more insistent as time passed, painting ever darker pictures of the plots and betrayals that supposedly surrounded him, but also 6 months of something else, something that had begun to take shape in the space between the doubts. The kingdom was healing. The reforms Conan had instituted were taking root. The new tax system had increased revenues while reducing the burden on the common people. The disbandment of the secret police had created space for genuine justice, for disputes to be settled through law rather than fear. The reopened temples of Ashur provided an alternative to the rigid orthodoxy of Mitra, allowing people to seek truth in their own ways. And the people responded in the markets, in the taverns, in the fields, and the workshops. There was a sense of something changing. Not paradise. Conan was not naive enough to believe in that, but possibility. The feeling that things might actually get better, that the tyranny of Numidides was truly over, that the future held something other than fear. You were doing better than anyone expected, Cantiver said one evening, as they walked through the palace gardens. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. The nobles are grumbling. Of course, they always do, but even they cannot deny that the kingdom is more stable than it was under Numidides. Stability is not the same as prosperity, and neither is the same as justice. No, but they are a start. Cantiver paused by a fountain, watching the water play. Have you heard from my father? A letter came last week. He and Esmer have settled in the eastern mountains, a small estate, far from the politics of the lowlands. He writes that he is learning to be happy again. Is that possible? After everything? I do not know, but I hope so. Conan sat on the fountain's edge, feeling the cool mist on his skin. He deserves some peace after what he went through. They both do. Cantiver nodded slowly. And what about you? Do you deserve peace? I am a king. Peace is not something kings are permitted. That is not what I asked. Conan considered the question. Did he deserve peace? He had killed more men than he could count, had stolen and fought and schemed his way across the Hyborian world. He had done terrible things, some out of necessity, some out of choice, some simply because he could. By any reasonable moral accounting, he deserved damnation, not peace. And yet, I do not know what I deserve, he said at last, but I know what I want, and what I want is for this kingdom to be better than it was when I found it. That is enough to keep me going, for now. But Pitt had not been silent during these months. Its whispers continued, night after night, revealing plots and suspicions, painting pictures of a court riddled with treachery. But something had changed in how Conan received those whispers. He listened, he investigated, but he no longer accepted them as absolute truth. He had learned to filter the Pit's revelations through his own judgment, to question its emphasis, to seek alternative explanations for the behaviors it condemned. Some of the whispers proved accurate. There were genuine enemies in his court, genuine plots that had to be dealt with. But many proved false or exaggerated, the product of fear and suspicion, rather than actual betrayal. And as Conan learned to distinguish between the two, the Pit's power over him began to wane. You are learning, the voice said one night, with something that might have been respect, faster than the others. Most of them never questioned at all. Most of them did not have someone to warn them about what they were facing. Perhaps you are simply different, stronger, more clear-eyed than the soft men who sat here before you. A pause, but do not think you have escaped, barbarian. The mirrors never truly release their grip. Sooner or later, something will happen that challenges everything you have built, and then we will see whether your strength holds. Is that a threat? It is a prediction. I've watched 100 kings rise and fall. The pattern is always the same. A period of hope, followed by a crisis that tests everything. Those who survive the crisis emerge stronger. Those who do not end up in the pit. Then I will survive the crisis. We shall see. Chapter 40. The mirrors tighten. Crisis came, as the pit had predicted, though not in the form Conan had anticipated. It began with a letter from the eastern provinces, a report of unrest among the border lords, sparked by rumors that King Conan was planning to strip them of their traditional privileges. The rumors were false, as far as Conan could determine, but they spread like wildfire, fed by fear and uncertainty and the machinations of unknown enemies. Then came a failed harvest in the southern provinces, the result of an early frost that destroyed half the crops. The granaries were not empty, that they would be stretched thin by winter's end. Prices began to rise, and with them discontent among the common people who had hoped that the new king would bring prosperity rather than hardship. And then, worst of all, came the plague. It struck the coastal cities first, a swift, brutal sickness that killed 1 in 3 who contracted it. Within weeks it had spread inland, carried by travelers and merchants, by refugees fleeing the infected zones, by the simple, unstoppable mechanisms of contagion. The kingdom that had been healing was suddenly fighting for survival. Conan threw himself into the crisis with the same ferocity he brought to battle. He ordered the borders closed, the infected cities quarantined, the healthy populations moved to protected areas where they could ride out the plague. He commanded the hoarding of grain to cease, threatening execution for anyone caught profiteering from the disaster. He sent physicians and priests to the afflicted regions, anyone who might help ease the suffering or find a cure. But the plague did not care about orders or decrees. It spread anyway, killing nobles and commoners alike, emptying villages and devastating cities. The death toll mounted by the day, by the hour, by the minute, and the whispers grew louder. "You see now," the pit said, "what lies beneath the surface of your pretty kingdom. Chaos, death, the inevitable decay that claims all human endeavors. You thought you could build something lasting, but nothing lasts, barbarian. Nothing endures. In the end, we all fall into the darkness. This is a plague, a natural disaster. It has nothing to do with the throne or its corruption, doesn't it? The people are looking for someone to blame, Conan. They are looking at you, at the barbarian king, who was supposed to bring the new age, who promised reform and prosperity and justice, and they are asking why the new age looks so much like the old one. I cannot control the weather. I cannot stop disease. No, but you can control the response. You can find the enemies who are exploiting this crisis, who are spreading rumors and undermining your authority. You can act against them decisively before they tear apart everything you have built. On what evidence? Suspicion? Rumor? On the evidence I provide. I know who they are, Conan. I have always known. The question is whether you are willing to act on that knowledge, or whether you will let your kingdom burn while you wait for proof that will never come. The temptation was enormous. The pit was offering a solution, a clear, decisive path through the chaos. Names of enemies, locations of conspirators, the architecture of plots that could be dismantled with surgical precision. All Conan had to do was act, and the crisis could be contained. But at what cost? He thought of Baldric, whose fear had driven him to treason, who had been redeemed by mercy rather than destroyed by justice. He thought of Trocero, whose loyalty had been questioned, but never proven false, who had become one of his most trusted advisers. He thought of all the times the pit's whispers had proven exaggerated or wrong, all the moments when suspicion had been the enemy rather than the defense. If he acted on the pit's revelations now, in this moment of crisis, where would it end? How many innocent people would be swept up in the purge? How much of the kingdom he had built would be sacrificed on the altar of security? You hesitate, the pit observed. That is your weakness, barbarian. You think too much, question too much, doubt too much. True king would act without hesitation, would crush his enemies before they could strike. A true king would know the difference between enemies and subjects. True tyrant would not care. And which are you? The question hung in the air, unanswered. In the end, Conan did not act on the pit's whispers. He dealt with the crisis as best he could, through conventional means, quarantines and rationing, diplomacy and force, the slow, grinding work of governance in impossible circumstances. He lost people, loyal servants, capable administrators, innocent civilians caught in the plague's path. He made mistakes, miscalculations that cost lives, decisions that proved wrong in hindsight. But he did not become a tyrant. He did not unleash a purge on the basis of suspicion and whispers. He held to the principles he had established at the beginning of his reign, even when those principles made his life harder, and slowly, painfully, the crisis passed. Plague burned itself out, as plagues do. The harvest the following year was abundant, making up for the previous year's loss. The unrest in the eastern provinces subsided, as the border lords realized that their fears were unfounded and their privileges secure. By the end of his first year on the throne, Conan had survived the test that the pit had predicted. He was weary, scarred, diminished in ways that did not show on the surface, but he was still himself, still the man he had chosen to be, rather than the monster of the throne tried to make him. "You have done well," the pit admitted, in a rare moment of something like approval. "Better than I expected. But the task is not over, barbarian. It is never over. The mirrors will continue to show you their reflections, and one day you will look into them and see something that breaks you. Perhaps, but not today. No, not today." And for the moment, that was enough. Chapter 41. The Breaking Point. The second year of Conan's reign began with promise and ended with blood. The kingdom had recovered from the plague and the failed harvest, its people cautiously optimistic about the future. The reforms continued to take hold, the economy stabilized, and even the most skeptical nobles had begun to accept that the barbarian king might actually be capable of ruling. For a few months, it seemed that Conan had found the balance, that Akatsuku had described the wisdom, through doubt, that allowed a king to govern without succumbing to tyranny. But the pit had not forgotten its promise, and the mirrors had not finished their work. It started with an assassination attempt. Conan was crossing the palace courtyard at midday, returning from a council meeting, when the bolt came out of nowhere. A crossbow quarrel, black-fletched, aimed with deadly precision at his heart. Only his barbarian reflexes saved him. He twisted at the last instant, and the bolt that should have killed him merely grazed his ribs, opening a shallow wound that bled freely but threatened nothing vital. The assassin was caught within minutes, a young man, barely more than a boy, who had somehow infiltrated the palace grounds with a weapon that should never have made it past the gates. He was dragged before Conan in chains, his face pale with fear, his eyes darting frantically as if searching for escape. "Who sent you?" Conan demanded. The boy said nothing. His jaw was set, his expression defiant despite the terror in his eyes. "I asked you a question. Answer it, and you may live. Refuse, and you will die. Those are your only options." Still nothing. The boy stared at the floor, his hands trembling in their shackles. "He will not talk," the pit whispered. "He has been trained to resist, prepared to die for his masters. You will get nothing from him through words alone." "I am aware of that." "Then you know what must be done. The old ways, the methods that Numidides used, that every king before him used. Pain loosens tongues that reason cannot reach." Conan looked at the boy, really looked at him, seeing past the chains and the defiance to the frightened child beneath. He could not have been more than 16. Whatever cause he served, whatever masters had sent him, he was a tool, not an architect. Breaking him would yield information, perhaps, but at a cost that Conan was not sure he was willing to pay. "Take him to the dungeons," he said. "Feed him. Give him water. Let him think about his situation. I will question him again tomorrow. You are making a mistake. Every hour you wait is an hour for his masters to escape, to plan their next move, to strike again while you hesitate. Perhaps, but I will not torture a child to save myself an hour's delay." The investigation proceeded through conventional means. Kandavrat and his agents traced the assassin's movements, identified his contacts, mapped the network that had placed him in the palace with a weapon in his hands. It took 3 days, during which, as the pit constantly reminded him, the conspirators could have fled or struck again. But by the end of those 3 days, they had names, locations, evidence that would stand up in any court. The conspiracy was smaller than Conan had feared, a handful of nobles who had lost power and privilege under his reforms, united by resentment and funded by gold from the media. They had hoped that killing the barbarian king would create chaos, allowing them to seize power in the confusion that followed. They were arrested, tried, and executed. Justice, delivered through law rather than tyranny. But the experience left its mark on Conan. He began to see threats everywhere. Not imaginary threats, real ones, verified and documented, confirmed by investigation and evidence. The assassination attempt had exposed the depth of opposition to his rule, the willingness of his enemies to use any means necessary to bring him down. And once that exposure had occurred, once he had truly understood how close he had come to death, Something shifted in his perception of the world. The pit noticed, of course. "You feel it now," a voice said, on a night when Conan sat alone in the throne room, unable to sleep. "The vulnerability, the knowledge that anyone, anywhere, might be plotting your death. It is a heavy burden, is it not? I have always known I could die. That is not new. But this is different. Before, death was a risk you accepted, a price you were willing to pay for the life you chose. Now, death would mean the failure of everything you have built. The kingdom you have healed would fall back into chaos. The people who depend on you would suffer. The reforms you have implemented would be undone. I know. And so you cannot simply accept the risk anymore. You must eliminate it. Root out every threat, neutralize every enemy, ensure that no one has the power to strike at you. That is the only way to protect what you have built. That is the path to tyranny. That is the path to survival. They are not always the same thing, but sometimes they are." The whispers grew more insistent as the weeks passed. Names, faces, suspicions, an endless stream of potential threats that demanded investigation, action, response. Conan could not ignore them entirely. Some of the whispers proved accurate, revealing genuine plots that had to be dealt with, but he could not act on all of them either. There was not enough time, not enough resources, not enough certainty to justify the kind of sweeping response that the pit seemed to want, and so he was caught in between, not quite trusting, not quite paranoid, not quite the man he had been, but not yet the tyrant he feared becoming. The balance he had found was slipping, eroded by the constant pressure of the whispers, by the endless questions about who could be trusted and who was waiting to betray him. Kenvra noticed first. "You are not sleeping," he said one morning, finding Conan in the council chamber before dawn. "You are not eating properly. You are spending more time alone, avoiding the people who care about you. I am busy. The kingdom requires a king who is not destroying himself. You told me once that fear is a messenger, not an enemy. You are not treating it that way anymore. You are letting it consume you. You do not understand the pressures I face. I understand that you are changing, becoming harder, colder, more suspicious. The man who showed mercy to Valbrick, who chose to trust Drosera despite the whispers that man is disappearing, and I am afraid of what is taking his place." Conan wanted to argue, to defend himself, to explain that the situation had changed, that the threats were real, that he was simply adapting to circumstances. But he looked at Kenvra's face, at the concern, and the fear and the love that showed there, and he realized that the young man was right. He was changing, and not for the better. The breaking point came 3 weeks later. Conan was reviewing reports in his study when a servant entered one of the palace staff, a man who had served the crown for 20 years, whose loyalty had never been questioned. He brought wine, as he did every evening, setting the cup on Conan's desk with the practiced ease of long habit. But something was different tonight, something in the way the servant moved, the angle of his shoulders, the slight tremor in his hands, details so subtle that most men would never have noticed them. Conan noticed. "Poison," the pit whispered. "In the wine. He has been bought, turned, made into a weapon against you. Kill him now before he can complete his mission." Conan's hand moved toward the knife at his belt. The servant was turning to leave, his back exposed, vulnerable. One quick strike, and the threat would be eliminated. One decisive action, and Conan would be safe. His fingers closed around the knife's hilt, and then he stopped. He looked at his hand, at the weapon it held, at the servant who was walking away, oblivious to how close he had come to death. He thought about what he had been about to do, to kill a man on the basis of a whisper, without evidence, without trial, without certainty. He thought about what he had become. "What are you waiting for?" the pit demanded. "He is getting away. Every second you hesitate is a second closer to your death." "Is it true?" Conan asked aloud. "Is the wine actually poisoned? Does it matter? The risk is there. The possibility exists. You cannot afford to take chances. Not with your life. Not with everything that depends on it." "Does it matter?" Conan repeated, his voice flat. "That is the question, is it not? Whether truth matters, or only suspicion." whether evidence matters, or only fear. He released the knife and picked up the wine cup. The servant had paused at the door, turning back with a confused expression. "Your Majesty, is something wrong?" Conan looked at the cup in his hand, at the dark liquid within, which might be poison, or might be nothing more than wine, at the choice that lay before him. Then he raised the cup to his lips and drank. The wine was bitter, complex, with notes of blackberry and oak. It was not poison. It was simply wine. And in that moment Conan understood something that he had been fighting against for months. He could not do this any more. Chapter 42. The Choice. That night, alone in the throne room, Conan made his decision. He sat on the obsidian throne for the last time, feeling the cold stone beneath him, the weight of the crown on his head, the presence of the pit pulsing beneath the floor. The whispers were quiet now, as if the voice in the darkness understood that something was changing, that the game it had been playing was coming to an end. "I almost killed an innocent man tonight," Conan said aloud. "I almost drove a knife into his back, because you told me he was a threat, and I believed you. For one moment, I believed you enough to act. You stopped yourself, this time. But what about next time? What about the time after that?" He shook his head. "I told myself I would not become another Numerides. I promised Akatsuku, promised Kender, I promised myself. But I can feel it happening anyway. The suspicion, the fear, the willingness to act on whispers rather than evidence. I am becoming the thing I swore to destroy. You are becoming a king. That is what it means, to sit on this throne. The power to act, combined with the knowledge that acting might be wrong, that is the essence of rule. You cannot escape it. No, I cannot escape it while I sit on this throne. But I can escape the throne. Silence. A long, profound silence, deeper than any that had come before. You would abandon everything you have built, the reforms, the healing, the hope you have given this kingdom. I would preserve it, by leaving before I destroy it. Conan arose from the throne, feeling the crown shift on his head. Every king who sat here before me was corrupted by the pit's whispers. Every one of them became a tyrant in the end. The only way to break this cycle is to leave before the corruption is complete. And what of the kingdom? Who will rule in your place? Someone who has not heard the whispers. Someone who can start fresh, without the weight of suspicion and doubt that has accumulated in my mind. Someone who can build on what I have started without carrying my burdens. You think it is that simple, that you can simply walk away, and the corruption will not follow you? I do not know, but I know that staying will only make things worse. As power grows behind you have told me that yourself. Every day I sit on this throne, the whispers become harder to resist. Eventually, I will stop resisting entirely, and then everything I have worked for will be undone. He removed the crown from his head, holding it in his hands, feeling its weight. Such a simple thing, a circlet of gold, without gems or ornament, and yet it had cost him more than any treasure he had ever possessed. I choose to walk away. The third path, the one that Akatsuku could not take because his hatred bound him to the throne. I am not bound. I have no vendetta, no revenge to complete. I came here for freedom, and I stayed because the kingdom needed me. But the kingdom will survive without me. It has to. And if it does not, then I will have been wrong, and I will live with that, as I have lived with every other mistake I have made. Conan set the crown on the seat of the throne, a gesture of finality. Goodbye, Pit. I hope never to hear your voice again. You will not. The voice said, and there was something in it that might have been respect. The whispers belong to the throne, and you are leaving the throne behind. But remember this, barbarian. I did not create the corruption. I had only revealed it. The suspicion, the fear, the willingness to see enemies everywhere, those things were always inside you. I simply gave them voice. Perhaps, but without you to amplify them, I can control them. I can be the man I choose to be, rather than the king the throne tried to make me. We shall see. And then the voice was gone, and Conan was alone in the throne room, with only the silence and the shadows and the choice he had made. Chapter 43. The Abdication. The announcement was made 3 days later in a ceremony that would be remembered for centuries. The great hall of the palace was filled to capacity nobles and merchants, priests and soldiers, representatives of every faction and interest in the kingdom. They had been summoned without explanation, told only that the king had an announcement of vital importance. Speculation was rampant, but no one had guessed the truth. No one had imagined that a king would choose to give up his throne. Conan entered the hall without ceremony, without the usual fanfare of trumpets and heralds. He wore simple clothes, leather and wool, the garb of a warrior rather than a monarch. The crown was not on his head. He carried no scepter, bore no symbols of royal authority. He looked, for the first time since his coronation, like what he truly was, a barbarian from the frozen hills of Cimmeria who had wandered into civilization and was now ready to wander out again. "I will not waste your time with speeches," he said, his voice carrying through the silent hall. "You know who I am, what I have done, how I came to sit on the throne of Aquillonia. I have ruled this kingdom for 1 year and 3 months. In that time, I have tried to be a good king, to heal the wounds that Numenides left behind, to build something better than what came before." He paused, looking out at the assembled faces, the confusion, the concern, the calculation that flickered behind so many eyes. "But I have also discovered something about myself, about what it means to hold power, to make decisions that affect millions of lives, to bear the weight of a crown that has broken every man who has worn it." He drew a breath. "I am not the right man to continue this work. The throne is changing me, in ways that I do not like and cannot control. If I stay, I will become the thing I swore to destroy, and so I am leaving." The hall erupted in chaos, shouts of protest, cries of dismay, demands for explanation. Conan let the noise wash over him, waiting for it to subside. When it finally did, he continued, "I am not abandoning the kingdom. I have spent the past 3 days making arrangements for the transition. The reforms I have implemented will continue. The ministers and advisors I have appointed will remain in their positions, and the throne itself," he turned to gesture toward the doorway, where Candaver stood waiting. "The throne will pass to a council of regents, drawn from every faction in the kingdom, bound by oaths to serve the people rather than their own interests. They will rule together, balancing each other's ambitions, until a permanent solution can be found." "And what of you?" someone shouted. "Where will you go?" Conan smiled a genuine smile, the first he had felt in months. "I will go where I have always gone, wherever the road leads, wherever adventure waits. I am a wanderer by nature, and I have been standing still too long." He looked out at the crowd one final time, memorizing the faces, the hall, the life he was leaving behind. "Farewell, Aquillonia. May your future be brighter than your past." And then he turned and walked out of the great hall, leaving the crown and the throne and the whispers of the pit behind him. Chapter 44. The Departure. The next morning, Conan prepared to leave Taransha. He had refused all offers of escort, all gifts of gold and horses, all attempts to provide him with the trappings of his former status. He would leave as he had arrived, with nothing but the clothes on his back, the weapons at his side, and the strength of his own 2 legs, but he could not leave without saying goodbye. Candaver found him in the courtyard at dawn, saddling a horse that would carry him to the city gates. The young man looked older than he had a year ago, the weight of responsibility already settling onto his shoulders, even before he took his place on the Council of Regents. "You could stay," Candaver said, "not as king, but as, I do not know, an advisor, a friend. You do not have to disappear entirely. I do. The kingdom needs to move forward without me. If I stay, even in a diminished role, I will be a reminder of what was, an obstacle to what might be." Conan cinched the saddle and turned to face him. "You will do well, Candaver. You have your father's intelligence and your own conscience. That is a powerful combination. I am afraid of the responsibility, of the decisions I will have to make, of the possibility that I will fail. Good. Fear keeps you honest. It is when you stop being afraid that you should worry." Conan put a hand on Candaver's shoulder. "Remember what I told you on the eve of the assault. Fear is a messenger, not an enemy. Listen to what it tells you, but do not let it make your decisions for you." "I will remember, and remember this as well." If the whispers come, if you ever sit on that throne and hear voices rising from beneath, walk away. Do not try to fight them. Do not try to bargain with them. Do not convince yourself that you are strong enough to resist. Simply walk away, as I have done. That is the only true victory over the dead. I will remember that too. They embraced briefly, the bond between them deeper than words could express. Then Conan mounted his horse and rode toward the palace gates. Trocero was waiting at the gates, flanked by an honored guard of his cavalry. I will not try to change your mind, the count said. I know you well enough to know that would be futile, but I wanted to thank you for trusting me when you had every reason not to, for giving me the chance to prove my loyalty. You proved it 100 times over. The kingdom is lucky to have you. The kingdom was lucky to have you. Whatever you may think of your time on the throne, you gave us something that Numidites never could. Hope. The belief that things could be better, that the future did not have to look like the past. Trocero saluted, fist to chest. Farewell, King Conan. May your road be long and your enemies few. Just Conan now. I am no one's king. You will always be a king. It is not a title that can be taken away by abdication or ceremony. It is something you carry inside you, whether you wear a crown or not. Conan smiled and rode on. At the city gates, a crowd had gathered, common people mostly, who had come to see the barbarian king depart. They did not shout or cheer. They simply watched, their faces a mixture of gratitude and sorrow. One woman stepped forward as Conan approached a seamstress. By the look of her, with work-roughened hands and a face lined by years of hardship, she carried a small bundle wrapped in cloth. Your Majesty, she said, I wanted to give you this, a token from the people of the lower city. Conan took the bundle and unwrapped it. Inside was a knife, simple, functional, well-made, the kind of knife that a working person might carry for 100 different tasks. We made it together, the woman said. The smiths and the leather workers, and the seamstresses. Each of us contributed something. We wanted you to have something to remember us by. Conan looked at the knife, and at the woman, then at the crowd of faces behind her. He had been given many gifts in his life, treasures and weapons, honors and titles, but none of them had meant as much as this simple blade, made by hands that had known hardship, and given freely by people who had nothing to gain. Thank you, he said. I will carry it always. And then he rode through the gates, out of Tarantia, into the wide world that awaited him. Chapter 45. Can. Avra's Ascension. In the weeks that followed Conan's departure, the kingdom adjusted to its new reality. The Council of Regents met for the first time 3 days after the abdication, in the same great hall where Conan had announced his decision. There were 7 of them, Candiver representing the interests of reform, Trocero representing the military, Hebdrathus representing the religious orders, and 4 others drawn from the nobility, the merchant guilds, and the common people. It was an imperfect arrangement, prone to disagreement and delay, but it was also something new, a form of governance that did not depend on a single ruler, that distributed power rather than concentrating it, that built in checks and balances against the corruption that had claimed so many kings. Candiver, as the youngest member of its council, had expected to be overlooked, overshadowed by men with more experience and more established power bases. Instead, he found himself increasingly central to the council's deliberations, the voice of compromise, the builder of bridges, the one who could see past factional interests to the common good. You have your father's gifts, Trocero told him one evening after a particularly contentious session. The ability to understand what people want, to find the common ground between opposing positions. That is rarer than you know. My father used those gifts to build a conspiracy. I would rather use them to build a kingdom. That is exactly what you are doing, and doing well. The council's first act was to formalize the reforms that Conan had implemented, writing them into law so they could not be easily undone. The new tax system became permanent. The legal protections for religious minorities were codified. The rights of common people to seek justice through the courts were guaranteed. Their second act was more controversial. They sealed the throne room. Hebdrathus had argued for this from the first meeting, explaining in careful terms the danger that the pit represented. Every king who has sat above it has been corrupted, he said. The only way to break the cycle is to ensure that no one sits there again. But the throne is the symbol of Aquilonian sovereignty. One of the noble representatives protested. Without it, how can we claim legitimacy? Legitimacy comes from the consent of the governed, not from a piece of furniture, Candover replied. The people did not rally to Conan because of the throne he sat on. They rallied to him because of the man he was, and the vision he offered. The vote was close, but in the end the council agreed. The throne room was sealed, its doors locked and barred, its location gradually forgotten as decades passed, and the palace was reorganized around other centers of power. The pit still waited beneath the floor, patient and eternal, but without kings to whisper to. Its voice fell silent, heard by no one. Years later, when Candover was an old man and the council system had become the established norm, he would sometimes tell the story of King Conan to his grandchildren. He told them about the barbarian who had been sold as a slave and risen to become the ruler of the greatest kingdom in the Hyborian world. He told them about the courage it took to walk away from power, to choose freedom over dominion, to reject the corruption that had claimed every king before him. And he told them about the lesson that Conan had taught him, the lesson that had guided his own life in the governance of the kingdom for half a century. Power is not something to be sought, he would say. It is something to be used wisely, for a time, and then release. The man who clings to power becomes its prisoner. The man who walks away from it remains free. But what happened to him? The children would ask. Where did King Conan go? No one knows for certain. Some say he returned to his homeland in the north. Some say he sailed across the western ocean, seeking new lands beyond the horizon. Some say he simply wandered, as he had always wandered, finding adventure wherever he went. Candover would smile, remembering the man who had been his teacher and his friend. But wherever he went, I know this. He was free, truly free, in a way that few men ever are, and that, in the end, is the greatest treasure any of us can hope to find. Chapter 46. The road. The road stretched before him, winding through hills and valleys, forests and plains, toward a horizon that never seemed to get any closer. Conan rode alone, as he had ridden for so many years before the crown had found him. His horse was a sturdy Aquilonian mare, bred for endurance rather than speed, capable of carrying him across the vast distances that separated the kingdoms of the Hyborian world. His weapons were at his side, the sword that had killed Numidites, the knife that the people of Taranja had given him. His possessions fit in a single saddle-bag. He had never felt more free. The first weeks of his journey took him north, through the heartland of Aquillonia and into the border regions where the kingdom gave way to wilderness. He avoided the major roads, preferring the lesser paths that wound through forests and over mountain passes. He wanted to be alone, to think, to process everything that had happened. And slowly, as the miles accumulated beneath his horse's hooves, he began to feel something lifting from his shoulders. The weight of the crown, of course, but more than that. The weight of suspicion and doubt, of endless calculation and ceaseless vigilance. The weight of the pit's whispers, which had fallen silent the moment he crossed the palace threshold and had not returned. He was himself again, just Conan, a wanderer, a fighter, a man with no master and no obligations. The barbarian who had walked into civilization and was now walking out again, richer in experience, if not in gold. He stopped for a time in a small village at the edge of the Bosonian marches, a frontier settlement where the laws of Aquillonia faded into the rougher justice of the borderlands. The people there did not know who he was, did not recognize the former king and the travel-worn warrior who appeared therein seeking a meal and a bed. It was exactly what he wanted. He spent a week in the village, helping with the harvest, drinking in the tavern, listening to the stories that the locals told around the fire at night. Stories of monsters in the forest, of raiders from the north, of ancient treasures hidden in ruins that predated the coming of the Hyborians. The kind of stories that had drawn him from place to place throughout his youth, feeding his hunger for adventure and glory. That hunger was still there, he realized. The crown had not killed it, only suppressed it, buried it beneath layers of responsibility and concern. now freed from those constraints. It was beginning to stir again. On the morning of his departure, the village elder approached him. "You are leaving, then? Heading north, by the look of your preparations." "I am. Dangerous country up there. The Picts have been raiding more frequently, and there are rumors of something worse, some darkness that has taken root in the old forests, driving the tribes to desperation." The elder studied him with knowing eyes. "But I suspect you are not the kind of man who is deterred by danger." "I am not." "Then go with the gods, stranger, and if you find whatever is causing the trouble up north, perhaps you will do something about it." Conan smiled. "Perhaps I will." He rode north, into the wild lands, into the unknown. The forests grew thicker as he traveled, the paths less defined, the signs of civilization fewer and farther between. He passed through territories that had not seen an Aquilonian soldier in years, regions where the only law was the law of strength, and the only justice was what a man could carve out for himself. It was a hard land, but it was also an honest one. Here there were no courtiers scheming for advantage, no whispers from invisible pits, no mirrors reflecting endless doubts. There was only the road, the sky, the challenges that each day brought, and there was something else. Choose something he had not expected to find. Peace. Not the peace of safety or security, but the peace of acceptance. Acceptance of who he was, what he had done, where his life had taken him. He had been a king, and he had walked away from it. He had faced the pit's corruption, and he had chosen freedom over power. He had done things he was proud of, and things he regretted, and he had learned to live with both. That was enough. It was more than enough. Chapter 47. Cimmeria. Months later, on a day when the first snows of winter were beginning to fall, Conan crested a ridge and looked out over a landscape that he had not seen in 20 years. Cimmeria. The land of his birth stretched before him grey hills and darker forests, black crags and rushing streams, a country of mist and shadow that seemed to exist in perpetual twilight. It was not beautiful, in the way that the gardens of Aquillonia were beautiful, or the sunlit shores of the southern kingdoms. It was harsh and unforgiving, a land that bred hard men or killed them young. But it was home. Conan sat his horse on the ridge for a long time, letting the cold wind cut through his travel-worn cloak, feeling something stir in his chest that he had thought long dead. Memories of his childhood, of his family, of the life he had lived before he set out into the wider world. Memories of who he had been before he became the man he was now. He had not intended to return here. When he left Terentia, he had no destination in mind, only a vague notion of riding north, of putting distance between himself and the kingdom he had ruled. But something had drawn him back to these grey hills, some force that he could not name, but could not resist. Perhaps it was simply time. Time to see where he had come from, to understand how far he had traveled. Time to close a circle that had been open for 2 decades. Or perhaps it was something else entirely. He rode down from the ridge, into the valleys where his people made their homes. The Cimmerians had changed little in 20 years. They were still the same hard, proud, suspicious people they had always been. They looked at Conan with narrow eyes as he passed through their villages, seeing a stranger in foreign clothes, a man who had clearly spent too long in the soft lands of the south. But some of them recognized him, the older ones who had known him as a youth, who remembered the fierce young warrior who had left the clan so many years ago. They did not greet him with warmth. Cimmerians did not greet anyone with warmth, but they nodded as he passed, acknowledging his return. He did not seek out his family. Most of them were probably dead. By now Cimmeria was not kind to those who lived long lives. Instead, he rode to a place he remembered from his childhood, a hill overlooking the village where he had been born, crowned with a ring of standing stones that predated even the Cimmerians themselves. He climbed the hill on foot, leaving his horse at the bottom, and sat among the stones as the sun set behind the mountains. "You have traveled far," a voice said. Conan looked up. A figure was approaching through the gathering darkness, an old man, bent with age, leaning on a staff carved from blackthorn. His face was hidden in the shadows of his hood, but something about his presence was familiar. "Who are you?" I am no one of importance, just an old man who has lived too long and seen too much. The figure settled onto a stone across from Conan, moving with the slow deliberation of extreme age. But I knew you once, when you were young, before you left to seek your fortune in the wider world. Conan studied the figure, trying to place the face, the voice, the manner, and slowly a memory stirred a memory of a man who had taught him the old stories, the old ways, the things that every Cimmerian child learned before they were old enough to hold the sword. Cernak, he said, you were the keeper of the histories. You taught me about Crom, about the ancestors, about the duty we owe to those who came before. I did, and now I am old, and my time is almost done, and I have one final lesson to teach. The figure reached up and pushed back his hood, revealing a face so weathered by time that it seemed almost carved from stone. You have been a king, Conan. You have worn a crown and sat on a throne. You have tasted power, and you have walked away from it. That is a rare thing. I did what I had to do. Yes, you did. Cernak smiled, a thin expression in that ancient face. And now you are here, in the land where you were born, among the people who shaped you. Do you know why? I do not know. I simply came. You came because you needed to remember who you are, beneath all the layers that the world has added. King, warrior, wanderer, slave, those are all things you have been. But they are not what you are. What am I, then? You are a Cimmerian, a child of these grey hills, born under skies that have never known the sun's full warmth. You carry our strength in your bones and our stubbornness in your blood. No crown can change that. No throne can corrupt it. It is simply what you are, and what you will always be. Conan was silent, absorbing the words. He had spent so long in the lands of the south, among people who saw him as a barbarian, an outsider, a creature from another world. He had almost forgotten what it felt like to be among his own people, to be understood without explanation. I do not know what I will do now, he said at last. I have no plans, no ambitions, no goals. For the first time in my life, I am truly free, and I do not know what to do with that freedom. That is the nature of freedom, Cernak said. It is not a destination, but a direction, a way of moving through the world, rather than a place to arrive. He rose, leaning on his staff. You will find your path, Conan. You always have. The road does not end here, it simply begins again, in a new direction. He turned and began to walk back down the hill, his figure fading into the darkness. Cernak, Conan called after him. Thank you for the lesson, for all the lessons. Thank me by living well. The old man's voice drifted back. That is the only gratitude that matters. And then he was gone, and Conan was alone on the hill, surrounded by the standing stones and the endless sky. He stayed in Cimmeria for the winter, living among his people, relearning the ways he had half forgotten in his years abroad. He hunted with the young warriors, shared stories with the elders, paid his respects to the dead in the way that Cimmerians had always done. And when spring came, when the snows began to melt and the roads became passable again, he saddled his horse and rode back down from the grey hills into the world that waited beyond. He did not know where he was going. He did not need to know. The road was open before him, and that was enough. The barbarian rode on into the sunrise toward whatever adventures awaited, and behind him, in a sealed room in the palace in Tarunja, the pit waited in silence, patient and eternal, for a king who would never come. The end. Conan, by his own hand, a novel of Conan, the Cimmerian, on the YouTube channel, Musings of a Cigarette-Smoking Man.
Goonie goo goo.
And a double goonie goo goo to you, my friend.
And a triple goonie goo.
Hey, cut that shit, don't you fucking idiots come around here speaking that goonie goo goo shit.